Chapter 2060. Facing God Kings. Chapter 2060. Facing God Kings. Starlight splashed down like water. This star territory of the hidden dragon galaxy was flooded with endless great Tao law fragments, the vestiges of heavenly tribulation. All martial artists here could feel these faint and yet unimaginably vast laws of the highest order. In the highest heavens, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had gradually hidden themselves away, and the tribulation clouds also scattered. All that was left over were golden bubbles that floated in the void. They were like endless golden pearls that came both small and large. Lin Ming had already put away the black dragon spear. As he stood in the void, his eyes were closed and his long hair danced around him. At this time, as he stood within this world, he had a completely different feeling from before. In Lin Ming's eyes, this world was no longer the same. After breaking into the Empyrean realm, as Lin Ming looked upon the world, he had a feeling as if he could understand everything before him. If the universe was compared to a landscape, then before Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm, he could be considered as standing on flat land and looking outwards. Although what he saw was beautiful, it was ultimately limited. But after breaking into the Empyrean realm, Lin Ming seemed to stand atop a tall building, looking down at the world before him. His field of vision was broader, and he could see much more clearly, everything reflected in a panoramic view in his eyes. And this tall building was the heavenly Tao laws. Beneath an Empyrean, all martial artists were suppressed by the heavenly Tao laws. After becoming an Empyrean, a martial artist's laws reached the height of the heavenly Tao. This was the same as standing atop that tall building. Lin Ming didn't speak. He quietly perceived this feeling of awareness after breaking into the Empyrean realm. This sort of sensation left him feeling intoxicated. Every strand of laws in the surrounding space shivered. He clearly saw them all around. With just a thought, he could easily control these laws. However, compared to Lin Ming's calmness, the human martial artists were already burning with excitement. Lin Ming was the person who humanity had placed all their hopes in, and now he had finally broken into the Empyrean realm. This is too terrifying. That heavenly tribulation just now was simply invincible in its might, yet such a horrifying heavenly tribulation was withstood by Lin Ming. Perhaps Lin Ming can already contend with a god king. That's right. Not just that, but he even severed the shackles of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. I can already feel the strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Although the road is still blurry and muddled, I feel that if I truly continue down this path, I really might be able to step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. A body transformation martial artist brimmed with elation. He understood just what Lin Ming did when he severed those divine chains of order. To humanity, this was a great blessing. In reality, the majority of the divine chains that bound the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were still in Famine's main body. If they could be completely severed, thoroughly releasing the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then this would enable all human martial artists to freely cultivate them. At this time, within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Divine Dream stood tall like a goddess fallen to the world. Her clothes floated about her, and her eyes shimmered with extraordinary radiance. She was born with a calm and indifferent personality, like a pool of water that had never experienced waves. In particular, ever since humanity's great calamity occurred, Divine Dream had yet to smile. But because Lin Ming perfectly broke into the Empyrean realm, she suddenly felt ripples spread through her heart, making it hard for her to maintain her composure. As for Empyrean vast universe, Emperor Sakya, Tabagwe, and the others, they weren't as restrained. All of them had long since been buzzing with joy. Ha ha! Great! Empyrean vast universe laughed. Amit Ba! Wonderful! Wonderful! Great limitless Buddha recited Buddhist mantras. his hands gathered together as he slowly twisted his Buddha beads, a gentle smile on his face. And at this time, on the side of the saints, Astral Vault God King and Soaring Feather God King were quietly looking at Lin Ming from not too far away. They had personally watched as Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm. This brat, Astral Vault God King gloomily said. He felt pressured. Besides those that control the universe, such as the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor, Astral Vault God King had never thought he would feel such pressure from someone else, especially a junior who hadn't even lived for 10,000 years yet. Although he didn't think that Lin Ming possessed combat strength that surpassed his own, just this unprecedented aura meant that it wouldn't be too long before he was surpassed. Soaring Feather floated beside Astral Vault, her white clothes swirling about her. Her entire being seemed to blend into the heavenly Tao. At this time, she was looking at those endless golden bubbles that remained after the tribulation clouds of the highest heavens dissipated. She was silent. No one knew just what she was thinking. Then, at this moment, strong winds appeared in the skies. A giant golden vortex formed around Lin Ming. Those endless golden bubbles began to roll towards him, like sparrows flying back to their nest. Lin Ming took a long breath and stretched out his body. Those millions and billions of golden bubbles sank into his body, vanishing from sight like snowflakes falling into the sea. But as more and more golden bubbles submerged into Lin Ming, his body began to shine with an all-powerful light, as if he were a dawning sun. As Lin Ming soaked in this golden divine light, he truly seemed like a divine god that had descended to the world. It was hard for others not to prostrate themselves in worship to him. This light continued for a quarter hour before slowly fading away. Everyone knew that this light was the final brilliance of the heavenly tribulation's great Tao laws. Now, all of it had been absorbed by Lin Ming. These laws were the highest laws of the 33 heavens. Besides Lin Ming himself, no one knew just how great his harvests were. Not even Astral Vault knew. All he could do was watch on with greedy eyes. Starlight sprinkled down, and black clothes whipped in the wind. Lin Ming fell down from the highest 9 heavens. His every action and movement caused the surrounding laws to ripple. All orders given must be enforced. His body moved the laws themselves. Lin Ming. As Lin Ming fell back down, Xiao Moxian couldn't help but call out to him. She was already extremely excited, and beside her, Mu Qinyu Qin Xingxuan, and the others were also watching with bright eyes as if tears would fall at any moment. They were able to see the man they loved most become the hero of their race, and his achievements be glorified by countless people. Just what else could they ask for? Ha ha ha! Lin Ming, from this day forth, humanity's destiny will experience a great reversal. Empyrean, vast universe laughed as he spoke. Lin Ming, you have always been a legend, but in the past your legend would only have been able to be passed on for 1 billion years. However, from this day on, your legend will continue onwards for 10 billion years. Dark Demon Monarch highly praised. Just what sort of concept was a 10 billion year legend? 10 billion years ago, the entire 33 heavens had been filled with life, and martial arts civilization blossomed throughout like bright flowers, a golden age of prosperity. In that era, countless peerless, ancient, proud sons of heavens had appeared. They fought against each other, fought against the heavens, fought against fate, but in the end they all faded away in the endless dust of time. Only the existences like the Azure Road Master and the creator of the Holy Scripture, immortal sovereign, were able to preserve their legends. And the reason they managed to do so was because they each separately created the Azure Road and Akashic Dream Universe. Because of these 2 lands of inheritance, countless martial artists had obtained massive advantages from within for the last 10 billion years. Thus, the legends of the Azure Road Master and Immortal Sovereign were passed down and continued. Therefore the words of Dark Demon Monarch were the same as placing Lin Ming at the same height as a mortal sovereign and the Azura Road Master. This was a terrifying appraisal. Many rulers of humanity came forwards to congratulate Lin Ming. For a time, the sounds of congratulations and well wishes lingered in the air as all of the human martial artists jubilantly celebrated. But then, a cold voice sounded out. Lin Ming, I indeed haven't misread you. Lin Ming looked up. A peerless woman in white clothes stood not too far away from him. She was Soaring Feather God King. The atmosphere quickly chilled. All of the cheerful human martial artists suddenly stopped talking. Everyone looked towards Soaring Feather God King together, all of them on high alert. Ha ha! Boy, I acknowledge that you are strong, the strongest Empyrean that I have ever seen. But so, what? From behind Soaring Feather, Astral Vault stepped forwards and faced Lin Ming. Although his tone of voice was arrogant and proud, he was vigilant. It was clear that he had truly regarded Lin Ming as worthy, or at least an opponent who possessed great potential. I have already foreseen that you are a dragon in a pool. Over 6,000 years ago, I was not able to kill you. I likely missed my best chances to eliminate you, and probably my only chance. As Soaring Feather God King spoke these words, the human martial artists all glowered at her. In particular, Xiao Moxian hatefully glared at Soaring Feather God King, so angry that her teeth itched. That's right. It was because of Soaring Feather God King that Lin Ming's life or death was uncertain for over 6,000 years, causing her heart to remain broken for all that time. But Lin Ming's complexion remained indifferent. He said, "You represent the interests of the saints, and I represent the interests of my race. In war, there has never been right or wrong to begin with. Over 6,000 years ago, you missed your chance to kill me, but in the future, I might not miss the chance to kill you." Lin Ming's words were light, without any killing intent. Soaring Feather didn't respond, but Astral Vault actually scowled. "You crazy boy. Do you really think I can't do anything to you today?" "You can try," Lin Ming said without fear. After fusing the 6 Tao palaces of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and also absorbing the countless great Tao law fragments of the 33 heavens, his blood had long since been boiling over. It could even be said that he desired to fight a true divinity to test the limits of his strength. Ha! Astral Vault God King sneered, and his body erupted with killing intent. In truth, he also knew that he would have to fight around with Lin Ming, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to simply come and leave. If others knew that they came and watched the show only to immediately scurry away right afterwards, wouldn't they be made the jokes of the world? People would only think that he, the great Astral Vault, was afraid of Lin Ming. Astral Vault couldn't bear to have such a misunderstanding. He wanted to fight Lin Ming frontally. Although with Divine Dream here, there was no way he could kill Lin Ming, but he could still show off his momentum and suppress Lin Ming's arrogance before walking away. Only like that would he be able to maintain his honor. But at this time, Soaring Feather God King reached out a hand and blocked Astral Vault. "What are you blocking me for?" Astral Vault God King said, frowning. Soaring Feather God King didn't respond to him. Rather, she turned to Lin Ming and said, "Where is my apprentice Fairy Blue Lotus? Hand her over." Lin Ming faced Soaring Feather and didn't agree or refuse her request. Rather, he asked, "If I hand her over, what conditions can you use to exchange?" Chapter 2061, Lin Ming's Conditions. Chapter 2061, Lin Ming's Conditions. Exchange? Soaring Feather God King looked at Lin Ming, her gaze as sharp as an arrow, her eyes locked onto him, but he stared back at her without fear, calmly speaking to her. "Truly heroes come from the young. You do not fear that the fish die, and I do not fear that the net breaks. Since we can't come to terms, let us fight it out here." As Soaring Feather spoke, her entire body emitted a dense, killing intent. In the skies, thick waves of feathers fell down. This was Soaring Feather's divine feather force field. This divine feather force field could easily cover an area of several 100,000 miles and even 1,000,000 miles. It easily covered the star territory, shrouding over the entire human base. As long as the true divinities and Lin Ming fought here, this would be a ruinous strike upon the human fleet. However, as Soaring Feather's force field fell down, black mist began rising up from below within this star territory. This mist was incomparably thick, each wisp of it as heavy as a star. After the mist appeared, the space around it became incredibly dense. For a time, not even Soaring Feather God King's force field was able to cover it. This was Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. Grand Mist energy was the most source chaos from the formation of the universe. It contained infinite materials, and all tangible things in existence had evolved from Grand Mist energy. The Grand Mist space around Lin Ming was no longer what it used to be. Lin Ming had fused the Azura laws into it. With the Grand Mist space integrated with the highest laws of the universe, this allowed it to undergo a qualitative change. Although the energy was the same and the matter was the same after being driven by different laws, the might behind it was completely dissimilar. This was the difference from a high-quality arrow being shot out by an ordinary bow and then being shot out by an unparalleled god bow. The difference was not just a little bit. Soaring Feather frowned, and at this time, a rainbow layer of light appeared above Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. This rainbow layer of light was as ephemeral as a dream, beautiful and phantasmic. After it covered the Grand Mist space, the incredibly heavy Grand Mist space obtained infinite changes, making it nearly impossible to deal with. This was Divine Dream's Divine Dream space. Lin Ming and Divine Dream. Their two force fields fused together, becoming as immovable as an eternal mountain. Soaring Feather's divine feather force field was no longer able to push further down, but was instead forced back again and again. As long as the divine feather force field couldn't gather together, then the human fleet could absolutely safely evacuate through gaps in the Grand Mist space and Divine Dream space. As for Divine Dream and Lin Ming, they only had to persist for a period of time, waiting for everyone to leave before they could fight Astral Vault and Soaring Feather without any scruples. Seeing Soaring Feather suppressed by the joint strength of these two people, Astral Vault God King grimaced. Force fields were not his expertise. Although he possessed an unimaginably powerful mortal body and physical strength, it was hard for him to play a role in the current situation and help Soaring Feather. Astral Vault said, "Soaring Feather, why are you wasting so much time talking to them? Let's fight instead." To martial artists, words were only empty air. All that mattered was strength. Even if they couldn't kill these two, suppressing them was more than enough. Martial artists all had their proud hearts. If their skills truly were inferior to others, then they had no choice but to believe they were smaller, and also be the ones to yield. For instance, if Lin Ming really suffered disastrous defeat beneath the hands of Astral Vault of Soaring Feather, and the disparity was also enormous, then he would inevitably be forced to release Dark Moon, High Sun, and Blue Lotus without any conditions. Otherwise, everyone would only think that Lin Ming was a sore loser whose actions were too shameful. However, Soaring Feather actually looked at Lin Ming and said, "What are your conditions?" Soaring Feather had actually yielded a step and planned on negotiating conditions with Lin Ming. Astral Vault was startled. Even the human martial artists were surprised. Soaring Feather and Astral Vault had originally menacingly rushed into the hidden Dragon Galaxy. According to logic and how events had played out in the past between the humans and saints, then Astral Vault and Soaring Feather should have started a massacre in the hidden Dragon Galaxy and taken away Fairy Blue Lotus with absolute strength. At the very least, they could have used their strength to threaten the humans and force them to release their captives. Afterwards, they could leave again. And perhaps somewhere in the middle they would show off their skills by fighting with Divine Dream and the others. but if Soaring Feather and Astral Vault paid a certain price to exchange for Blue Lotus, Dark Moon, and High Sun, then that would simply be too disgraceful. They were two true divinities, and there was only one enemy true divinity. Astral Vault didn't believe that Soaring Feather could endure this insult. Even if she believed that Lin Ming was a dragon in a deep pool and didn't want to offend him. Even if she believed that with Divine Dream here it would be impossible to kill Lin Ming. But Soaring Feather was a god king, and her innermost heart had its own lofty pride. It was impossible for her to take repeated concessions. Standing on the sidelines and watching as Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm was one thing. First, this was because attacking Lin Ming at this time was no accomplishment at all, but instead a choice only filled with disadvantages. Secondly, attacking a junior as he went through his breakthrough was something that didn't align with Soaring Feather's proud heart. But now it was strange for Soaring Feather to yield once more. The truth was that she was the youngest of the Saint race's 3 true divinities. She was only 15 million years old. When she was a world king, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had long been a true divinity, and also the highest ruler of the saints. In the past, when the good fortune Saint Sovereign was recruiting troops, he had taken an interest in Soaring Feather's peerless talent and had opened up a number of extremely generous conditions with the ultimate objective for her to break into the true divinity realm. Soaring Feather would have had to leave her sect and enter the Good Fortune Saint Palace, becoming a direct disciple of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. However, this offer had been refused by Soaring Feather, and she ultimately relied upon her own strength to break into the true divinity realm. This part of history was something that many saint martial artists didn't know of, and Soaring Feather wouldn't speak of this either. However, Astral Vault God King had been a saint true divinity during this period and knew clearly what had occurred. Moreover, he knew that although the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't able to recruit Soaring Feather, he still gave her a helping hand. After all, Soaring Feather's sect had been far too weak compared to the Good Fortune Saint Palace. Such a sect was unable to support a talent like Soaring Feather in becoming a true divinity. This was also the reason Soaring Feather owed the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign a favor. Over 6,000 years ago, when the great calamity of humanity arrived, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had fought the primal god race. Lin Ming and the primal god race had joined forces, and with the aid of the Azura decrees, they had wounded the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Due to the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's fear of the Soul Emperor, he had no choice but to retreat deep into the void while his wounds mended. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had requested Soaring Feather to come forwards and hunt down Lin Ming. The reason the proud Soaring Feather with her identity as a true divinity would chase down and kill a Holy Lord Realm Jr. was because of this favor. Lin Ming said, "I can release Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, but my condition is that you and Astral Vault God King both withdraw from the war between the saints and humanity." Lin Ming's words resonated with power, but these terms caused Soaring Feather's complexion to turn icy cold. And beside her, Astral Vault God King was also enraged. This Lin Ming, just who did he think he was? What rights did he have to say this? Soaring Feather and Astral Vault originally didn't want to participate in this great war between humanity and the saints, but because of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's request, and because of favors they had received in the past, they had reluctantly joined. Since they had already joined, how could they withdraw from this war? Just because of some words from Lin Ming, someone who was just a junior from the enemy side. If this were to be known, then others would call it the greatest joke in the world. Even if Soaring Feather attached an immense importance to her disciple fairy Blue Lotus's life, for Lin Ming to raise such conditions in front of everyone, she would still refuse them. This was her principle as well as her bottom line. Not to mention Soaring Feather and Astral Vault. Even the human martial artists thought that Lin Ming's words were a bit too much. If Soaring Feather and Astral Vault were to agree like this and scurry away with their tails between their legs, could they even be called martial artists? Seeing Soaring Feather's simmering killing intent, Lin Ming said, "Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished stating my conditions. Once you and Astral Vault withdraw, I will also withdraw, and I guarantee that besides the good fortune Saint Sovereign, who I have a great enmity with, I will no longer strike out against Saint martial artists unless they offend me or wish to harm me. And once the good fortune Saint Sovereign leaves seclusion, and when I believe the time is right, I will seek out the good fortune Saint Sovereign for a showdown." Lin Ming's words were shocking. From carefully analyzing them, one could make out many different meanings within. He classified his showdown with the good fortune Saint Sovereign as his own personal grudge, separating it from the war between humanity and the saints. Over 6,000 years ago, when Soaring Feather hunted down Lin Ming, that grudge was not placed on Soaring Feather, but was instead diverted to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Finally, Lin Ming's words meant that even if humanity was victorious, even if Lin Ming could reach the same realm as the Azura Road Master, he still wouldn't launch war against the saints, nor did he have any intentions of exterminating them from the 33 heavens. This was because he had already promised that besides the good fortune Saint Sovereign and those other saints that provoked or attempted to harm him, he wouldn't move against any other members of the saint race. In truth, most saints were innocent. Even those saint warriors that slaughtered humans still had family members and children that were innocent. Lin Ming didn't wish to deprive countless people in the 33 heavens of life and happiness. This universe had already suffered enough devastation. In the endless flow of time, there were countless races that had been erased from history. Even in the future, there would still be races destroyed and new races rising in their place. But at the very least, Lin Ming didn't wish to have the sin of an entire race disappearing on his hands. For a time, everyone was amazed by Lin Ming's proposal, even Empyrean Divine Dream. But she immediately understood Lin Ming's plan. In Lin Ming's eyes, there was only one singular true great enemy in the saint race. That was the good fortune Saint Sovereign. As long as the good fortune Saint Sovereign was dealt with, then the war between humanity and the saints would naturally come to a conclusion. And if the good fortune Saint Sovereign couldn't be dealt with, then no matter how many victory songs humanity sung or how much they won, all of it would be meaningless. Like this, Lin Ming continuing to involve himself in the war between humanity and the saints was also pointless. It could even be said that the gains weren't equal to the losses. This was because fighting people that he could instantly kill did not help sharpen his strength. What he wanted was a greater challenge. At this moment, Divine Dream had a premonition that Lin Ming would leave soon. Before the good fortune Saint Sovereign, this calamity of humanity would no longer be able to provide enough space for Lin Ming to grow. But he also knew that once he left, it would be incredibly difficult for Divine Dream to face two enemies by herself. Thus, forcing Soaring Feather and Astral Vault out from this war would be the last matter he completed for the human race before he left. Chapter 2062, Talks Collapse. Chapter 2062, Talks Collapse. You want us, along with you, to withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints. Astral Vault frowned. He didn't like being led along by others. This feeling was like he was simply following whatever decision Lin Ming chose, like he were taking orders. Wasn't this just disgraceful? And Divine Dream, Soaring Feather's eyes flashed to the side of Lin Ming. At this time, Divine Dream was standing not too far away from Lin Ming. She remained silent, a vision of white, waiting for Lin Ming to answer for her. Senior Divine Dream will continue to remain involved in the war between humanity and the saints in order to make up for the difference in strength. The ones withdrawing will be you, me, and Astral Vault, 3 people altogether. Lin Ming confidently stated, the saints had far more Empyreans than humanity. Without divine dream here to keep the balance, humanity would be unable to engage the saints on the battlefield. However, as these words fell into the ears of Soaring Feather and Astral Vault, it actually grated upon their ears. "What did you just say?" Astral Vault's tone suddenly turned cold. Originally, Astral Vault wasn't particularly willing to accept Lin Ming's proposition to withdraw from the war because he didn't like being led along by a junior. But now that he heard the deal wouldn't be equal, he was even angrier. Could they really allow Divine Dream, a true divinity powerhouse, to freely slaughter their Saint Empyreans? Lin Ming said, "In this world there always exists the principle of equal exchange. In a war between races, however much war strength humanity takes out will also be the same that the saints take out. This is a fair concept." It would probably have been better if Lin Ming didn't explain himself, because once he did, Astral Vault began to emit a dense killing intent. Astral Vault's complexion was dark, as he grimly said, "So you are saying that you alone are equal to me and Soaring Feather. So the three of us withdrawing together is an equal exchange." Lin Ming glanced at Astral Vault. "You can also understand the situation like this. In this deal, my withdrawal also means the withdrawal of Famine's avatar. Moreover, just I alone may not necessarily make up for the loss of war strength created by the withdrawal of you and Soaring Feather from the war. At this moment, I certainly cannot fight one against two, but with enough time, I believe that will be possible." Lin Ming provoked again and again. Astral Vault finally couldn't withstand it. He was like a powder keg ready to explode. His face twisted into a fierce visage, his expression as if he were about to step forward and strangle Lin Ming. "You are courting death." Astral Vault finally reached his limit. With a loud crackling sound, his mortal body began to grow. From between his eyebrows, a mysterious 9-dragon design appeared. With it, ancient runes appeared all over his body, and his crystalline skin began to turn a faint blood red. Astral Vault God King had already activated the strength of his bloodline and had begun the saint race's body metamorphosis. A great battle was ready to erupt at any moment. Lin Ming's eyes shined bright. In truth, he had long expected that battle was inevitable. Words could be a sharp weapon, but in negotiations between martial artists, strength was always what decided victory and defeat. If words weren't enough to convince others, then they could only overpower each other by force. Lin Ming wanted to use the price of his withdrawal to exchange for the withdrawal of Soaring Feather and Astral Vault. If they didn't fight, then this deal would be impossible, because whether it was Soaring Feather or Astral Vault, their prideful hearts would not allow them to agree to such a deal. And at this time, Soaring Feather also stepped forwards. Her white clothes fluttered about her, and her long hair danced in the wind. Thick feathers fell around her. It was clear that she wouldn't agree to these conditions. She didn't want to involve herself in this war between the saints and humanity to begin with. She understood that this war was in truth nothing more than the ambitions of the good fortune saint sovereign. But in the end, she was also a saint martial artist. She didn't wish to see the saints be defeated by humanity. She wouldn't stand by idly as Divine Dream suppressed her people with a superiority in absolute strength. As Soaring Feather displayed her force field, Divine Dream also drew out her sword. Beneath the starlight, her appearance was sharp and fierce, just like a 10,000-year-old shard of glacial ice. A 4-person battle between 3 true divinities and Lin Ming was about to explode at any moment. But at this time, Lin Ming actually stopped Divine Dream. "Senior Divine Dream, allow me to handle this. These conditions were originally between me and 2 saint true divinities. If you involve yourself in this, then it will be impossible to convince them. Even if we win, it will only be the same as you and me, as well as Astral Vault and Soaring Feather all withdrawing from the great calamity." Lin Ming calmly said. Astral Vault sneered. "So what if you join forces? Do you think that you 2 joining forces will be able to defeat us joining forces? Whoever is weaker, we will only know upon fighting. Lin Ming indifferently replied. He looked towards Astral Vault, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. I alone will fight you too. Of course, it will be one at a time. I won't use Famine's avatar as the price for fighting me one at a time. Famine's avatar contained a dreadful war potential. In the hands of the good fortune Saint Sun, it had a strength close, or even near, that of a middle true divinity. But in Lin Ming's hands, he had already drawn out a massive amount of the avatar's flesh and blood essence energy. The avatar's strength had fallen precipitously, but even so, it could still be considered a formidable existence amongst lower true divinities. Although Famine's avatar had weakened, Lin Ming was far stronger than the good fortune Saint Sun. Whether it was in soul force or fusion compatibility, he was leagues ahead of the good fortune Saint Sun. In Lin Ming's hands, lower true divinity Famine would be able to display a war strength far higher than what the good fortune Saint Sun displayed. If Lin Ming were able to fight Astral Vault or Soaring Feather, then with Famine's avatar added on, he might be able to use its immense strength and massive size to fight one against two. Good. Very good. Then I will fight you. As long as you have strength that can match mine, then I will withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints. Not just that, but I will also make a vow that in the future, if I attack any human influence that doesn't have ill intent towards me, or provokes me, then my foundation will crack, and my cultivation will be crippled. In addition, if I cannot defeat you, then my two useless disciples will also withdraw from the war and return to honestly cultivate in earnest, never coming back out to disgrace themselves lest they are captured and used to threaten me again. Astral Vault God King was finally moved to true anger. Lin Ming said, "Very well. A promise is a promise. Since that's the case, then I will promise that if you keep up your end of the bargain, I will have the Legion of Famine withdraw too, no longer joining the great battle between humanity and the saints, and only using them to protect my family." Since Lin Ming said he would withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints, he would do so thoroughly. In this regard, the Legion of Famine could also be considered a part of his strength, and he wouldn't play word games concerning this. As he spoke, Lin Ming turned to Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather remained silent. This was the same as agreeing to these conditions. As for things like contracts, there was no need to sign them. Whether it was Lin Ming or these two true divinities, they were all prideful individuals in their hearts, and their word was more precious than stars. They wouldn't renege on their promises. Taking a step back, even if one side went back on their word, then the other side could tear apart the agreement and rejoin the war. There wouldn't be any losses. Lin Ming silently drew out the black dragon spear. His figure flashed, and he had already crossed through the starry skies, flying thousands of miles away. A true divinity-level battle was no trifling matter. He didn't want the human juniors to be drawn in. Otherwise, the energy shockwaves would reduce them to ashes. Divine Dream was easily able to create a force field 100 miles wide around the battlefield to shelter the human martial artists. Astral Vault narrowed his eyes. Looking at Lin Ming 100 miles away, he quietly drew out a dark gold heavy sword. This heavy sword was a true divinity spirit treasure. Astral Vault was someone who had reached the limits of the body transformation system. "Be careful, he isn't simple," Soaring Feather said with a sound transmission. "I know, although I don't want to acknowledge it. I can see from the phenomena that occurred during this boy's Empyrean heavenly tribulation that he has some measure of skill. But, so what? If we don't fight, then we'll never know who is weaker and who is stronger. At least in the last tens of millions of years, I have never truly engaged in brutal battle with someone. That woman divine, Dream, simply never fought me at all. She only used those damned illusions to play with me, and now my belly's long been full of fire." Astral Vault God King's fighting intent was already boiling over. He lifted his golden heavy sword and slowly flew towards Lin Ming. At this time, all the human martial artists looked upon Astral Vault God King's back and held their breath. They had naturally clearly heard the negotiations between Lin Ming and the two Saint True Divinities, and they knew that this battle concerned the future of the human race. Chapter 2063, Fighting Astral Vault. Chapter 2063, Fighting Astral Vault. In a sea of stars, Lin Ming and Astral Vault stood a mere 10 miles apart from each other. The starlight was misty and the killing intent was solemn. Because of the invisible energy, it was as if this entire space had become denser. Everyone was focused on this fight. Divine Dream had already released her force field to protect the human elites. Lin Ming was the spiritual leader of humanity. Just after breaking into the Empyrean realm, he now welcomed a battle against a God King. At this time, Astral Vault God King had his great arms crossed against his chest, his massive golden sword pressed against his body. This action wasn't because he looked down on Lin Ming, but because this was the initial battle stance of the true divinity cultivation method that Astral Vault God King trained in. The Astral Vault Saint Body. When his arms were crossed together, while it didn't seem that his movements could be fast, the truth was that this stance unified the astral essence within his body and formed a type of potential. As for Lin Ming, his battle stance was much more common. He flew high in the air, his hand extended diagonally, pointing the spear point down towards the void. His eyes were closed as he locked onto the surrounding space with his divine sense. To a martial artist on the level of Lin Ming, there was no difference between opening and closes their eyes. However, closing his eyes allowed him to better calm his mind, forming a more perfect union within the universe of his body and the universe of the world. This was a stance of becoming one with the heavens and earth, also a peak manifestation of the Azura laws and Holy Scripture laws. The world seemed to come to a standstill for this single frame of time. Bang! Astral Vault God King was the first to act. His movements were sudden, and his speed immediately reached the peak. Astral Vault God King was someone who had reached the peak in the body transformation system. In terms of laws and force fields, he might be at a disadvantage, but in terms of physique, he nearly reached the peak of the universe. A powerful body brought him not just terrifying strength, but also unparalleled speed. No one could see just how Astral Vault God King had launched an attack when his arms were crossed against his chest. The Empyreans present also saw a flash as Astral Vault God King turned into a beam of light that hurtled forwards. The potential that Astral Vault God King had gathered with the initial battle stance of the Astral Vault Saint Body was completely poured into this strike, and what he attacked Lin Ming with was not the golden sword in his hand, but his fist. In fact, for someone like Astral Vault God King, his mortal body could already compare favorably with a true divinity spirit treasure. There was no difference in striking power between his fist and sword. The void collapsed. Space storms swept out and rolled forwards. These storms gathered together, merging with Astral Vault God King's potential. At this moment, it was like Lin Ming wasn't facing a fist, but a falling star. Everyone held their breath. This was the disparity between a true divinity and an Empyrean, facing Astral Vault God King's fist. Nearly all of the Empyreans couldn't help but think that his strike would be impossible to resist. This feeling was no different from a mortal facing landslides and tsunamis. It was impossible to struggle. And at this time, Lin Ming also moved. Like a divine dragon awaked from its slumber, his eyes flashed open. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, his strike colliding with Astral Vault God King's fist. In that terrifying impact, endless space and time storm shattered. All that was left over was the great momentum formed within Astral Vault God King's fist, smashing into Lin Ming's black dragon spear. A clash of fist and spear. Chi. A powerful pressure caused the black dragon spear to distort. It bent like a drawn bow. But at the same time, Astral Vault God King's protective astral essence was also pierced through, leaving behind golden bloodstains on his hand. These bloodstains burned in astral essence like a mass of divine flame, emitting an all-powerful light as if suns were exploding. Bang! The two separated. The black dragon spear whipped back to its straight form, Astral Vault God King, and Lin Ming flew back several hundred miles before pausing in the void. In this one strike, no one had been able to harm the other, but many human martial artists had cold beads of sweat dripping down their foreheads. This Astral Vault God King was simply too terrifying. Although they didn't know what rank Lin Ming's black spear was, they faintly knew that it must be a true divinity spirit treasure of the highest caliber. But Astral Vault God King had actually used his fist to contend with this spear. Just how powerful was his mortal body? Although Astral Vault God King's fist had been injured, what followed was... Everyone looked towards Astral Vault God King and saw him wave his right hand. The bloodstains on his fist had solidified, and the golden blood was being absorbed back through his skin. The wound on his hand regenerated at a visible speed, and soon it disappeared altogether. Seeing such a frightening bodily recovery ability, the human martial artists present all felt weak at heart. This person possessed a mortal body with a dreadful defensive capability that could resist a true divinity spirit treasure, and also had a formidable regeneration ability. This was simply the perfect defense for the human Empyreans present. Even if this type of enemy were to stand still and allow them to strike him, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Was this Astral Vault God King's strength? Indeed, there were no weaklings amongst those that were able to become a true divinity. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Astral Vault God King's right hand. He said in a soft voice, "So that's how it is. In terms of mortal body intensity, you already far surpass the rank of a lower true divinity. Every true divinity had their own special skills. For instance, the Spirita's great Brahmic god king excelled in the aspect of the mind and spiritual sea. An Empyrean divine dream had balanced her development of the essence gathering system and soul forging system, and was able to show countless variations of styles, making it impossible for Astral Vault God King to do anything. Soaring Feather God King was also similar to Divine Dream. She was skilled in spiritual sea and illusions, and even had high attainments of the body. As for Astral Vault God King, he cultivated his body only to become a true divinity with his body alone. He used a single cultivation system to resist the other two. From this, it could be seen just how great Astral Vault God King's mortal bodily strength was. This sort of person had peerless talent in the body transformation system, and he was someone who displayed this talent to the extreme. My mortal body intensity actually goes beyond that of a true divinity spirit treasure, but true divinity spirit treasures are simply objects. Destroying them, while not easy, can still be achieved. As for me, I am skilled in all sorts of cultivation methods and different skills. With my mortal body, once I pour an astral essence and revolve the Astral Vault Saint body, the intensity of my body will increase by 10 times. Your attacks are strong, but if you cannot break through my defenses, then everything you try will be futile. Astral Vault God King sneered. Even the human true divinity Divine Dream wasn't able to harm him, and had only trapped him in her illusions. I see. Lin Ming didn't have any expression. So what if Astral Vault's mortal body was strong? His mortal body was also strong, and it was also incredibly formidable. In particular, after opening another Dao Palace, what Lin Ming desired was to engage in frontal battle with a body transformation master. At that moment, 6 Dao Palaces opened within Lin Ming's body. Behind him, 9 brilliant stars appeared. Endless starlight poured into Lin Ming, merging into those 6 Dao Palaces. Even Lin Ming's black dragon spear started to shine with blinding starlight, scattering a luminous silvery brilliance all around. The black dragon spear was a peak true divinity spirit treasure, but if he couldn't pour enough strength into it, then its power would be greatly reduced. Now, after pouring in starlight, the black dragon spear seemed to come alive. Ringing cries of a dragon howled out from the spear, resounding through the void into the vastness of space. Astral Vault God King narrowed his eyes. You want to compete with me using body transformation? Ha ha. Then bring it on. As Astral Vault God King spoke, he bellowed out and smashed his fist down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming slashed out his spear in response. Bang. This was the second time the two clashed. Golden astral essence and silver starlight turned into a horrifying energy storm that swept outwards. This time, the black dragon spear didn't bend. It seemed as if it truly had become an unrivaled divine dragon, capable of shattering stars. Astral Vault God King was a body transformation God King, and his speed neared the limits of possibility. But Lin Ming was actually no worse, completely able to keep up with Astral Vault God King's speed. The two of them engaged in a brutal melee of speed. However, their striking power wasn't exchanged as a price for this speed. In fact, every time they clashed, their strikes would cause an energy storm to sweep outwards. Each time a storm was born, it would persist for a long time. From far away, it seemed as if the entire distant skies were covered with giant gold and silver vortexes. A nearly 1,000-mile large meteor was sucked into this gold and silver vortex and immediately burst into fragments before being reduced to dust. This boggled the mind. How could the attacks of these two be so terrifying? If some of the weaker Empyreans present were drawn in, they wouldn't even have their bones left. With such high-speed attacks, and every attack having so much power behind it, just how could anyone fight them? Ha ha! Great! Wonderful! Astral Vault God King wildly roared. For him to laugh so recklessly in the midst of such fierce combat proved that he still had ample strength remaining. Amid this great laughter, Astral Vault God King's body emitted crackling from all over. His body started to grow, and a faint red glow covered his body. The mystical symbol that appeared between his eyebrows before showed, once again, he had completed his bloodline body metamorphosis. Bang! The void exploded. After transforming, Astral Vault God King was able to punch open a black hole in the void with his strikes. Lin Ming rapidly drew backwards. Lin Ming grasped his spear, his eyes blazing brilliantly at Astral Vault God King. This was the first time that Astral Vault God King had used the heavy sword in his hands. This heavy sword seemed no different from a door, and the blade was even longer than a man's height. But as Astral Vault God King held this heavy sword, this incredible length seemed just right. This heavy sword was dark gold in color and didn't seem different from an ordinary sword. However, Lin Ming discovered that when light flowed over this sword, it actually seemed to curve as if it were being drawn in by it, or perhaps the space surrounding the sword itself was distorted. This sword's name is Dark Star. Astral Vault God King had a proud smile as he saw Lin Ming looking at his sword. When I was stepping into true divinity, I once went into seclusion on a dark star. Using the dark star's terrifying gravity, I tempered my own mortal body. After I truly broke into the realm of true divinity, before I left, I used all of my strength to pull out a piece of matter from this dark star, a piece that was 3 inches wide, a foot long, and considerably thick. After I returned, I went into seclusion for another 1,000 years to use this dark star material to create a thin and long sword form. Using this sword form as the base, I cast an immense amount of golden gem demonic steel atop it. Finally forging it into a heavy sword, I did not refine it, nor did I carve any demonic runes on its surface. While this is a true divinity spirit treasure, it actually doesn't have any supernatural abilities or array formations within. But With its terrifying weight alone as well as its incredible hardness, it is the best weapon for me. As Astral Vault spoke, many people were bewildered. Dark Star? What was that? Chapter 2064, Sword Potential Sealed. Chapter 2064, Sword Potential Sealed. Dark Star, that is a celestial body evolved from an old fire star. Empyreans with insufficient cultivation cannot hope to approach one. On the human side, Great Limitless Buddha began to slowly explain. Many junior human martial artists simply didn't know what a dark star was. In fact, within the wild universe, they had never seen such a celestial body before. The gravitational force of a dark star was far too terrifying. If the tiniest speck of material were placed on an ordinary planet, it would still be heavier than a mountain range. If a normal martial artist were to land on a dark star, or even if they approached too closely, then entire bodies would be torn to pieces by the immense gravitational force. Yet, Astral Vault was able to rip out a piece of this matter and cast it into a divine sword. It was hard to imagine just what boundary his mortal body had reached. In order to train a transcendent divine body, he actually cultivated on a dark star to temper his mortal body. Not just that, but he even ripped out a part of that dark star to forge an incomparably heavy weapon. That is just the actions of a crazy man. Lin Ming muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the sword in Astral Vault God King's hands. In terms of quality, it might be inferior to his own Black Dragon Spear, but in terms of weight, it was many times heavier, and the Black Dragon Spear was already heavy enough to be a pillar that supported the heavens. If such a sword were to be slashed out at high speed, then the might it would display was unimaginable. Then Astral Vault God King moved. He wielded the Dark Star Sword and chopped down. The speed of the sword wasn't fast, but it contains the overwhelming momentum of Astral Vault God King's attack. It locked down the surrounding void, making it so that no one could dodge. Lin Ming's pupil shrank, and he rapidly stormed backwards. At the same time, his entire body emitted loud crackling sounds as crimson scales appeared all over him. He had used the strength of the Azura blood. Kacha! The cage of space was shattered, and Astral Vault God King's sword struck empty space. A terrifying potential erupted. Astral Vault God King's sword strike slashed open the horizon, forming a massive black gap. Titanic space storms swept out, creating a great pressure on the surrounding area. Astral Vault God King grinned. He slashed out again and again, dozens of times, each strike like a trillion landslides, able to tear planets apart. This horrifying attack joined together into a single stretch, causing even the universe to tremble. But Lin Ming didn't attack. He simply dodged. Although each sword strike seemed incomparably dangerous to avoid, he managed to evade every one. You want to consume my strength? Then let's give it a try. Astral Vault God King's eyes flashed with a cold brilliance. In terms of physical strength, Astral Vault God King was at the pinnacle of the saints. Astral Vault Saint Body was originally a cultivation method focused on endurance and strength. Astral Vault God King could fiercely battle for 100 days without faltering. Not just that, but Astral Vault God King's speed grew faster and faster. Although this Dark Star Sword was bewilderingly heavy, its potential seemed to fuse together with Astral Vault God King, as if sword and man had become one. CA. A sword swept through the void, locking out all directions for Lin Ming to dodge. Without enough time to evade, Lin Ming brought up his spear. Bang! A horrifying weight crashed down. Even the Black Dragon Spear that had the power of starlight poured into it curved upon impact. Lin Ming's hand shook, and he was sent flying away, tumbling through the starry skies like a streaking meteor. Astral Vault God King chased forwards, sword light blazing ahead of him. Every sword light cut open the void and left behind an alarming sword scar. Some sword scars were several hundred miles long, some were several miles long, and some were only the height of a person. Generally speaking, when martial artists fought, it wasn't difficult to tear open space, even in stable universes of the 33 heavens. And after space was torn open, there would be space storms that swept out. At the same time, these tears would rapidly regenerate. This was the self-repair ability of space. However, the space cracks cut open by astral vault god kings seemed to persist. Once they appeared, they seemed to want to regenerate, but an invisible strength prevented them, causing them to be half regenerated and half torn. Slowly, more and more sword scars appeared. Hundreds and thousands of sword scars appeared, unexpectedly forming a massive dark gold net of light. This net of light locked down the entire surrounding space. For a time, the void became incredibly heavy and sticky. Lin Ming and Astral Vault God King were sealed within. These are the sword scars created by Astral Vault God King just now. Some martial artists exclaimed as they realized what occurred. Astral Vault God King had struck out thousands of times just now, each sword strike creating a tear in space. People thought that these space tears were because Astral Vault God King's sword light had been too strong, but now it seemed that he had intentionally done this. The thousands of space-time sword scars gathered together in a continuous stretch, compressing the battlefield into a radius of several hundred miles. For two true divinity-level powerhouses, an area of space that was a mere several hundred miles in radius could be passed through in a millionth of an instant. It simply couldn't even be considered a distance. Like this, Lin Ming would be forced into the smallest range possible. While Lin Ming would find it increasingly difficult to dodge, Astral Vault God King would be able to display his strength to the limit. This Astral Vault is indeed terrifying. I never imagined he would have so many methods at his disposal. Skyrend Godlord commented, "These sword scars are not normal space cracks, but a manifestation of sword potential. Each time Astral Vault strikes out, his attacks contain a great potential. This sword potential lingers on in those space tears, and they remain sharp as before, constantly tearing open the space again and preventing space from repairing itself. If anyone were to run into these space tears, they would also be attacked by this sword potential, and there would be dreadful consequences. Although it wouldn't be the same as being directly attacked by Astral Vault's sword, it still isn't something an Empyrean would be able to withstand. True divinity. There isn't a single one that is not terrifying. Astral Vault God King's attainments in force fields might not be profound, but this technique of his is able to make up for his inferiority in force fields. Ooh. Dark Demon Monarch said with a grim expression, "A force field was a separate space created around a martial artist containing laws that were beneficial to their combat condition. Generally speaking, their usual roles were to suppress and block. And now, these sword scars that Astral Vault God King slashed out served a similar purpose. Once the scope of the battlefield was limited to the smallest area possible, he would be able to display the greatest strength of his powerful mortal body. But at this time, within the sealed space created by thousands of sword scars, Lin Ming was silently perceiving the surrounding space laws. He had locked onto every sword scar with his divine sense. His sense penetrated into the sword scars, and then out again. Lin Ming realized that these sword scars weren't truly unbreakable, but during the time it would take him to break through the net of sword light, Astral Vault God King would seize this chance to attack him. At this time, Astral Vault God was already hurtling towards him. A distance of several hundred miles took less than the blink of an eye to cross. Astral Vault God King's sword slashed down, as heavy as a mountain range. With limited space, Lin Ming no longer drew backwards. He revolved the strength within his body to the limit. The black dragon spear held out. Bang! Lin Ming's arms shook once more, and his hands went numb. The Dark Star Sword was simply too heavy. Just the terrifying gravity of it made one feel. that its strikes were impossible to withstand. Beneath the tremendous inertia of the strike, Lin Ming was sent flying backwards, whereupon he smashed into the net of sword scars. Walala, the light net violently shook. The back of Lin Ming's clothes was immediately torn apart, revealing a black, flexible armor. This flexible armor was also ripped open, and blood began dripping down the cracks. From just this single collision, everyone could see how horrifying this light net was. If it weren't Lin Ming, but another Empyrean, who had crashed into the light net, they would have already been torn apart. This was Astral Vault God King's terrifying ability. Even after his sword strike was over, it would still leave behind a sword scar that possessed a dreadful lethality. This was the might of his sword potential. Lin Ming casually reached out a hand and tore off the torn, flexible armor. His naked upper body revealed blood-stained black scales. His wounds were also visibly regenerating. However, sword potential created continuous destruction on his wounds, making it so that the rate of Lin Ming's regeneration was much slower than Astral Vault's. Lin Ming, you are finished. Although you are an outstanding existence, you will still lose to me. Although I can send you smashing into the light net again and again, using up your strength, I don't plan to do this. I won't give you any chance to recover. As Astral Vault spoke, he roared out loud. His mortal body began to transform once more. His skin became dark red, and more curse seals appeared over his body. He seemed to have used an arcane skill, or perhaps it was a different variation of his body metamorphosis. But regardless of what it was, what remained doubtless was that Astral Vault God King had become more formidable than he was a moment ago. He was beginning to use his complete strength. Dark Star Disintegration. Astral Vault God King grasped his sword in both hands and lifted it high above his head. In that moment, endless light shot out from the Dark Star sword, covering the entire space within the light net. Then, Astral Vault God King brought the Dark Star sword chopping wildly down, instantly slashing out 1,000 times. These 1,000 sword strikes each contained 30 to 40% of Astral Vault God King's all-out strength. The 1,000 sword strikes covered the world, spreading out in all directions and blocking all. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. From between his eyebrows, the Davic eye shined with blinding radiance. His pupils also changed, becoming the shape of a needle. Mysterious patterns surrounded his eyes. As he opened the Davic Eye Dao Palace, he also used 3 lives pupils all existence to void. Astral Vault God King had achieved the peak of physical strength, but what he sacrificed was the might of laws. Beneath the dual sight of 3 lives pupils all existence to void, and the Davic Eye, these 1,000 sword lights became completely different. They seemed to spread everywhere, blotting out the skies and blocking every possible direction to dodge in. But in Lin Ming's eyes, their formation lacked the perfection of the laws. Some sword lights were fast, and some sword lights were slow. In chasing after an ever-stronger attack, Astral Vault God King inevitably had to sacrifice a portion of speed in his attack. This gave Lin Ming a chance that he could exploit to evade. He stepped through the void. He was like a swallow flying through a storm as he broke into that sea of sword light. You want to kill yourself? Ha ha! Then come. Astral Vault God King laughed. If he had the chance to kill Lin Ming, then he certainly wouldn't mind. But he knew that this chance was extremely small. However, the moment the sword light completely covered Lin Ming, an inconceivable sight occurred. Astral Vault God King watched as Lin Ming shuttled through the sword light like a fish through water, rushing through the tiniest slits to avoid over 90% of the sword light. Less than 10% of it fell on Lin Ming. And at this time, the 9 great stars in the skies flashed. Starlight gathered together, condensing. Astral Vault God King's sword light net wasn't able to prevent the starlight of the highest heavens passing through. Within the infinite starry space, a star sea formed around Lin Ming. Lin Ming slashed out his spear, pouring this star sea into his strike as he fired into Astral Vault God King's 1,000 sword lights. Star sea against sword sea. Chapter 2065. Reverse. Chapter 2065. Reverse. Bang. The sea of stars collided with the sword light. The sea of stars was torn apart, and the sword light was also devoured. At this time, a black light shrouded over everything. The sword net that Astral Vault God King formed began to violently sway beneath this tremendous impact, and the attached sword potential also seemed as if it would soon fall apart. In this instant, Astral Vault God King was submerged within the sea of stars. In the endless starlight of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Astral Vault God King felt like a mortal soaking in heavy mercury, his flesh and blood burning away. His sword potential was diminished, and his sense was also blocked by the starlight. Divine sense was not Astral Vault God King's specialty, but even without using a sense, he could still feel Lin Ming rapidly approaching because he could feel a dense killing intent rushing towards him. Astral Vault God King roared out loud. He stepped forward, his dark star sword slashing down. Kacha! That sword seemed as if it could cut apart the sun and moon. By relying on the dark star sword's horrifying weight, Astral Vault God King was able to directly shear apart the sea of stars. The dark star sword collided with the black spear. The tremendous weight brought with it an overwhelming momentum. The endless power of the 9 stars was swept up by this sword, exploding in the air. Bang! The black spear was smashed into a bent bow by the dark star sword. The powerful backlash sent Lin Ming soaring backwards, and that overweeningly domineering astral essence struck his chest, causing him to spit out blood. Die. Astral Vault God King diabolically grinned. He knew that in that last attack his astral sword light has swept through Lin Ming. Astral Vault God King was well aware of just how terrifying his astral sword light was. It wasn't something that a human's mortal body could withstand. His body emitted explosive crackling sounds. He hurtled forwards, chasing after the victory. Astral Vault God King slashed out his sword several times. Endless sword potential contracted, forming a special sword potential space that blocked all possible routes to evade in. This is bad. On the human side, an Empyrean cried out in alarm. This sword potential space was like a giant meat grinder. Within it, sword potential cut throughout. Once one was sealed inside, they would be torn into fragments by the sword potential. Even if Lin Ming was incomparably fierce, this protective true essence would still be compressed by the sword potential, and he would be restrained everywhere. If he wanted to break through the sword potential space, he would need to spend a considerable amount of effort and time, but how would Astral Vault God King give him such a chance? In this sword potential space, Astral Vault God King's striking power reached the zenith of his capabilities. It was fundamentally impossible for Lin Ming to avoid Astral Vault God King's attacks. Your blood shall be a sacrifice to my sword. Astral Vault God King's voice was loud and clear, like billowing waves of heavenly thunder, vast and merciless. He blazed forwards, his sword slashing down and annihilating all laws. But in this moment, Astral Vault God King's condensed sword potential space suddenly shook. Somehow, Lin Ming, who he had thought was trapped inside his sword potential space, suddenly used some unknown method to break free, gripping a black spear and sweeping out. What? Astral Vault God King was simply unable to respond for a time. Although his sword potential space had trembled just then, it hadn't shattered, so how had Lin Ming managed to free himself? In the fleeting instant, there was no time for him to figure out what occurred. He lifted his dark star sword, and astral essence burnt all over his body as he lit up like a scorching sun. Bang! the Azura Phantom grabbed hold of the wheel and smashed into Astral Vault God King's chest. Puff! Astral Vault God King spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling away like a meteor. Astral Vault God King, someone with incredible bodily strength and a mortal body that far surpassed a god beast in intensity, had actually suffered heavy losses. And in this moment, the fourth Lin Ming appeared. There's more? Astral Vault God King's eyes turned blood red. Before this, Astral Vault God King had fought side by side with Soaring Feather God King and had engaged Empyrean Divine Dream in an exasperating guerrilla war. He simply hadn't had much communication with the Saints. All he knew was that after Lin Ming returned, humanity had been able to win a number of victories. However, he hadn't returned long enough to hear that Lin Ming had 3 avatars. And in truth, even if he knew this, he still wouldn't necessarily have been able to come up with a plan to deal with them. This was because while Astral Vault God King was formidable, his fighting technique was extremely singular in both offense and defensive and lacked the variety needed. But Lin Ming had learned a broad depth of skills, and his fighting techniques were ever-changing, making it impossible to defend against. Astral Vault God King was no longer able to tell whether this fourth Lin Ming was an avatar or his main body. All he felt was that this approaching enemy seemed to melt into the starry skies, his body reaching the peak of speed, and his attack trajectory nearly impossible to predict. This Lin Ming didn't use a weapon, but simply used a palm to crash into Astral Vault God King. At this moment, Astral Vault God King bit down on the tip of his tongue and forced out a drop of blood essence. This drop of blood essence didn't instantly burn like the blood essence of an ordinary martial artist. Rather, it turned into a golden fog of blood that covered Astral Vault God King's body. Astral Vault God King summoned his astral essence, attacking for the 4th time in a short period. This sword would soon chop down on Lin Ming's palm. This sudden change bewildered everyone watching. They had all seen how terrifying this dark star sword was, with the sword's horrifying weight and Astral Vault God King's all-out strength. Even a royal god beast would have all its joints and muscles broken apart, smashed into liquid mush. A flesh and blood body was just unable to withstand this. The moment that Lin Ming's palm intersected with the heavy sword, a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared above his palm. This yin-yang diagram contained a vast aura, leaving one gasping for breath. This was the manifestation of Lin Ming's power of divinity and demons. Astral Vault God King's sword crashed into the yin-yang diagram. Puff! Astral Vault God King spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash he suffered from summoning his astral essence while disregarding the roiling blood in his body. This Lin Ming was once again sent soaring backwards from the tremendous impact force. But before Astral Vault God King could catch his breath, his complexion changed once more. He could feel a cunning and slippery strength pass through his dark star sword, drilling into his flesh and blood. Astral Vault God King froze. He discovered that in that attack just now, Lin Ming had poured a dark demonic strength into the yin-yang diagram. That strength had broken into his body, carrying with it an all-destroying demonic force that actually began corroding away at his flesh and blood. His mortal body began to lose its vitality. This was the fusion of Lin Ming's power of demons and the Holy Scripture Law's Book of Death. The power of death covered Astral Vault God King. What was going on? Astral Vault God King was panic-stricken. In normal times, he could transfer all the astral essence in his body and use absolute strength and his scorching sun-like blood energy to suppress this corrosive strength and burn it away. However, because Astral Vault God King had repeatedly summoned his astral essence and even used a drop of blood essence to make 4 attacks, he had exceeded his limit. This caused Astral Vault God King to suffer a deficit in his blood vitality for a brief moment. And this demonic strength took advantage of this chance to enter his body, directly attacking his life source. Astral Vault God King's mortal body defenses were incredibly formidable, but beneath this continuous attack of laws, he was unable to use his powerful mortal body to resist it. Once a deficit appeared in his blood vitality, then it wouldn't be strong enough, and every time he tried to restore some, it would be corrupted and devoured by this demonic strength, becoming a part of that demonic strength. Like this, the demonic strength would continue to expand, forming a vicious cycle. Astral Vault God King's complexion changed. He never imagined that this battle where he had the superiority would be reversed because of a moment of negligence. Or it could even be said that this wasn't a moment of negligence at all, but a trap intentionally laid down by Lin Ming. Chapter 2066, Astral Vault's Defeat. Chapter 2066, Astral Vault's Defeat. In fact, from the moment that Astral Vault God King had mistakenly thought Lin Ming's true self was still confined within the sword potential space, unable to do anything, Astral Vault God King had occupied the inferiority. From a single wrong step, the entire game would topple over. Lin Ming chased after his advantage, sending out 3 continuous attacks and furthering his superior position, forcing Astral Vault God King to summon his blood vitality. And in the last attack, when Astral Vault God King had finally exhausted his blood vitality, Lin Ming used his killing move. Moreover, this strike of Lin Ming's had struck Astral Vault God King where it hurt. Using the Holy Scriptures Book of Death and the power of demons, Lin Ming had corroded Astral Vault's diminished blood vitality, making it so that he wouldn't be able to recover from this strike. This continuous attack had been Lin Ming's plan all along. From the standoff to the beginning to the sudden reversal, everything had happened too suddenly. After seizing hold of Astral Vault's mistake, Lin Ming didn't give him a chance to recover. Even the powerful Astral Vault wasn't able to find a moment to use his great strength. Gotcha! At this time, the sword potential space that Astral Vault prepared was torn apart. A black-clothed Lin Ming broke free from that sword potential space. This Lin Ming had a different spear in his hand. This spear was only a high-grade Empyrean spirit treasure, one obtained when he killed a peak Saint Empyrean. It naturally wasn't able to resist the Dark Star Sword, not even a single strike. 4 Lin Mings scattered in all directions. Without any pause, they began to summon their strength once more. Lin Ming's true self grasped the Black Dragon Spear and pointed it straight at Astral Vault God King, his entire body fused with an yin-yang power. This was the power of divinity and demons. As for the other 3 avatars, their bodies emitted 3 different colored energies. These energies were astral essence, true essence, and spirit essence, energies that corresponded to the great Tao of the 33 heavens essence, energy, and divine. With the 4 Lin Mings working together, their strength doubled over. Seeing Lin Ming's momentum grow, Astral Vault God King's eyes flashed with rage and shame. Astral Vault was indeed incomparably powerful when it came to the mortal body, but he lacked the variation of change. This became his irredeemable shortcoming. When a fierce tiger was tossed into the broad ocean, it wouldn't even be able to display a tenth of its strength. At the same time, a shark that was beached in the sand wouldn't be able to be a threat. This was the disadvantage brought about by the inability to change. But in that fight just now, Lin Ming had used clever battle techniques to fool Astral Vault. Astral Vault naturally found this hard to accept. Astral Vault bit the tip of his tongue once more, spouting out a bit of blood essence. As this blood essence appeared, it bloomed with a brilliant divine light. Beneath the shine of this divine light, the power of death within his body melted away like white snow beneath the fiery sun. He had used the price of burning his blood essence to rapidly drive out the ruinous power of death and demons in his body. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the hands of his 3 avatars, 3 great wheels appeared. These wheels were separately black, purple, and blue. At this time, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't give Astral Vault God King a chance to recover, but just as he was about to attack, an icy cold voice sounded out. "Stop!" As this icy voice echoed out, thick layers of feathers sprinkled down from the skies, covering Lin Ming and Astral Vault within, and causing the entire space to become heavy and sticky, making it extremely hard and slow to revolve energy. A white-clothed woman fell down between Lin Ming and Astral Vault God King. This person was Soaring Feather God King. "It's over. Astral Vault, you lost." Astral Vault's blood vitality was restless, and he gasped for breath like a tired cow. He had just been about to summon his astral essence and fight Lin Ming again when he had been stopped by Soaring Feather. Clearly, he was unwilling to admit a loss. To burn blood essence in a martial arts contest is already disgraceful, and to burn your blood essence and still not gain the advantage, it is your loss. If Astral Vault could burn his essence, then Lin Ming could naturally also burn his blood essence. This was originally not a great life or death war, but a battle to decide whose respective words would take precedence. If they all burnt their blood essence to fight, then it would be no different from a true life or death battle with each side going all out against each other. If this occurred, then no one would be able to leave this battlefield. In truth, after reaching the level of a true divinity, it was rare for one to go all out against someone else. This was because once they received an irreversible wound of some sort, this wouldn't be something that could be cured using ordinary heavenly materials. They would require true divinity-level medicines to have some sort of effect. However, the number of true divinity-level medicines might not be any more than the number of true divinities themselves. Sometimes, even if one searched through the entire 33 heavens, it would be difficult to find one. Even if one did find one, refining it was extremely troublesome. Most alchemists did not possess the ability to do so. Astral Vault looked at Soaring Feather, and then looked at Lin Ming. Although he didn't want to acknowledge it, there was nothing he could say. What Soaring Feather said was the truth. He had already lost this battle. He had lost to Lin Ming's planning and variety of techniques, and he was very unwilling towards this loss. But a loss was a loss, and he had no excuses to make. Moreover, Astral Vault knew that from the start of the battle, Lin Ming had relied on his body transformation system's 9 stars of the Tao Palace to fight him for a long time, and didn't use any other laws. After unsealing the divine chains of order that imprisoned the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and also fusing together 6 Tao Palaces, Lin Ming's 9 stars of the Tao Palace had become one of his mightiest combat methods. He desired to see just what level his body transformation technique was at, and Astral Vault was the best experimental subject to do so with. It had to be said that in the body transformation system, Astral Vault God King had reached the extreme. If the two people truly compared solely their body transformation techniques, Astral Vault clearly possessed a great advantage. But in this case, although Astral Vault had been able to completely suppress Lin Ming, he hadn't been able to win in a short period of time. Astral Vault had even used his bloodline body metamorphosis. Lin Ming was a human, but with just his body transformation technique alone, he was able to fight with Astral Vault to this degree. Astral Vault couldn't help but admire this. Thus, when Soaring Feather stepped in, Astral Vault finally suppressed his tumbling astral essence and stopped. In his heart, he knew that after reaching the peak of the body transformation system, this peak had actually become his weakness. In terms of body transformation talent, there was no one that could compare with him, and he was someone who had relied on body transformation alone to become a true divinity. This was remarkable. However, since ancient times there had been many true divinities that dual cultivated, or even triple cultivated. They understood more than one of the 33 heavens laws, and such people might possess a slower cultivation speed, but after becoming a true divinity, their potential was actually greater. Astrovault deeply looked at Lin Ming, then his body turned into a beam of light and vanished into the ends of the starry skies. This was the same as tacitly acknowledging his own defeat, and at the same time, Soaring Feather looked towards Lin Ming. The starry space was as dark as ink. Lin Ming held the black dragon spear in his hand, his eyes deep like water. Endless starlight sprinkled down on Lin Ming, flowing over his body like mercury. At this moment, looking at Lin Ming in the starry skies, Soaring Feather suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing of her heart. This sort of throbbing was a kind of strange intuition. She suddenly thought that as she stood in front of this youth, he had become the incarnation of the cosmos of the 33 heavens, becoming a mystical and boundless being, as if today she were witnessing the birth and continuation of a legend. Heavenly Tao. Soaring Feather had a foreboding feeling in her heart. She looked up into the heavens, her faint gaze peering outwards, as if she were looking towards the ends of the universe. Perhaps in this era, there would be no calm. She drew back from her thoughts and fixed her eyes on Lin Ming. Her red lips parted. 10 days later, you and I will fight. This deadline should be enough for you to return to your peak state. Lin Ming nodded. He thought for a moment and then summoned Primordius Heavenly Palace. After Primordius Heavenly Palace appeared, it revolved, growing larger. 3 figures flashed as they flew out from it. These 3 people were High Sun, Dark Moon, and Fairy Blue Lotus. At this time, Lin Ming had already drawn out the flesh and blood of famine from their bodies, restoring to them their free will. However, their cultivations had been locked away using the Azura Heavenly Tao, so none of them possessed any combat strength. You are free to go. As Lin Ming spoke, he waved his hand and pushed Fairy Blue Lotus and the others to Soaring Feather God King. He never had the intention of holding these 3 people captive much longer to begin with. However, after they had their free will restored, their memories and experiences of everything that had occurred were retained. As they thought back to everything that had happened, the 3 of them felt as if they wanted to die. In particular, Fairy Blue Lotus. As she thought of how she referred to Lin Ming and how she groveled towards him, her eyes nearly spat fire. Deep humiliation swelled up within her heart. She wished that she could tear Lin Ming to pieces and then kill herself. Chapter 2067. Revere the Strong. Chapter 2067. Revere the Strong. Master. As Fairy Blue Lotus saw Soaring Feather God King, she knelt down within the void. Never in her entire life had she felt such profound humiliation. After being subdued by Lin Ming, she had been made into a slave for several months, calling him master, while having no personality of her own. She did whatever Lin Ming wished her to do, completely at his mercy. Now she had no face to see her master. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't say any words such as begging Soaring Feather to take revenge and kill Lin Ming for her. Although she was incredibly angry, she hadn't lost her sense of reasoning. Looking at the current situation, she was freed not because Soaring Feather used the threat of force, but it had instead been accomplished through negotiations. Otherwise, Lin Ming wouldn't have drawn out the flesh and blood of famine several days ago and locked away their cultivation while returning to them their free will. This was clearly all done to process the hostages while preparing for the final exchange to occur. Along with Lin Ming's calm expression and Soaring Feather's cold and gloomy face, all clues indicated that Soaring Feather must have paid some sort of price to exchange for her freedom. This made the situation even more unbearable for Fairy Blue Lotus. She had shamed her master and shamed her sect, causing her master to be humiliated along with her. She glared at Lin Ming with hate in her eyes, wishing she could kill him. However, in the face of such a glare, Lin Ming remained indifferent. He simply didn't place Blue Lotus's hatred in his heart. He icily said to her, "You led the saint armies to kill countless human elites. Of course, because our races are at war, your actions are indisputable. Since that is the case, me killing you is also indisputable. However, I left you your life and only humiliated you for several months, and yet you cannot bear this? Is your dignity really that important, but the lives of my human race's elites not important? I would rather you killed me." Fairy Blue Lotus clenched her jaws, rage growing in her heart. Lin Ming sneered. He knew that Fairy Blue Lotus would truly have preferred this. "You have a great enmity with my human race. Since you fell into my hands, then I can dispose of you as I wish. If you have the strength, then you can also dispose of me as you will. While you were being controlled by me for these last several months, the numerous Saint Martial artists you killed don't even begin to make up for your crimes. Today, I freed you. So keep that hatred in your heart if you wish. In the future, I welcome you to come take revenge whenever you want. Although the premise behind that is that you must have the strength. But if you dare to involve my family or friends in your grudge and move against them, then I swear I will cripple your cultivation, shatter all your meridians, and make you experience a lifetime of torture and suffering beneath the hands of countless humans before you die." Lin Ming's words were extremely vicious. He naturally knew what Fairy Blue Lotus feared the most. If there were countless people who she had previously seen as ants, rather, it should be said that she had seen them as even less than ants, and these people defiled her body without end, then this would be a fate 10,000 times worse than death. Listening to Lin Ming's words, Fairy Blue Lotus turned blue in the face. Just how proud and arrogant had she been in her life? Yet today she was actually being disregarded and had her dignity trampled upon so ruthlessly by Lin Ming. "I will kill you." Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes nearly cracked open. She really wanted to rush forwards and engage Lin Ming in a life or death battle, but she was well aware that her abilities were inferior to his, and inferior by far. He would create his own great world, passing down an inheritance that would last 10 billion years, or even several dozen billions of years. As Fairy Blue Lotus thought of this, she even thought that if Lin Ming could truly become such a super powerhouse, then being subdued by him in the past and being made into a slave for a period of time wouldn't be something too difficult to accept. Fairy Blue Lotus originally would rather have died than become Lin Ming's slave. This was become of her prideful heart. However, in the past, the Azura Road Master and Immortal Sovereign must have had their own servants, and if these servants were placed in the present, then perhaps even the combined talent of herself, High Sun, and Dark Moon would be unable to compete with a single one of them. In this situation, just what qualifications did Fairy Blue Lotus have to feel insulted? Fairy Blue Lotus sighed, no longer speaking. High Sun and Dark Moon also fell silent. Their thoughts were all complicated. If one had to be brutally honest, then with their current level of talent, if they returned to the ancient era 10 billion years ago, and delivered themselves to the door of the Azura Road Master and other such characters to work as their servants, then those existences might not even be willing to spare them a glance. After some time, Dark Moon couldn't help but ask, "Senior Soaring Feather, do you think that the Saints can still win?" "I am not sure." Soaring Feather shook her head. In the past, he was only at the Holy Lord realm, and not even the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was able to kill him. Now he has grown up and has gained the capital to preserve his own life, not to mention chasing him down. Just with his strength alone, as long as he finds a place to hide and lays down a concealing array formation, then no one will be able to find him. As for the future of the Saints, and just how far Lin Ming will be able to grow, all of that will depend on a single word: destiny. Soaring Feather didn't speak any further. Her body turned into a stream of light, and with everyone else, they vanished into the boundless sea of stars. Chapter 2068, Investigating Famine. Once more. Chapter 2068, Investigating Famine. Once more. Here, two saint god kings departed one after another. This meant that in this battle, Lin Ming had emerged victorious. First, with his recently obtained Empyrean cultivation, he had defeated Astral Vault God King, and he also had another battle with Soaring Feather 10 days from now. Within 10 days, an Empyrean had continuously challenged two true divinities. This was destined to leave behind a legend. Several hundred miles away, the human martial artists watching the battle were already seething with joy. People rallied together, raising their arms up high and shouting out loud. Spirit ships bloomed with dazzling radiance that shot into the skies. Emperor Sakya, vast universe. All of the human Empyreans let out a long breath, their minds and hearts roused. This battle held extraordinary significance. It was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. As long as humanity didn't perish, then it would become an immortal testament, passed down forever. Lin Ming defeated a true divinity with an Empyrean cultivation. This not only greatly inspired the morale of humanity, but with the withdrawal of Astral Vault from the war between humanity and the saints, this would also be extremely advantageous for humanity's plans to retake the divine realm. All the human martial artists were filled with zeal. This blood debt between humanity and the saints had already gone on for over 6,000 years. Although it hadn't reached the level of complete genocide against another race, humanity would still make the saints pay a heavy price for their actions. And as everyone was wildly celebrating, Lin Ming only appeared for a brief moment before retreating to his own quiet chamber. He refused Emperor Sakya's offer of holding the ancient rite of a grand title ceremony for him. Instead, he chose to make the best use of these next 10 days before he fought Soaring Feather and explore Famine's memories once more. In the past, Lin Ming was unable to move Famine's memories, and the main reason behind this was his own limited soul force. Famine's memories were just far too vast in quantity. In the last several billion years, Famine had swallowed countless intelligent life forms, and the memories of all these lives had been kept in Famine's spiritual sea. To slowly screen out valuable information from all these memories was an incredibly arduous and cumbersome task. In the past, when Lin Ming tried it, he only felt an agonizing pain in his mind. But now Lin Ming was an Empyrean. He perceived the laws of the Holy Scripture and underwent a samsara of life and death, overseeing the myriad changes of the world. In terms of attainments in soul force, Lin Ming had amazing accomplishments. In intensity, he was naturally inferior to a true divinity, but in terms of quality, he surpassed many true divinities. In this situation, Lin Ming finally had a certain assurance that he would be able to explore Famine's soul. Even if he couldn't discover much, at the very least he could gain a basic understanding of Famine and the abyssals. Before now, Lin Ming simply didn't know anything about the secrets of the dark abyss. Time passed. In this small part of the star territory, the nearest several stars hid themselves behind the dark nebula of space. The night was profound and deep. Lin Ming sat in meditation, entering into his fused martial intent. At this time, what lay in front of Lin Ming was a boundless spiritual sea. This was Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Currently, Lin Ming had turned himself into a body of thought and entered his own inner world. A vast mental strength formed strong sea breezes, wildly whipping around. At the ends of this spiritual sea where the water and sky met, the vast soul of Famine was locked up with hundreds of thick spiritual ropes. Most of its enormous volume was submerged in the spiritual sea. Lin Ming flew forwards, straight towards Famine's soul. He slowly lifted his right hand. Atop his palm, endless starlight gathered, slowly manifesting into a black cube. This was the magic cube. And after the magic cube appeared, A red-clothed little girl sat atop the surface of the magic cube, her legs crossed together. She had a cute and lovely smile on her face as she sweetly called out, "Big Brother Lin, Ruby, come and help me to subdue Famine's soul." Lin Ming said, his complexion dignified. Reading through Famine's memories wouldn't be easy at all. "Okay." Ruby immediately nodded. Without further ado, she turned into a beam of light that wrapped around the magic cube, sending it slowly floating up. Lin Ming also poured his soul force into the magic cube. The magic cube emitted a pitch-black divine light. This divine light became increasingly bright as energy gathered, until it finally reached the limit of what Lin Ming could withstand. In that moment, Lin Ming bellowed out loud. A beam of divine light shot out from the sides of the magic cube, firing right into Famine's soul. Chila! As if being cut open by some sharp divine knife, Famine's soul suddenly quivered. A massive gap had been cut into it. Soul force gushed out from this gap. Without hesitation, Lin Ming grasped the magic cube and waved his hand. A black vortex swept out from the magic cube, directly absorbing all of the soul force that leaked out from Famine's soul. Soul force condensed within the magic cube, like water vapor turning into ice crystals. The soul force became tiny fragments. These fragments were black, as if they were dark crystals. Lin Ming continued to stimulate the magic cube until he canceled out the spirit marks in these fragments and turned them into pure, ownerless memories. Then Lin Ming steadied his breath and began reading through them. These memories came from all the intelligent life forms that Famine had swallowed during its existence. And these weren't Famine's original memories. Although there were many cultivation methods, laws, mystic realm information, array formation techniques, alchemy techniques, refiner techniques, and so forth contained within, none of this was meaningful to Lin Ming. He discarded these memories, leaving behind only their purest soul essence. Then he poured this soul essence into his spiritual sea to expand his own soul force. The remnants that he couldn't absorb were returned to Famine's soul. This was to make sure not to waste anything. Then Lin Ming activated the magic cube again. He sliced open Famine's soul, taking out another portion of Famine's memories to read. This was already the most reasonable method to search memories that Lin Ming could come up with. Although this method wasn't too efficient, it was all Lin Ming could do due to the limits of his strength. Time after time, Lin Ming felt himself nearly overdrawing his soul force with each try. Ruby was also covered with sweat, and her face was flushed red. It was clear she was consuming a great deal of energy. Lin Ming grit his teeth and cut out another part of Famine's memories, then said to Ruby, "Ruby, let's stop for today. Take a rest, and we will continue tomorrow. We can take this slowly. Some things may take time, but even if mortals wish to move mountains, they will eventually be moved." Ruby nodded. She was a life form condensed from the magic cube and had a special attachment towards Lin Ming. To be able to help Lin Ming made her feel very happy. Lin Ming patted Ruby's head and then let her return to the magic cube to rest. As for Lin Ming's soul form, he entered the magic cube and started to read these last memories. Originally, he didn't have much hope that he would discover anything of interest, but he never thought that he would be pleasantly surprised as he read through these memories. In searching through these ownerless memory fragments, he finally found memories belonging to Famine itself. These memories were related to the written language of the Abyssals. In other words, Abyssal text. This was an incredibly old and mysterious writing system, one which even far surpassed that of the ancient god race. The amount of history contained within these words left Lin Ming stunned. Every word was heavy and complex. Rather, these weren't words at all, but a type of law rune. To use law runes as words, this was a bit unbelievable. This was because when it came to law runes, and in particular high-level law runes, it was extremely difficult for ordinary martial artists to understand them. In other words, the writings within Famine's memories were a type of language system used amongst the upper echelon existences of the Dark Abyss. They weren't something that ordinary abyssals could understand. As Lin Ming looked at these writings, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. He had seen these writings before. With his thoughts racing, Lin Ming stepped forwards and arrived somewhere else in the magic cube. A black book slowly floated in front of him. This black book was the one he had obtained from Imperial Prince Shishan. Shishan was one of the 5 Saint Generals, and he had been captured by Lin Ming. But unfortunately for him, his luck was poor, and his master was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Lin Ming had an undying hatred with the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, thus it was naturally impossible for him to let Shishan go. Even at this point, Shishan was still being controlled by Lin Ming and believed that he was Lin Ming's most loyal servant. But Shishan didn't understand much about the Black Book. He only knew that this was something he obtained from the primeval realm ruins, and that book contained an infinite demonic charm. It could even be used as a weapon. But as for what contents were recorded inside, Shishan wasn't sure. And in fact, Shishan hadn't even been able to open the Black Book. Lin Ming confessed that he could be considered a knowledgeable individual with a vast understanding of many ancient inheritances. Yet, even he couldn't decipher the complex texts atop the Black Book. It was only now after reading a part of Famine's memories that he realized the mystical writings atop the surface of the Black Book were actually the language of the Abyssals, and one that had extremely high-level abyssal words that were incredibly difficult to grasp. They could be called runes of demon laws. Lin Ming might have an outstanding memory, but he still wasn't able to fully memorize these law runes. He could only compare the information within the memory fragments, slowly deciphering the words on the Black Book a little at a time. Lin Ming, what is it? Above the Black Book was a great seal. This was the array formation laid down by the ancient Elysium seal. Before, because Lin Ming felt that this Black Book was too strange and bizarre, he had suppressed it with the ancient Elysium seal. Now, as the ancient Elysium seal saw the light in Lin Ming's eyes, it couldn't help but ask this question. Senior, this junior has read through some of Famine's memories, and am now able to read a part of the contents of this Black Book. Oh, the ancient Elysium seal's mind shook. So this ancient Black Book that it had sealed was actually from the Dark Abyss. Moreover, it possessed abyssal writings. As the ancient Elysium seal suppressed this Black Book for these past several months, it faintly understood just how terrifying it was. This was not a true divinity spirit treasure, but simply a letter. A letter, just by relying on the writings on laws contained within, could achieve a might similar to a true divinity spirit treasure and be used to suppress one's enemies. This was simply unimaginable. What did you read? The ancient Elysium seal asked with a dignified expression. Whenever the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens mentioned the abyssals, they always felt a deep sense of fear. For numerous billions of years, the Dark Abyss had been completely isolated from the 33 heavens. However, people could still find all sorts of clues that indicated there was some terrifying existence within the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was deep and infinite. The strength hidden within might even surpass the sum total of all intelligent life in the 33 heavens by several times over. Just a single famine that came out was so terrifying. Who knew what rank of existence famine was considered amongst the abyssals? I'm still reading, Lin Ming said, all of his attention focused on each word. He felt that this Black Book wasn't a cultivation method, but as for what it was, he wasn't sure. I can only make out a few characters. What are they? The first character is famine. Chapter 2069. Lin Ming battles Soaring Feather. Chapter 2069. Lin Ming battles soaring feather. Famine. Hearing this word, the ancient Elysium seal was stunned. Could this mysterious book originate from famine? Thus, Famine's name was placed atop it. This character, Famine, seems to correspond to an abyssal word, a kind of foundational demon law. Lin Ming quietly said as he looked at the mysterious abyssal characters on the cover. What are the next characters? Deep, Ian. Lin Ming pronounced. These words were based on Famine's memories. In truth, there was no word that could be found in the human language which corresponded to these characters. Deep and Ian, without a doubt, these were also characters that corresponded to foundational demon laws. When these three characters joined together, Lin Ming formed a strange association. I feel that Deep and Ian perhaps stand alongside Famine. The ancient Elysium seal's thoughts stirred. Lin Ming thought for a moment. I have a feeling that each of the most foundational demon law marks in the abyssal language corresponds to a powerful abyssal demon, and Famine is only one of them. This cover has two other characters, Deep and Ian, and these should also correspond to extremely terrifying existences similar to Famine. They are abyssal totems, but I wonder just where these other two totems are. They might be hiding in the dark abyss, or maybe they already died. As Lin Ming spoke, the ancient Elysium seal froze. Lin Ming's speculations were not without reason, but if these speculations were true, this was disastrous news. Just Famine itself was already so terrifying. Moreover, Famine's divine soul had been sealed by Empyrean Divine Seal 3, 6 billion years ago, and that was the only reason Lin Ming had been able to use the magic cube to subdue it. Otherwise, if Lin Ming were to face Famine in its peak state, he would have died. Such powerful abyssal demons, how many could there be? The ancient Elysium seal's voice was heavy. I don't know, but there shouldn't be many. At the very least, not more than can be counted on a hand, or maybe just a bit more than that. And this book cover only records 3 of them. Lin Ming continued, sifting through the other characters on the cover. He believed that as he further unraveled Famine's memories, he would eventually be able to open this mysterious ancient abyssal book and explore the secrets inside. This was highly important to the future development of the 33 heavens for all intelligent life. The abyssals were like fierce tigers perched just outside the 33 heavens, making it so that Lin Ming found it difficult to feel at ease. After this, Lin Ming entered seclusion. He explored Famine's memories every day. Slowly, he was able to read more and more things, but his time was too limited. As Lin Ming was in seclusion, although he managed to decipher some contents, he still wasn't able to open the mysterious ancient book. This left Lin Ming puzzled. Just what was this ancient book? It didn't seem like some cultivation method. So could it be only a book that recorded the history of the abyssals? If a history book was written, it was written for the future generations to see. Was it necessary to use the most complex and difficult to understand abyssal characters to write it? Perhaps only high-level abyssal figures would be able to read this type of law writing. Lin Ming had all sorts of doubts swirling in his heart. He faintly felt that there was some important secret recorded in this ancient demon book, and to himself it was inestimably valuable. Time passed day after day. After the 10th day passed, the time approached for Lin Ming to face his second battle. In this battle he would fight Soaring Feather God King. This was a critical battle. Lin Ming had a premonition that Soaring Feather God King was far more powerful than Astral Vault God King. This battle would not be easy. On the last day, Lin Ming no longer probed Famine's soul. Rather, he adjusted his condition to its peak state. On the day of the battle, the human martial artists within the hidden Dragon Galaxy gathered outside the Star Territory, where Lin Ming and Soaring Feather God King would fight. Divine Dream, Emperor Sakya, Skyrend God Lord. Everyone stood at the front of the battlefield, waiting to witness this historical moment. Force fields were already arranged behind them, besides Empyrean divine dream, helping. The other Empyreans also contributed in forming great array formations. These array formations were divided into dozens of different regions. The human fleets and the millions of human elites were dispersed throughout these regions. From there, they would be protected by the array formations, and it would be much safer for them. All of the human martial artists were seething with excitement. To watch a battle between true divinity-level opponents was an incredible lucky chance. For those with amazing talent, they would be able to comprehend many things. Humanity only had a single true divinity in divine dream. Yet within a short period of 10 days, they were able to witness 2 continuous true divinity-level battles. This was simply unthinkable for the young elites. At this time, hundreds of miles in front of Divine Dream, Lin Ming was floating high in the void. The black dragon spear was carried on his back, its sharp point reflecting a cold starlight. Brother Lin, from afar, Xiao Moxian could see Lin Ming's figure. Although they were separated by a great distance, Xiao Moxian could see every minute detail on Lin Ming's face. This battle against Soaring Feather placed a tremendous pressure upon Xiao Moxian. Since she cared about Lin Ming, it was naturally hard for her to feel at ease. Nearby, Xiao Moxian, Mu Qinyu Qin Xingxuan, and the others also watched with tightened hearts. As Lin Ming felt the gazes of these women on him, he turned and glanced at them, revealing a faint smile. "I'm fine," Lin Ming lightly said. If he didn't fight against Soaring Feather, then no one knew what the result would be. However, no matter what happened, he would not perish here today. Even if he lost, it would only mean a greater burden for humanity and a delay on their plans to retake the divine realm. Xiao Moxian nodded. Everyone waited. Soaring Feather was a punctual individual. Just a brief moment before the agreed time, a thick pall of feathers rained down from the starry skies. These feathers fluttered in front of Lin Ming, reflecting the vast starlight, as beautiful as a dream. Lin Ming quietly drew out the black dragon spear, his gaze much sharper. Soaring Feather had arrived. She came like a ghost deep in the night, emerging from thin air in front of Lin Ming. All the feathers gathered around her, condensing and forming rainbow-hued energies. Soaring Feather reached out a hand and stroked this energy before pulling out a long sword. This sword was only 2 inches wide, but the blade was extremely long, a full 6 feet in length. Moreover, the blade was supple and soft, as if it wasn't solid at all. When Soaring Feather pulled out this sword, the blade didn't swing, but writhed about like flowing blue water. It was clear this sword represented the extremities of soft flexibility. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at this sword. There was no true divinity whose weapon could be underestimated. Astral Vault's dark star sword had also startled Lin Ming. In particular, the saints guarded the primeval realm ruins. So how could the saint true divinities not have obtained some fierce spirit treasures from those ruins? The atmosphere became stagnant. Several hundred miles away, the millions of human elites watched without uttering a single sound. As they gazed upon this true divinity-level battle that was about to begin, all of them held their breath. This was a battle that concerned the destiny of humanity. It was natural for them to be nervous. "In today's battle, I will lay witness to your future. Come, make your move," Soaring Feather lightly said. Lin Ming didn't delay. He focused his aura, and the energy within his body began to surge. Behind Lin Ming, the faint phantom of a Supreme appeared. This Supreme stood tall and proud with no expression on its face. A vast and boundless aura gushed out from its entire being, as if it looked down upon the world with cold indifference. After this Supreme Phantom appeared, Lin Ming's aura changed, becoming incredibly deep and gargantuan, as if his laws stood evenly with the heavenly Tao. He stepped forwards, treading upon the stars. The black dragon spear seemed to turn into a divine dragon as it howled outwards. The distance between the two could be crossed in less than an instant. Lin Ming's spear pierced through the impediment of space, seeming to instantly appear in front of soaring feather god King, thrusting straight towards her head. Feeling this cold spear light, soaring feather didn't even bat an eyelash. She gently waved her sword, the wave-like sword rolling towards the black dragon spear. Compared to the overwhelmingly tyrannical black dragon spear, soaring feather god King's soft sword seemed far too weak and underwhelming. But when the spear and sword intersected, a brilliant rainbow-hued divine light erupted. Bang! Energy blasted outwards as a terrifying impact spread out from the divine light, as if countless golden swords were shooting out in all directions. Space was recklessly torn apart like decrepit paintings beneath the aftershocks of energy. Divine light dazzled the world, blinding those who watched. And at this time, Lin Ming and soaring feather hurtled towards each other. Like this, the great true divinity-level battle had begun. Chapter 27E, To Wear Away Rock with Water. Chapter 27E, To Wear Away Rock with Water. Waves of energy soared into the air, as if the galaxy were collapsing. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear, a profile of epic daring. Lin Ming had poured a terrifying amount of his bodily strength into every spear strike. With loud crackling noises, Lin Ming began to grow. Black scales and bone armor started covering his body. He had activated the Azura blood. After Lin Ming broke into the Empyrean realm, galvanizing the power of the Azura blood wouldn't create too much of a burden on his body. In the past, he only used the power of the Azura blood when he was going all out. Lin Ming waved his spear, the sight like a heaven-supporting pillar falling down. This wild strength was accompanied by endless black thunder, carrying with it starlight of the highest heavens and the momentum of the strike seeming as if it could cleave apart rivers of stars. Soaring feather wasn't flustered. She released the sword in her hands and welcomed Lin Ming's strike, the black dragon spear against the soft sword. No matter who was watching, this seemed like a completely disproportionate collision. Due to the disadvantage of her weapon, everyone thought that soaring feather god King would avoid Lin Ming's strike. However, she didn't do so. "Be careful of a spiritual attack," someone shouted out from the human forces. This was also what many other human martial artists were thinking. No one believed that soaring feather's soft sword would be able to occupy any advantage when colliding with the black dragon spear. Everyone knew that soaring feather god King was extremely strong. However, in their thoughts, soaring feather was someone who cultivated essence and divine. From the different forms of combat she had revealed and her form of weapon, they all assumed that she had extremely high attainments in the aspect of souls, illusions, and mental strength. However, when it came to body transformation, she was simply a slender and delicate woman, and people didn't believe that she excelled much in this domain. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to compare with Lin Ming. In particular, the current Lin Ming had activated the Azura blood and was utilizing the strength of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But even so, soaring feather god King was meeting Lin Ming head-on. The only possible explanation for this was that there were profound and complex principles hidden within soaring feather god King's attack. Even Lin Ming also instantly made defense preparations for his spiritual sea. He wouldn't allow his enemy any openings. However, when the soft sword clashed with the black dragon spear, Lin Ming's complexion changed. Soaring feather simply didn't attach any soul attack to her sword. Rather, she used absolute strength and skill to frontally collide with him. If the strength of the black dragon spear was a meteor that crashed into the earth, capable of easily annihilating mountains and puncturing through the world, then the strength of soaring feather's soft sword was like a profoundly deep sea, capable of unparalleled accommodation of force. Even if a meteor were to strike the sea, although it would create wild explosions and summon great tsunamis, it would still be extremely difficult to truly blow up a sea. As long as the explosion of the meteor finished, then the sea waves would draw back, and the sea would be the same as before. Now, soaring feather god King's astral essence gave Lin Ming such a feeling. The moment the black dragon spear clashed with the soft sword, Soaring Feather's astral essence was shaken away by Lin Ming's violent and limitless strength. The black dragon spear continued driving forwards, smashing into the soft sword until it curved. However, the soft sword gave but did not break, and Soaring Feather was also like a piece of cotton in the wind, blown away by the fierce energy storm of the black dragon spear. However, the moment Lin Ming's strength pushed in and was about to strike Soaring Feather, her astral essence returned. Not only did it return, but it carried with it a portion of Lin Ming's strength and instantly submerged the power of divinity carried by the black dragon spear. This was just like the sea water submerging the meteor that crashed into the sea. Bang! A brutal and crazy eruption exploded outwards. Lin Ming's strength rapidly shattered away, creating a dazzling brilliance. However, Soaring Feather wasn't wounded at all. Instead, the moment Lin Ming's strength scattered away, Soaring Feather's 6-foot-long soft sword seemed to turn into a spirit snake that slithered up the black dragon spear and cut towards Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming's palm was as hard as divine iron, but he didn't doubt that as long as he was cut by this sword, then perhaps even his hand would be severed. Soaring Feather's strength contained a sort of opportunistic and unyielding strength, the kind of laws that allowed water to wear away rock. Without hesitation, Lin Ming held the spear in his right hand and used his left to smash at the soft sword that was crawling up the black dragon spear. Kacha! Lin Ming's fist smashed into the ridge of the soft sword. This was where a sword was most fragile and where it had the least striking power. But even so, the ridge of Soaring Feather's soft sword couldn't be underestimated. The moment Lin Ming's fist struck the sword ridge, trillions of motes of the power of divinity rushed in before exploding with the power of vibration. Such powerful vibrations could turn any true divinity spirit treasure that didn't have energy poured into it into powder. It directly blasted away Soaring Feather's 6-foot-long soft sword. Lin Ming pulled his spear and flew backwards. His left fist was covered in blood. The vibration just now was called flow like silk. It was a technique that Lin Ming had learned at the start of his road of martial arts from a divine realm body transformation cultivation method. In the past, Lin Ming's body-tearing, bone-shattering fist had similar effects from different methods with that strike just then. The Great Tao was limitless. The vibration laws might not be some profound law, but if used correctly, it could still play a role even in a true divinity-level battle. When a person had a blood-sucking leech attached to their leg, it was difficult to pull off. Even after ripping off the leech, its fangs would still be sucking blood. But using vibration to free it was easier. With enough correct slaps on the leg, the leech would fall off. In that moment, Lin Ming had used the powerful force of vibrations to push off the soft sword that had wrapped around his black dragon spear. Otherwise, he would have been forced to abandon his spear. Lin Ming and Soaring Feather drew back from each other, thousands of feet away. Soaring Feather held her soft sword, her expression indifferent. The sword still swung about like a reed in a river, not suffering any stress at all. But the combat strength it could display left one frightened. Depending on how Soaring Feather used her astral essence, it could become soft, it could become sharp, it could become hard. All sorts of changes were possible with just a thought. Seeing this, the human martial artists were worried. This battle was too important, and the strength Soaring Feather showed so far was too great. She hadn't even used her divine feather force field, nor had she revealed her soul force combat methods. If Soaring Feather used all of her strength to fight, then her combat methods would change without end, making it nearly impossible to guard against. In this sort of situation, it was unknown whether or not Lin Ming could win. Soaring Feather was clearly much more formidable than Astral Vault. 10 days ago, when Lin Ming defeated Astral Vault, it hadn't been a suspenseful victory. However, when considering it carefully, it was related to Lin Ming's planning and Astral Vault's mistakes. This was because Astral Vault had lacked information on his opponent before the battle began. In the most crucial moment, Astral Vault hadn't recognized Lin Ming's avatar and had used the majority of his strength to deal with Lin Ming's Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. A single wrong chess move and the entire game falls apart. Lin Ming had seized this chance to push forwards. He gathered all his avatars and struck again and again, leaving Astral Vault God King no chance to catch his breath. Finally, the result of all these attacks was that Astral Vault God King had momentarily used up the power of his blood energy, and he was eventually defeated because of this. But Soaring Feather clearly wouldn't make such a mistake. She was a calm and intelligent fighter. If Lin Ming wanted to defeat her, he would have to rely on absolute strength to directly suppress her. How could he accomplish this? Lin Ming. Xiao Moxin looked towards Lin Ming and bit her lips. Not too far away, Empyrean vast universe clenched his fists, worried. Hundreds of miles away, everyone's eyes were fixed upon a single figure. At this time, in the starry skies, Lin Ming took a deep breath. He slowly undid the body transformation of the Azura blood. The 9 stars behind him also dimmed a great deal. Seeing this, the audience was shocked. After undergoing body metamorphosis, Lin Ming still wasn't able to obtain the advantage. Then wouldn't his situation be much worse after undoing his body metamorphosis? What is Lin Ming doing? I have no idea. No one thought that Lin Ming would give up. He wasn't such a person. Then this could only mean that he had some other plan. Soaring Feather looked at Lin Ming, a smile on the corners of her lips. Saving your strength? It was hard to tell whether Soaring Feather's words were praising or mocking. Lin Ming indifferently said, "You are borrowing strength to fight strength. I naturally wouldn't be so idiotic as to give you more strength to borrow. You truly have extraordinary achievements in the body transformation technique and have surpassed my expectations. But there is something that I am sure of. In truth, your body transformation technique walks the road of law. In terms of absolute cultivation of body transformation, you are inferior to Astral Vault God King." The Saint Race's body transformation was also one of the 33 heavenly Daos. However, the change of laws involved in it were far inferior to humanity's 9 divine shifts. Thus, in terms of laws, humanity always felt superior and believed that the saints were nothing but brutish and simple-minded fellows whose only advantage was well-developed bodies. As for the saints, they took pride in their body transformation technique that allowed them to engage others in honest and straightforward combat, frontally colliding with each other. At the same time, the saints also felt that human martial artists only had flowery fists and fancy footwork, all show and no true strength, a bunch of little women in disguise. But today, beneath Soaring Feather's hands, the Saint Race's body transformation technique was clearly not such an example. She had introduced far more variation and laws into the Saint Race's body transformation technique, forging her own road, to wear away rock with water, to take all opportune chances with the least effort. These things didn't seem to involve the most profound of laws, but if utilized in a true divinity-level fight by a true divinity to a high degree, then everything became different. This was like using simple lever principles to tilt a planet. Lin Ming was surprised, but he still maintained his original judgment. In the end, Soaring Feather God King was still a delicate woman, and it was exactly because she was weak in the aspect of body transformation that she had to walk the road of wearing away rock with water, to borrow strength, to fight strength. If she had absolute strength herself, why would she need to borrow strength from others? Facing such a soaring feather, Lin Ming no longer went all out with his strength. Rather, he chose to use skill to win. If he wanted to use strength alone to win, he could only rely on an overwhelmingly massive eruption to do so. But if he used a smaller portion of his strength, then he could better control his abilities and reach the peak of his skill. At this time, 3 avatars appeared behind Lin Ming. These avatars each held spears. The spears were all peak Empyrean spirit treasures obtained from Saint Empyreans that Lin Ming had killed. Since Soaring Feather already knew of the existences of these 3 avatars, it was impossible to hide them. If using these avatars in a sneak attack was meaningless, then he might as well openly and honestly take them out. These 3 avatars, and Lin Ming's main body spread out around Soaring Feather God King. Soaring Feather God King's slender eyes suddenly narrowed. A terrifying energy erupted outwards, turning into gorgeous fireworks in the darkness of space that illuminated the void for 1,000,000 miles. Seeing this, many human martial artists let out a sigh of relief. Soaring Feather God King had finally been forced to use her force field. If Lin Ming's all-out strength couldn't force Soaring Feather God King to use her divine feather force field, then he would lose without a doubt. As Lin Ming saw the divine feather force field appear, he roared out loud. A black Azura phantom appeared behind him. This Azura phantom was covered in an armor of shadows, and its eyes shined like bright stars. The moment that the Azura phantom appeared, Lin Ming's 3 avatars also gathered around him. In each of their palms, a mystical ancient wheel appeared. These 3 wheels originated from the Azura heavenly Tao. They united together, forming an ancient wheel of destiny that bombarded the divine feather force field. Open! Lin Ming bellowed. With a loud bang, the divine feather force field was forcibly torn open by Lin Ming. Thick feathers recklessly fell down. Lin Ming grasped his spear and stepped forwards in space. His speed was incredibly fast, his spear point thrusting straight towards Soaring Feather's chest. But at the same time, the black dragon's spear violently vibrated in his hands, making it nearly impossible to determine its true path. Seeing this, surprise flashed through Soaring Feather God King's eyes. But soon this surprise morphed into a cold killing intent. In an instant, her pupils vanished from her eyes, turning completely white. An infinite white storm surged out from her body. This was a spiritual storm. In Soaring Feather God King's hands, an originally invisible spiritual storm actually manifested into tangible reality. Gusts of strong winds were like dancing silver snakes. They howled and bared their teeth as they rushed out from this divine light and towards Lin Ming. Spiritual attack. Soaring Feather God King had finally used her secret spiritual attack techniques. Everyone had already guessed by now that Soaring Feather God King actually had astonishing talent in the soul forging system. As for the body transformation system, that was where she was weaker. Now, Soaring Feather God King finally used the power of her spiritual sea. This also proved that Soaring Feather God King was beginning to treat this battle with earnest. Or perhaps she was even already going all out. As long as Lin Ming could guarantee that he didn't lose, then he would win this battle. But as for how terrifying Soaring Feather God King's spiritual storm was, no one knew. Whether or not Lin Ming could defend against this spiritual storm, no one knew this either. Xiao Ma Xin, Mu Qin Yu Qin Xing Xuan, all those people that were closely related to Lin Ming currently had palms wet with sweat. This was what others meant when they said concern turned the heart to chaos. Even if someone told them that Lin Ming wouldn't suffer any truly life-threatening danger, even if he was defeated, the sight of the spiritual attack left them unable to compose themselves. After all, a divine soul attack was far more terrifying than a material attack. If one wasn't careful, there would be permanent damage caused to one's spiritual sea. The spiritual storm swept outwards, but Lin Ming didn't retreat. The Davik I Dao Palace had reappeared between his eyebrows, and he had activated the all-existence to void state of the three lives pupils. He was like a sparrow shuttling through the storm, a fish swimming against the stream. Whoosh! A gust of the spiritual storm whipped towards Lin Ming like a silver snake. Lin Ming didn't dodge or evade, instead grasping his black dragon spear and bringing it chopping down. With his black dragon spear, he contended with this manifested spiritual attack. All of the martial artists watching this battle, in particular the human Empyreans, held their breath. According to common knowledge, it was nearly impossible to rely on a material attack to defend against an invisible and intangible spiritual attack. There were only some defensive spiritual type magic tools that had such an effect, or a martial artist could pour their own soul force into their attack. This was tantamount to fighting divine soul against divine soul. But a battle between divine souls was incredibly risky. When two such forces met, it was natural for the stronger side to win. Moreover, the victorious side could even suppress the other side's soul force into their spiritual sea, causing an even greater attack. Now, Lin Ming used the Black Dragon Spear to attack Soaring Feather God King's spiritual force. This was the same as using his soul force to directly contend with Soaring Feather God King. No one knew just how formidable Lin Ming's spiritual sea was. But as for Soaring Feather, the strength of her divine soul had already become deeply rooted in the hearts of all present. Although all of them fervently prayed for Lin Ming and supported him, if they had to look at soul force alone, it seemed that Soaring Feather was absolutely above Lin Ming. The moment that Black Dragon Spear collided with the spiritual storm, even Empyrean Divine Dream started to revolve her energy to prevent any dire accidents from occurring. But then an unexpected scene left everyone dumbfounded. Bang! With a loud explosion, the giant silver dragon soaring through the air was cut apart by Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear. Everyone was bewildered. Before they could respond, all they saw was a silver light as countless law runes appeared in the skies. These law runes came in a rainbow hue of colors, all of them brimming with a gentle, ethereal air. It was clear that these law runes came from Soaring Feather God King. The spiritual strength runes contained within the silver dragon had been scattered by Lin Ming. At that moment, Soaring Feather God King furrowed her eyebrows. She had felt that in that strike just now, although it appeared Lin Ming was casually attacking, the truth was that there was a highly compressed soul force contained in his strike. Lin Ming had compressed his soul force into a knife point. He pushed forwards with his attack, and instead of following up with another blow towards her, he instead attacked at the weakest point of the laws within the spiritual storm. If Lin Ming didn't have an incomparably deep understanding towards Soaring Feather's cultivation method, then no matter how talented he would never have been able to achieve this. Feather conversion art. Soaring Feather God King's eyes blazed with an icy light as she glared at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had opened the Davik I Dao Palace and was maintaining the state of all existence to void. He returned her gaze. Chapter 2072. The All-Out Soaring Feather. Chapter 2072. The All-Out Soaring Feather. Facing Soaring Feather God King's question, Lin Ming remained composed. As usual, he said, when I controlled your precious disciple and made her hand over the feather conversion art, this method was indeed not honorable. But the first time I fought Fairy Blue Lotus, I only had a half-step Empyrean cultivation, yet the trump card she took out was your incarnation. And just when I broke through to the Empyrean realm, what I had to face was your true self. So I was compelled to take certain means, but it wasn't what I hoped for. Lin Ming's words caused Soaring Feather God King to choke on what she was about to say. Indeed, Lin Ming's methods weren't honorable, but she, with her true divinity realm cultivation, was fighting a junior who had just broken into the Empyrean realm. This was the difference of an entire large boundary, and this by itself made all her talk about honor in martial arts ridiculous to begin with. But in truth, this was also because Lin Ming's strength had already reached the level of a true divinity. Subconsciously, no one considered him a mere Empyrean. Thus the way they spoke to him also changed. Soaring Feather looked at Lin Ming, her eyes dropping in temperature with every passing moment. She reached out a hand, and her sword disappeared. It had clearly been taken back into her spatial ring. She no longer planned to use her weapon. This startled Lin Ming. The many human martial artists watching were also puzzled, but there was one thing they were certain about, and it was that if Soaring Feather put away her weapon, it certainly wasn't because she was being modest. Rather, she was about to go all out, and she had an even stronger card in her hand. Everyone watched with bated breath as they waited for Soaring Feather to make her move. Slowly, a ghostly blue light covered Soaring Feather God King. Her divine feather force field also became much more formidable. Woo, woo, woo. Circles of spiritual storms scattered out from Soaring Feather God King. This was the same feather conversion art, but it actually involved higher-level laws and techniques. The feather conversion art was Soaring Feather God King's unique cultivation method, but it wasn't something that she created by herself. In fact, in this world, for the martial arts civilization to develop to such a vibrant degree, there was no high-level cultivation method which existed that was created from nothing. Instead, they were created on the foundations of their predecessors, a comprehensive synthesis of the previous knowledge. For instance, one could relate this to the development of mortal civilizations. It was impossible for a primitive tribe to evolve in a single year to the point where they could construct wondrous imperial palaces. This was the reason why inheritances were important. The feather conversion art was the result of its predecessors. Of course, Soaring Feather God King was the master who had brought it to a whole new level and had improved it by adding in her own understandings. And although Soaring Feather God King had passed down the feather conversion art to Fairy Blue Lotus without reserve, ultimately Fairy Blue Lotus was limited in her ability to comprehend. As for the final level of the feather conversion art, Fairy Blue Lotus didn't understand it, thus she wasn't able to repeat it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming, you are truly strong, but in my opinion, you with your recently achieved Empyrean cultivation pose far less of a threat to me than Divine Dream. I do fear you, but what I fear is only your future. As for now, the one I care about is Divine Dream. As Soaring Feather God King spoke, her eyes gently turned, arriving onto Divine Dream, who stood several hundred miles away. Divine Dream was millions of years younger than her. She could be called a rare heaven-gifted genius. Moreover, in their long battle, Soaring Feather God King had been unable to fully understand Divine Dream, nor was she able to figure out what other means of combat Divine Dream possessed. However, she could confirm one thing, and that was that it wasn't easy to do anything in front of her. For instance, it would have been impossible to kill the half-stepped Empyrean, Lin Ming, in her presence. But what Soaring Feather God King didn't expect was that the card she held back in her battle against Divine Dream would actually be forced out in her battle with Lin Ming. Soaring Feather laid her hands out flat. Beautiful feathers appeared on her arms. I never imagined that in this battle against you I would be pushed to this degree, where I will have to use the final level of the feather conversion art. As Soaring Feather spoke, her body shined with a rainbow-hued divine light. Then more and more brilliant feathers appeared on her body. Even on her face, all sorts of feather-shaped curse seals appeared. Voila! With a ripping sound, the clothes on Soaring Feather God King's back were torn apart, and two massive pure white wings unfurled. These wings were each the height of an adult man, and her wingspan surpassed 20 feet. They were also 5 feet long. If she pulled them together, she could easily wrap them around her body. Lin Ming was startled. Soaring Feather actually had wings. These weren't wings formed from energy, but true wings of flesh and blood. This was the strength of her bloodline. With her wings gently flapping, Soaring Feather stood steady in the void. As she wore her snow-white dress coordinated with those wings, she seemed like a beautiful angel exiled from the highest heavens. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but the human martial artists were also stunned. Yet this wasn't the end, but just the beginning. After those wings appeared, luminous tail feathers stretched out from behind Soaring Feather God King. These tail feathers were 30 feet long, like the tail feathers of a phoenix. But these feathers were different from those of a phoenix. No one had ever seen anything like them. Tail feather after tail feather extended outwards, glorious and sharp. Soaring Feather God King's body gradually faded away. She was completely wrapped in those feathers, turning into a 7-colored divine wand. Lin Ming was startled. Soaring Feather God King was just like Xiao Moxian, and also possessed a half-god-beast bloodline relationship. Lin Ming didn't know if this was a god-beast in the traditional sense, but what he was sure of was that the bloodline intensity of this 7-colored divine wand was in no way inferior to a royal god-beast. Everyone said that Xiao Moxian's bloodline was one that was rarely seen even in 1 billion years within the divine realm, and now Soaring Feather God King seemed to have a similar bloodline to Xiao Moxian. But no one had known of this before. People only knew that Soaring Feather God King's weapons were feathers and her force field was the divine feather force field. However, they didn't form too many associations. It was only now that everyone realized Soaring Feather God King's feathers weren't there because they were her personal preference, but because they were truly part of her bloodline and originated from her body. I never thought that Soaring Feather would have this kind of bloodline, Dark Demon Monarch suddenly said. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Moxian. Because of similarities in bloodline, the one that could feel the great strength of Soaring Feather was Xiao Moxian. As someone with a royal Dark Phoenix bloodline, she had to pass through Nirvana 9 times to achieve her ultimate state. And she could faintly feel that Soaring Feather God King's bloodline allowed her to go through a similar transformation, and perhaps she had nearly reached the highest boundary, coming close to perfection. It seems that the feather conversion art was originally a cultivation method most suited for your bloodline, or it could even be said that the original progenitor of this cultivation method had a similar bloodline as you do, or perhaps it was changed to such a state in your hands. As Lin Ming spoke, he began to rapidly revolve the power of divinity and demons in his body. At this moment, he could feel the terrifying threat that came from Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather didn't answer Lin Ming. She said, "Let me give you a word of caution. In a situation where I reveal my true bloodline, I can display the Saint Race's body metamorphosis technique to the limit." Soaring Feather moved. With her tail feathers, she seemed like a 7-colored divine, one that was 70 to 80 feet long. Her speed drew towards an unimaginable degree as she nearly vanished from Lin Ming's sight. Kacha! Soaring Feather's 2 claws slashed down, tearing through the endless skies. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He rapidly drew backwards, sweeping out the black dragon spear at the same time. Although this was an automatic reaction, Lin Ming still poured a wild amount of incomparably shaking force into the black dragon spear, causing it to violently tremble. This black dragon spear that could instantly break apart an Empyrean spirit treasure smashed into the 7-colored divine wand's claws. Soaring Feather had transformed into a 7-colored divine wand, and her body now contained a divine natural strength. Lin Ming originally thought that the body transformation technique was Soaring Feather's weak spot, but after she manifested her true form, he was finally able to feel just how horrifying an existence she was. When the Phoenix Blood Spear smashed into Soaring Feather God King's claws, the fierce, vibrating power was forcefully withstood by Soaring Feather God King. The black dragon spear was suddenly caught by her left claw, and then her right claw came crashing down. Whung! With a loud explosive sound, the web of Lin Ming's hand cracked open. He stuffily coughed out loud as he flew backwards. At the same time, Soaring Feather God King hadn't emerged unscathed. Her left claw that had gripped onto the black dragon spear had been wounded by the vibration force. However, Soaring Feather God King ignored this. Her figure flickered, and her right claw grasped at Lin Ming's chest. This extreme speed left everyone panic-stricken. In the legends, the blue-winged rock that understood the wind laws to the deepest degree still wasn't this fast. This was a speed far superior to that of a phoenix god beast. People didn't even have time to cry out in alarm. Soaring Feather God King's claw had already reached Lin Ming. 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Starlight of the highest heavens immediately gathered towards him, crazily pouring into his body. At the same time, he had already started burning his azure blood. In this strike, Lin Ming had used his complete strength, even opening the 9 stars of the Tao Palace to the limit and pouring the power of divinity and demons into the black dragon spear, without reserve. For a time, black and white yin-yang colors swirled on the surface of the black dragon spear. The spear broke through the endless skies. Unstoppable, the power of divinity and demons kindled, burning like sacred flames and scorching down the vastness of space. Soaring Feather God King emitted a keening cry. She had just repelled Lin Ming's avatars with her wings, so she was only able to resist Lin Ming's strike with her claws. Kacha! In that moment, all sound was swallowed. A blinding divine light swept through the void. For the surrounding several hundred miles, the human martial artists bore the brunt of the aftermath as they were covered by this divine light. Everyone watched as a large asteroid started to melt away and disintegrate beneath the illumination of this divine light. Be careful! Many human martial artists cried out in alarm, all of them summoning their protective true essence to resist the energy that snuck through the array formations. How horrifying! Even with protective shields prepared ahead of time. So much energy leaked through that we have to use all our energy to resist it. A young, holy Lord-level elite said, his complexion changing. Facing such a dreadful strength, even if an Empyrean were to stand exposed in space, it was likely they would be severely wounded. Everyone instinctively wanted to retreat further away. But at this time, Divine Dream moved. She formed a 7-colored divine light that fused into the protective array, stabilizing it so that no energy leaked through anymore. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As they looked at Divine Dream, all was in their eyes. This massive asteroid had disintegrated beneath the impact of energy, yet Divine Dream was able to easily resist it. This showed just how terrifying true divinity-level masters were. At this time, the explosive divine light had dissipated. Everyone looked towards the center of the battlefield and saw that Soaring Feather God King's 2 claws were stained with blood, and the feathers on her stomach were also drenched red. From a single glance, one could see that this blood didn't originate from Lin Ming because its color was strange, and although it was red, it shined with a rainbow luster. Soaring Feather was injured. Moreover, her injuries were heavy. As for Lin Ming, his wounds were even greater. His arm was twisted at a strange angle. It was clear he had broken his bones. His other arm was also covered in blood. It was obvious that he took heavy losses in that collision just now. Not just that, but his complexion was deathly pale, as if in that explosion just now the two of them had also undergone a contest of soul force. Looking at Lin Ming's blood-stained body, Xiao Moxian trembled. Mu Qinyu, Qin Xingxuan, Lin Xiaoga, and the others were also shaking with worry. For the fight to reach this point, it was simply too brutal. Father, Lin Huang looked at Lin Ming from afar, his thoughts complex. To him, Lin Ming would forever be the one he worshipped and the goal he aimed for in his heart. Lin Ming's back had always been driving Lin Huang forwards. Compared to the nervous human side, Soaring Feather was staring at Lin Ming, her complexion dignified. She had used the final level of the feather conversion art, revealed her true form, combined her soul attack and material attack, and even utilized the Saint Race's body transformation technique to the limit. It could be said that she had gone all out this battle. Although she had suppressed Lin Ming, she actually didn't manage to defeat him. And at this time, something occurred that caused Soaring Feather's eyes to leap up. Lin Ming stretched out his left hand. He held onto his fractured and twisted right arm, clenched his teeth, and pulled. Kacha! With a cracking sound, the broken bones joined back together. Lin Ming slowly moved his right hand. Although his arm trembled, it was clear that there was no problem with his joints. By activating the Natal Life Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, a martial artist could obtain an unequaled restorative ability. They could regenerate severed arms and even rejoin their body if they were cut in half. Lin Ming held his spear in his left hand. He didn't move his right hand, but instead wrapped it with energy. It started to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Ming's eyes were profound. His 3 avatars gathered around him, clearly planning to delay for time. If he consumed a massive amount of blood vitality on his arm, he could definitely repair it in 20-some breaths of time. But during this time, he would need his avatars to divert his opponent. Soaring Feather's eyes were cold. She rushed forwards. She used her extreme speed. Once more. She clearly didn't plan on giving Lin Ming time to heal, or perhaps it could be said she wanted to test Lin Ming's limits. Hoo! Strong gales stirred up, Soaring Feather, and the 4 Lin Mings moved together. Energy wildly blazed outwards, forming a horrifying storm in the cosmos. The speed of the 5 figures neared the pinnacle, and even Empyreans found it difficult to clearly see what was occurring. As for the common martial artists, all they saw were series of afterimages. Although they couldn't clearly see the movements, the energy shock waves that were capable of disintegrating asteroids reminded everyone just how terrifying this battle was. If it wasn't for the force field released by Divine Dream, then besides the several peak Empyreans, there would be no one capable of standing still. Everyone below the Empyrean realm would also be instantly turned to ash. This was the disparity of absolute strength. Qi. Lin Ming gripped his spear in his left hand, drawing a crescent moon through the air as he aimed at Soaring Feather's abdomen. Soaring Feather blocked with her right wing and grasped out a claw at Lin Ming. However, at this time, Lin Ming's avatars attacked from behind Soaring Feather, forcing her to draw back her attack. Lin Ming's body flickered. Space shrank beneath his feet, and he instantly appeared thousands of feet away. You fight just to delay for time? Your arm should already be fine by now. Soaring Feather's face was cold and decisive. Lin Ming's avatars were simply too annoying. Although their individual strength was less than the main body, they still possessed formidable defensive powers, and with each one coordinating with the others, it was hard to damage them. I just recovered. Lin Ming suddenly shouted. He stretched out his right hand, and the black dragon spear landed in its grasp. You dare to engage me in frontal battle? Soaring Feather asked, her aura erupting. As you wish. Lin Ming roared into the heavens. He grabbed his spear with both hands and hurtled forwards once more. A massive Azura phantom appeared behind him. At this time, Lin Ming was covered in blood, small and large wounds crisscrossing his entire body. He was like a blood-red meteor as he impacted towards Soaring Feather God King. Bang! An explosion no smaller than the previous one blew out once more. Even from trillions of miles away, one could see a blazing light ignite in the distant skies. The protective barriers that were several hundred miles away began to violently shake. Besides Divine Dream, everyone else, including Emperor Sakya, Dark Demon Monarch, and the others, all had changed complexions. Just how horrifying was this battle? In this collision, Lin Ming's arm didn't break. By using the power of vibration, he dispersed a great deal of the impact force. Taking advantage of this chance, Lin Ming flipped around. He actually rode on top of Soaring Feather's back. This was a weakness of Soaring Feather God King's defenses that he had long since been eyeing. With Soaring Feather God King having become the incarnation of a divine bird, he could avoid many of her attacks by riding on her back. Chapter 2074. The Conclusion of the Battle. Chapter 2074. The Conclusion of the Battle. Soaring Feather God King's strongest attack methods were her wings and claws, but her wings were on her sides and her claws near her abdomen. Her back was her natural blind spot. This was what people meant when they spoke about riding a tiger. Riding the back of a beast was the safest spot, but getting off was an entirely different story. Bang! Lin Ming was like a mountain suppressing the earth. Strength capable of cracking open planets was poured into his legs as he clamped down on Soaring Feather God King's back. In that fierce explosion just then, Soaring Feather God King had momentarily lost her balance. She cried out in alarm with not enough time to react. She hadn't expected that Lin Ming would actually decide to fight this way. And at this time, Lin Ming used his blood-stained arms to grab the black dragon spear and bring it smashing down. Puff! Soaring Feather's protective astral essence shattered. Blood splashed out and feathers fluttered into the air. Soaring Feather emitted a keening cry, a cry that contained the wrath of a god king. She wasn't angry that she had been wounded by Lin Ming, but angry that Lin Ming was riding on her back. She suddenly flapped her wings and a terrifying energy erupted. Lin Ming's avatars were sent flying away like broken kites, but Lin Ming twisted his legs, sticking on a Soaring Feather's back so that he wouldn't be flung off by her. Lin Ming erupted with energy once more. He grabbed the black dragon spear and brought it pounding down again. Kacha! The sound of cracking bone filled the air. Soaring Feather God King vomited a mouthful of blood as she hurtled downwards. This scene left all the human martial artists watching dazed. The fight had actually reached such a brutal degree, and Lin Ming was now even riding on Soaring Feather's back. In particular, Astral Vault God King. He didn't dare reveal himself in public, and instead watched the battle from afar. As he did, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He was the one who understood Soaring Feather's personality the most. Just how arrogant was Soaring Feather? And yet, she was now being ridden by a human and being savagely beaten. Not to mention Soaring Feather. Even common god beasts wouldn't tolerate being ridden by others. This was an absolute insult to them, so it was no wonder that Soaring Feather was so enraged. Ayo! Soaring Feather sent out a keening cry once more. At this moment, her entire body seemed to burn like a scorching sun. Countless divine feathers fell down from her body, scattering throughout the air. Spears of divine feathers. This was tens of thousands of seven-colored divine feathers, indiscriminately attacking in all directions. Many of these feathers also contained Soaring Feather God King's blood essence. Zheng, 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 zheng. Divine feathers became spears, each spear glimmering with cold light. Tens of thousands of spear lights blazed out, splitting open the endless skies. This was Soaring Feather's attack, created from shedding her divine feathers, and also her all-out move. Unless she was in a life-or-death crisis, she wouldn't use such a move. In ordinary times, if she fought with Lin Ming, Even if she was finally defeated by him, she still wouldn't use this move. This was because this move was her trump card, and also a move that overdrew her blood vitality. But now, because Lin Ming was riding on her back, it was too hard for her to get rid of him, leaving her with no choice but to use her life-saving attack. When Soaring Feather's divine feathers were flooded with energy, each one approached a true divinity's spirit treasure in quality. With so many divine feathers scattered in all directions and shooting out, this was a nightmarish attack. Facing this crazy and fierce offensive, it was certainly impossible for Lin Ming to continue riding on Soaring Feather's back. At this time, the countless divine feathers that were shot out began to roll backwards, submerging into Soaring Feather God King's body until they all vanished. As for the several divine feathers that Lin Ming held in his hands, although they didn't manage to fly loose from his grasp, all of their blood energy was instantly drawn out as they lose all their luster. This blood energy was naturally used to restore Soaring Feather God King. To take away Soaring Feather's life, feather blood essence, in front of her wasn't a realistic action. At this time, Soaring Feather God King was still in the shape of a seven-colored divine wand. However, her back was covered with blood, and her bones were broken all over. This was the result of being firmly smashed by Lin Ming's spear. Just then, her icy cold eyes glared at Lin Ming. In terms of wounds alone, Lin Ming had far deeper injuries than she did. But Lin Ming possessed the natal life Tao Palace, and his recovery abilities were stronger. Moreover, that attack Soaring Feather used just now had affected her blood vitality. If they were to truly continue fighting, then Soaring Feather would have the edge in winning. But that was already meaningless, because fighting any further would mean a true life-or-death slaughter, and both sides would inevitably be forced to overdrawn their life source. "This is as far as we go," Soaring Feather suddenly shouted. Lin Ming was stunned. He slowed the power of divinity and demons revolving in his body, and even the black dragon spear in his hands gently shook. His injuries were far too deep, and he had just received heavy losses. Even just now, Soaring Feather's final strike had caused 3 wounds that pierced through his body. The natal life Tao Palace helped Lin Ming regenerate his wounds. And at this time, Lin Ming's 3 avatars stood on guard, protecting him as they stared at Soaring Feather. Lin Ming's fighting method was to restore his injuries using the natal life Tao Palace and use his 3 avatars to delay for time. Such a plan was to engage Soaring Feather in a battle of attrition. However, Lin Ming didn't know how many times Soaring Feather could use that final spears of divine feathers killing move she just displayed. If she was able to use it 2 more times, then that was absolutely something he could not withstand. "This is as far as we go." Lin Ming looked at Soaring Feather. "Fighting further is meaningless." Soaring Feather coldly looked at Lin Ming. Because he had ridden her just then, she still brooded over this. The truth was that her thoughts were extremely complex at this moment. Lin Ming's strength had surpassed her expectations, and she never thought she would even have to use her spears of divine feathers. Hearing Soaring Feather's words, all the human martial artists let out a long breath of relief. In truth, in their opinion, they all believed that Soaring Father had the upper hand, and they worried whether or not Lin Ming would be able to continue the battle much longer. Lin Ming. Xiao Moxin covered her mouth. Tears started streaming down her cheeks. "It's finally over." Empyrean Vast Universe wiped away a cold sweat. "It's good that it's over." Empyrean Vast Universe was someone that wasn't afraid of any situation, but when that fight just now reached such a dire degree, he found it difficult to relax. His heart had been caught in his throat the entire time. "Then our bet," Lin Ming gloomily said as he looked at Soaring Feather. Previously, they had said that even if Lin Ming didn't win, as long as they came to a draw, or if he could show he had combat strength equal to a Saint True Divinity, then Soaring Feather and astral vault would fulfill their end of the bet. But with their battle having concluded in such a manner, Lin Ming actually didn't believe this could be considered a draw. This was because for anyone watching it would seem that he had been at a disadvantage. The bet will be as we agreed, Soaring Feather frostily said. She had already developed thoughts of withdrawing from the war between humanity and the saints. The great war between humanity and the saints all began because of the good fortune saint sovereign's ambitions. Soaring Feather had no intention of fighting to the death for the good fortune saint sovereign. As for the final result in the war, the truth was that even if humanity won, the foundation of the saints wouldn't be shaken. In the past, humanity only had a single heaven, and even after being occupied by the saints, it was impossible to kill off every human. So now, the opposite was also true. Humanity didn't have too many elites to begin with, but the saints had 7 heavens with an impossibly large population base. The saints had Empyreans, even peak Empyreans, several times the number that humanity possessed, so it was truly impossible for the humans to do anything to the saints. Moreover, the most dangerous Lin Ming had already promised that he would withdraw from the war with her and astral vault, and places every grudge onto the good fortune saint sovereign alone. As for the blood debt between humanity and the saints, that would have to be taken back by the human armies. In this situation, what reason was there for Soaring Feather to continue doing all this? This battle was originally just a way for her to find a legitimate reason to withdraw from the war. The reason the battle devolved into such an appearance was because Lin Ming's strength far surpassed her expectations, and also because Lin Ming's actions had provoked Soaring Feather. Thinking of this, Soaring Feather indignantly glared at Lin Ming with resentment. Unfortunately, it would be impossible for her to do anything to Lin Ming, and there was also no way for her to clear this insult in the future. "You remember me." Soaring Feather coldly tossed out these words. After finishing speaking, she didn't delay at all as her body turned into a beam of light that shot deep into the universe. Lin Ming was left dumbfounded. He didn't think Soaring Feather would leave in such a simple and immediate manner. Like this, his battle against 2 true divinities had concluded. To many martial artists, Lin Ming was a nearly omnipotent existence. If Lin Ming was strong, then morale would surge upwards. If Lin Ming was weak, then morale would plummet. The name of faith that these martial artists kept in their hearts should be somewhat sacrosanct. Young Hero Lin, Senior Lin, Sage Lin, Hero Lin, titles like these were inappropriate. Thinking of this, Lin Ming also believed that a title was necessary. Thus he nodded. "Then I will have to bother Senior Divine Dream to help me arrange this." As humanity was arranging Lin Ming's ascension ceremony, Soaring Feather had already activated a great void shift and passed through hundreds of millions of miles of space. She rapidly flew into a milky white spirit palace located deep in starry space. Only Fairy Blue Lotus was within this spirit palace, anxiously waiting. "Master." Seeing Soaring Feather rapidly fly over, Fairy Blue Lotus rushed to greet her. As she saw Soaring Feather's appearance, though, she was startled. At this time, Soaring Feather had still maintained her body metamorphosis appearance. Her back was covered in blood, and many of her feathers had been torn out. "I'm fine. These are just external wounds." The moment that Soaring Feather flew into the spirit palace, she undid her body metamorphosis. Her naked body landed on the great rugs that lined the spirit palace. Her snow-white skin was stained red with blood. Seeing these wounds, Fairy Blue Lotus was horrified. She didn't dare to believe her own eyes. These wounds were caused by Lin Ming? "Yes," Soaring Feather nodded. "Master, you lost?" Fairy Blue Lotus uttered, disbelief thick in her voice. It was already hard for her to accept that Lin Ming had the abilities to contend with Soaring Feather, but to defeat Soaring Feather and severely wound her. Fairy Blue Lotus thought this was impossible. This was simply too ridiculous. I didn't lose, but I didn't win. Lin Ming's wounds are heavier than mine, Soaring Feather lightly said. The new was constantly replacing the old. Lin Ming's great strength had left her bewildered. Prepare a barrel of medicinal solution for me. Although Soaring Feather cultivated the Saint Race's body transformation technique, her restorative abilities were far inferior to Astral Vault's. This was the difference of their bloodlines. When Astral Vault fought with Lin Ming, his recovery abilities far exceeded Lin Ming's natal life Dao Palace. In truth, Astral Vault God King was not weak. His strengths lay in his endurance and recovery abilities that far exceeded Lin Ming's. Astral Vault God King could fiercely battle for 100 days without using up all his strength. His blood vitality was far more powerful than that of a god beast, and in battle he recovered more energy than he used. He wasn't injured easily, and even if he was fine. The more he fought, the stronger he became, until the time his opponent collapsed. Unfortunately, he fell into Lin Ming's trap. He had been rapidly defeated by Lin Ming in a short period of time and wasn't able to display his advantages. It could be said that Astral Vault had lost with many regrets. A true divinity was not skilled in all aspects. Soaring Feather was superior to Astral Vault in many areas, but she lagged behind in recovery abilities. After receiving a heavy wound, she needed the support of medicinal solutions to help her quickly recover. She held her naked body and stepped into the jade barrel. As her snow-white skin sank into the green medicinal solution, it was like white jade being buried in liquid emeralds. Soaring Feather slowly fell silent. She didn't know what would occur in the future of the 33 heavens, nor did she know what the good fortune Saint Sovereign would do once he left seclusion, and she didn't even know what the Soul Emperor was plotting. She was clearly aware that with her strength, it was impossible for her to go from being a chess piece to a chess player. Originally, it was the Soul Emperor and the good fortune Saint Sovereign playing against each other. Now, Lin Ming had joined in from the side. As for how this game would play out, Soaring Feather couldn't see. If she couldn't see what direction the chess game was playing in, rushing in to do anything was extremely dangerous. Moreover, for these past years, she had felt increasingly tired and long since wanted to withdraw. She didn't want to be a chess piece, even if she was the most important game piece on the board. So, what? As a true divinity, the truth was that she didn't need to attach herself to anyone. Upon reaching the level of a true divinity, if one discounted the hidden true divinities who no one knew whether or not they truly existed, then the ones that were known amounted to around 10 in total. But as for where the limits of these people's strength lay, no one knew. The strength of the 33 heavens Soul Emperor and good fortune Saint Sovereign was also a mystery. Soaring Feather was only faintly aware. Besides the good fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor, the other true divinities were likely at the lower true divinity realm. As for what rank of true divinity the 33 heavens Soul Emperor and good fortune Saint Sovereign were, no one knew. They only vaguely referred to them as outstanding amongst true divinities. Soaring Feather had never fought with the good fortune Saint Sovereign or the Soul Emperor, so she hadn't seen the limits of their strength. She didn't know if they were upper true divinities or middle true divinities. All she knew was that she was absolutely not a match for either one of them. At this time, in Demon Fairy Palace, on the top floor of Demon Fairy Palace, on a warm bed within Xiao Maoxin's chambers, Lin Ming was wrapped in fragrance, enjoying a warmth he hadn't felt for a long time. Mu Qinyu was quietly splayed over his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. As for Qin Xingxuan, she held onto Lin Ming's arm, curled around him like a little sleeping kitten. As for Xiao Maoxin, she was leaning on Lin Ming's side, stretching out a delicate finger and naughtily drawing circles on his chest. This moment of peace gave the three women an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. Naturally, Lin Ming was also extremely satisfied. The truth was that in these past years, Lin Ming had chased after the peak of martial arts and tried to preserve the future of humanity. He had spent nearly all his time and energy on these two matters. In his heart, the desire between men and women wasn't able to create many waves. However, after being separated for thousands of years and then reuniting with the women he deeply loved most in his life, the warmth and pleasure that returned could no longer be expressed with the word desire alone. After an unknown period of time, Mu Qinyu quietly opened her eyes. She suddenly said, "Lin Ming, I want a child." Mu Qinyu startled Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan also immediately awakened. Her pitch-black eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Ming. "I also want one." Qin Xingxuan's face blushed red. Xiao Moxin laughed, but this playful and friendly laugh left Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu even more embarrassed. In the past, when Lin Ming was in the lower realms, if he wasn't involved in the chaos in the South Sea, then he was being chased down by Yang Yun. In between, he had risked his life countless times, and with his limited strength and his desire to struggle against destiny, Lin Ming wasn't prepared to bring children into the world. This was because he couldn't provide an environment to look after and train his children. When he was with Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu, although they had made love numerous times, he had actually locked in his source of life because he didn't want children. Afterwards, when Lin Ming was in the Azure Road with Xiao Moxin, he also didn't want a child. However, the difference was that Lin Ming had a different bloodline than Xiao Moxin, and it was extremely difficult for her to become pregnant. Lin Ming thought the chances of her becoming pregnant were nearly zero, thus he didn't care too much. However, he never thought that after he left the Azure Road, he would win the jackpot, thus resulting in Lin Huang. Chapter 2076, Empyrean Title. Chapter 2076, Empyrean Title. Brother Lin, for these past years, my two big sisters have had many concerns that you weren't aware of. Xiao Moxin playfully pinched Lin Ming. Then she leaned in close to his ear, whispering something to him before quietly putting on her clothes and walking away. The truth was that Xiao Moxin was already aware of Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu's thoughts. As women, they longed for a child, and this wish had continued for thousands of years. As Xiao Moxin left the room, she gently closed the door behind her. Lin Ming was stunned. He looked at Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu in a daze, unsure what feeling was in his heart. Mu Qianyu grabbed onto Lin Ming's hand, affectionately staring into his eyes. "Lin Ming, did you know that when you left more than 6,000 years ago, I nearly broke down. With the sorrow of humanity, there was nothing here but endless vicious beasts of the wilderness. It was with great difficulty that we developed our territory, but even then all our efforts were for naught. This was because no matter how much we constructed, we never knew when the saints would come rushing through and savagely destroy everything. I couldn't find hope, and I couldn't see a future. I waited for you, but everyone said that you had died. I wasn't willing to believe them, but slowly I began reaching the precipice of despair. It was during this time that I thought if I had your child, how wonderful would that be? With a child, I would have a focus for my life. I could pour all my emotions into our child, so that even if something happened to you, I wouldn't collapse because there would be a reason for my life." Mu Qinyu earnestly said, not blinking as she looked at Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan held on to Lin Ming's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. "Brother Lin, do you plan on leaving again in a few days?" Lin Ming froze. Looking at Qin Xingxuan, he couldn't bear hurting her again. However, he knew that he didn't have much time left. When he used negotiations and his own strength to force Astral Vault and Soaring Vault to withdraw from the war with him, many people had already guessed his plans. Eventually, Lin Ming nodded. Qin Xingxuan wasn't surprised, nor was she hurt. She had already expected this. She said, "Brother Lin, 6,000 years ago, Huanger was born, and every day I would help little sister Sienna look after him. I truly did envy her. Afterwards, I watched Huanger slowly grow and regarded him as my own child. But in the end, he wasn't. Every time Huanger went out to adventure, and then when I saw him return, I would think how wonderful would it be if I had my own child." As Qin Xingxuan spoke, her eyes sparkled with tears. She finally spoke of the sad days she had experienced for over 6,000 years. This sort of loneliness, this sort of fear, the pain brought by these emotions was difficult to describe in words. Lin Ming didn't speak because words were no longer necessary at this moment. He firmly gripped Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's hands. Then he held them in his arms and gently kissed them. Together, they fell back onto the soft bed. Everything continued to occur naturally. For the next 3 days, Lin Ming didn't train anymore. For the entire 3 days, he completely relaxed himself and enjoyed a sensual peace with his wives. And every time, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan would carefully accept Lin Ming's life essence, lest it flow out from them. Seeing this, Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. The truth was that as long as Lin Ming no longer locked in his life essence, the chances of becoming pregnant were nearly 100%. This was because Lin Ming's essence energy possessed a life force, vigor, and survival time far surpassing that of a mortal. It wasn't wrong that it was difficult for a more powerful race to reproduce, but it was Lin Ming that was strong, not his race that was strong. And by this time, Lin Ming's title had already been decided. Just yesterday, in order to decide Lin Ming's title, several high-level figures of humanity had convened a special conference. This was something that had never occurred in human history before. The vast majority of Empyrean titles were personally chosen by that Empyrean. They would use whatever title they were fond of. These titles would often be related to their cultivation methods, combat methods, life experiences, place of birth, the reason they became famous, ancient ruins they visited, or other such factors. However, Lin Ming's title held a different significance. He was the might and authority of humanity. The symbol of a leader certainly couldn't be randomly chosen. This title needed to be accepted by the common people. Moreover, this title was destined to be recorded in the annals of history and spread down for eternity. Thus, one couldn't help but be careful. 6 billion years ago, the leader of humanity was conferred the title of Empyrean Divine Seal. This title possessed monumental momentum and importance. Even after so many years passed, when people mentioned the name of Empyrean Divine Seal, they would do so with infinite respect in their voices. As for what Empyrean Divine Seal's true name was, no one knew. Of course, this was likely due to the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago, in which most of humanity's inheritances were destroyed. At the start, someone suggested that they call Lin Ming Empyrean Immortal to indicate that Lin Ming was immortal and that with his life, humanity would continue to exist in perpetuity. However, this proposal was directly rejected by Divine Dream. While the title Immortal might be domineering and great, it was already taken by someone 10 billion years ago. At the same time, Empyrean Azura was the same. More ideas were proposed. From Lin Ming's cultivation methods, Empyrean 9-star, Empyrean Thunderfire, Empyrean Heretical God. All of these possibilities were rejected. The reason was because they only described a small part and didn't reflect Lin Ming in his entirety. Divine Dream had had every person participating in this conference propose a title Even the primal god race proposed the title of Everlasting God King, but after Divine Dream considered it for a moment, she also rejected this. When it came to Vast Universe to offer a proposal, because everyone had offered so many ideas and he couldn't duplicate them, he thought for a moment before suggesting Empyrean New Dawn. This left Divine Dream at a loss for words. Although Empyrean New Dawn did have some nice meaning to it, this name didn't resound in the ears at all. Then how about we call him the Human Sovereign? As all the other Empyreans finished speaking, Divine Dream spoke up. Everyone listening was stunned. This name not only resounded loudly in the ears, but it also possessed a deeper meaning. The saints had their saint sovereign. The Spiritas had their soul emperor. Then humanity should have their human sovereign. This title also indicated Lin Ming's position. Human sovereign, the sovereign of humanity. In other words, the number one person of the entire human race. In the future, when this great calamity was recorded in history, Lin Ming would be considered the highest leader of humanity, and his name would be written down forever. When others mentioned these history books and spoke of Lin Ming, they would refer to him as the human sovereign. In other words, human sovereign Lin Ming. And in the future, when the divine realm recovered to its golden era, humanity would no longer refer to Lin Ming as senior or sage, but would instead call him Your Majesty, or Sovereign. This title obtained the approval of the Empyreans present. This was also a title won by Lin Ming's strength. Because even if Empyreans could choose their title however they wished, no one would dare to call themselves this, since it would be the same as challenging all other human Empyreans. But for Lin Ming to be conferred the title of Human Sovereign, no one refused it. When Lin Ming learned of this title, he felt that it was a bit exaggerated. But after considering multiple factors, a bit of exaggeration was acceptable for the war effort. Like this, the Ascension ceremony officially began. Banquets were held one after another. Many of the items at these banquets were heavenly materials, priceless and rare. Eating them was greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. This banquet and ceremony continued for a full 3 days. The title of Human Sovereign, Lin Ming, also spread through humanity from this ceremony. On the last day, Lin Ming sat atop the throne of the Human Sovereign. Throughout the endless starry skies, the chants of human martial artists echoed. Human Sovereign Immortal, Humanity Forever. This chant formed a storm, causing the blood of every human warrior to boil over. Looking at these human martial artists with their momentum that soared to the skies, Lin Ming knew that it was finally time for humanity to return to the divine realm and settle their blood debt. This was also the time for him to leave. To Lin Ming, everything that was occurring in front of him, all of this worship and adoration, all of it seemed like a fog that could disappear at any moment. Without absolute strength, before long all of this would turn into illusion, let alone being something that spread down through history. This was because before that ever occurred, humanity would have turned into the dust of history. Time was of the essence. Chapter 2077. Depart. Chapter 2077. Depart. After the Ascension ceremony ended, Lin Ming flew into the void of space by himself. He left behind the Legion of Famine to protect his family and friends. As for the great armies of humanity, they were preparing to retake the divine realm. In such a situation, Lin Ming quietly passed through the connection between the wild universe and the divine realm and arrived at the Azura Road by himself. In the past 2 months, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu became pregnant one after another. And as the 2 women were preparing to become mothers, Lin Ming entered seclusion once more to perceive Famine's memories. As his understanding towards the abyssal language became increasingly profound, he slowly understood more and more things. The origin of the Dark Abyss and the abyssal demons slowly formed an outline in Lin Ming's mind. A terrifying guess emerged in Lin Ming's heart. Because the information from famine was incredibly messy and chaotic, Lin Ming didn't dare to assume that his guesses were correct. He had an idea, but to confirm this, he had to personally go to the Dark Abyss. Now, within the 33 heavens, there was no place necessary for Lin Ming to go. He had already explored the depths of the Azura Road. As for the Akashic Dream Universe, although he hadn't fully explored it, Lin Ming had already become fully aware of the laws of life and death, and even if he went there, he wouldn't gain any heaven-shaking harvests. Moreover, there was still the Soul Emperor. Although Sheng Mei had said that the Soul Emperor would need to go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years, or even longer after absorbing his eternal soul, in order to cultivate the so-called laws of immortality. However, Lin Ming couldn't say that the Soul Emperor wouldn't end this seclusion midway. Thus, after thinking about it, the place Lin Ming needed to go the most was the Dark Abyss. Lin Ming was aware that within the Dark Abyss, there were horrifying existences that were scarier and stronger than the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens. Infinite secrets were contained in the Dark Abyss. These secrets involved the great calamity of the 33 heavens 10 billion years ago, and even involved more ancient eras of the universe. Lin Ming didn't know what the history of the universe was like before the Azura Road Master. Could there have once been a martial arts civilization that was even more glorious? But before going to the Dark Abyss, Lin Ming thought of going to the Azura Road once more. There were some matters he needed to finish first, and he needed to go into seclusion for a period of time. The area Lin Ming chose to stay at in the Azura Road was not the final trial, but God-Burying Ridge. Over 6,000 years ago, when Lin Ming arrived at the Azura Road's Great Desolate with Xiao Ma Xin, they had been hunted down by Imperial Prince Naki in God-Burying Ridge, and finally even caught Tian Mingzi's attention. In a life-or-death crisis, Lin Ming dual-cultivated with Xiao Ma Xin, and as a result they killed Tian Mingzi. Thinking of those days made Lin Ming feel as if they happened just yesterday. His battle against Tian Mingzi had been incomparably perilous. A single wrong step, and they would have been doomed. Lin Ming's heart still sped up when he thought back to Tian Mingzi's cunning plots. In the past, the reason he could kill Tian Mingzi and even bring down Imperial Prince Naki and the half-step Empyrean Mr. Ashmurder was because he had drawn support from a death zone in God-Burying Ridge, Blue Throne by Qi's tomb. One of the Azura Road Master's disciples was buried in by Qi's tomb. Without a doubt, this person had once been an ancient true divinity-level character. After being weakened for 10 billion years, the tomb that this character left behind had its array formations and force fields weakened to an incredibly low degree. Otherwise, if they weren't, then using the tomb's array formations to kill a lower Empyrean or middle Empyrean wouldn't have been difficult at all. In the past, when Lin Ming entered Bai Qi's tomb, he had disturbed Bai Qi's eternal slumber. Then, in order to protect himself, he had used the array formations in Bai Qi's tomb to kill Imperial Prince Naki, Mr. Ashmurder, and the others, in order to express his thanks and also apologize for his actions. Lin Ming had pledged that once he gained the ability, he would re-enter this land and repair Bai Qi's tomb. And now Lin Ming had this ability. He used his knowledge of array formations and the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, spending a full 6 days to repair all of the killing arrays in Bai Qi's tomb. He poured in sufficient energy, and with the heaven and earth origin energy that would supplement the array formations, they would revolve without issue for several billion more years. Like this, Lin Ming could be said to have fulfilled his past promise. Besides repairing Bai Qi's tomb, he had made another pledge. He had promised Empyrean Divine Mist that he would kill Empyrean Divine Void. Thinking of this, Lin Ming estimated his strength and realized that it might be too difficult to achieve. Divine Void strength was likely comparable to that of Astral Vault God King. While he was stronger than Astral Vault God King, if he hadn't used tactics and had instead directly faced him, then defeating him wouldn't have been as easy. Moreover, that was only defeat. Defeating someone and killing them were two completely different concepts. As long as Divine Void walked away, there was nothing Lin Ming could do to stop him. Even if Divine Void wanted to engage in a final life-or-death battle, and Lin Ming fought with him, there were no advantages to be had. In this sort of situation, it was impossible for Lin Ming to avoid all the array formations and subordinates within Divine Void's lair and kill him. He didn't believe he could accomplish this even when he reached the Middle Empyrean realm. Thus, Lin Ming chose to go into seclusion. This was also the most important goal for which he had come to God-Burying Ridge, because God-Burying Ridge contained a mysterious cultivation land, Tragic Death Valley. Within Tragic Death Valley, time and space were twisted underneath the yoke of some strange rules. The flow of time in Tragic Death Valley was 10 times faster than in the outside world. Every 10 days in Tragic Death Valley was equal to 1 day outside. Time enchantments weren't strange, but the enchantment within Tragic Death Valley didn't twist the laws, thus it didn't affect a martial artist cultivation. This was beyond rare. Of course, there was also a price in staying in Tragic Death Valley. This was an immutable, never-changing environment. A martial artist wouldn't gain new insights, nor would they experience lucky chances. They would not be able to engage in life or death battles, and their cultivation speed wouldn't rise too quickly. If a human Holy Lord were to enter Tragic Death Valley, it was simply unrealistic for them to break into the Empyrean realm during their stay. In the past, when Lin Ming developed his inner world and perceived the samsara of life and death, even if he didn't have enough time, he still wouldn't have entered Tragic Death Valley. Firstly, the things he needed to feel and comprehend didn't exist in Tragic Death Valley. Secondly, and more importantly, was that there wasn't much origin energy within Tragic Death Valley. In fact, it could be called extremely thin. This was because Tragic Death Valley was completely isolated from the outside, and the heaven and earth origin within only circulated amongst itself. The scattered energy inside originated from the life forms that fell in Tragic Death Valley, as well as their magic items. Such energy was certainly limited. Moreover, when Lin Ming was a world king rushing towards the Empyrean realm, he needed to absorb a massive amount of world power. Thus, Tragic Death Valley was not an ideal cultivation place. But presently the circumstances were completely different. Lin Ming had comprehended the laws within the Holy Scripture and even gradually fused them with the Azura heavenly Tao. The power of divinity and demons also formed a system, and his inner world had absorbed enough world power. Lin Ming's comprehension had reached a high level, and what he lacked now was cultivation. Moreover, after Lin Ming successfully broke into the Empyrean realm, because he had to withstand tribulation of the 33 heavens, he had absorbed an enormous amount of heavenly Tao law fragments, many of which came from the law's ancient god kings. When Lin Ming shattered these phantoms of ancient god kings, a minor part of their aura and comprehensions, and even the laws they cultivated were inevitably inherited by Lin Ming. All of this could be digested in Tragic Death Valley. Thus, Lin Ming didn't lack laws that he needed to perceive. As for heaven and earth origin energy, it wasn't wrong that the origin energy within Tragic Death Valley was barren. But Lin Ming never planned on absorbing heaven and earth origin energy from there to begin with. Instead, he had brought Famine's avatar with him. This was a massive treasure trove of energy which contained an incomparably large amount of blood vitality and demonic power. A shortage of heaven and earth origin energy was unimportant. Lin Ming only needed to absorb Famine's avatar. Like this, Lin Ming entered Tragic Death Valley. To him, this place that was an absolute death trap to ordinary martial artists was actually as calm and leisurely as a garden. After so many years, Lin Ming returned to Tragic Death Valley Once more, nothing had changed from the past. Endless bones littered the ground. And there was also the incomparably large god-beast tomb array that should have originated from the Azura Roadmaster. Tragic Death Valley was pitch black, and the piece was horrifying. When many peerless masters arrived here, they couldn't see any hope of escape and were slowly driven to insanity. However, within such an environment, Lin Ming's mind was as still as a placid lake. Even in this darkness and deathly silence, all that Lin Ming felt was peace and quiet. Chapter 2078, Retaking the Divine Realm. Chapter 2078, Retaking the Divine Realm. In these past years, Lin Ming felt a great pressure on his shoulders, and he had experienced far too many tribulations. After arriving at an absolutely safe place like Tragic Death Valley, he immediately relaxed. This was an array formation that the Azura Roadmaster had personally laid down in the past. Even someone on the level of Soaring Feather God King would have a hard time freely entering and leaving as they pleased, and no one could expect that he would hide here. While inside, he was absolutely safe. Lin Ming began his seclusion. There were too many matters he had to complete. Just absorbing the memories in Famine's soul would take an extremely long time. Lin Ming needed to go to the Dark Abyss, and without Famine's memories as a guide, then a single human entering was no different from a sheep wandering into a wolf den. He had to protect himself, and the greatest measure with which to do so was famine. The years passed without sense of time. Lin Ming fell into an absorbed state. He didn't know how much time passed, only that his hair constantly grew longer, brushing against the ground, and still growing. Dust rose and fell on his body. At certain intervals, waves of demonic energy would rise up, and the dust on Lin Ming would fly away. However, he steadfastly sat there like a rock. When Lin Ming first entered the Azure Road, he was already just barely able to deal with the demonic energy tides in Tragic Death Valley. Now he was like a reef in front of a breeze, simply not feeling it at all. But Lin Ming's clothes slowly tore apart. As several demonic energy tides rose, they wore away at his clothes. Soon he became utterly naked. Every now and then his exposed skin would glow red. He was absorbing Famine's essence. To Lin Ming, Famine's avatar was powerful, but it was only slightly more powerful than himself. With sufficient time, Lin Ming would surpass Famine's avatar in strength, and by that time the avatar would be weak. Thus, the most effective method for Lin Ming to use the avatar of Famine was to absorb its essence to further develop himself. As time passed, Lin Ming absorbed more and more of Famine's energy into his body. Not only did he absorb a massive amount of pure demon energy, but he also absorbed the laws within it. Faintly, Lin Ming seemed to arrive in a chaotic space. Deep within this chaotic space, a massive black hole of space-time slowly revolved. As energy neared this black hole, it would be sucked in. Seeing this, Lin Ming froze. This was laws of swallowing. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Famine's flesh and blood, and even its soul contained the secrets to the laws of swallowing. After absorbing Famine's soul, and now absorbing Famine's flesh and blood, all of Famine's essence was being transferred to his body. Then, perhaps he could also peek into the deepest secrets of the laws of swallowing and begin plundering talent like Famine could. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Ming to do this to such a heaven-defying degree like Famine could. But it would be good enough if he could inherit a tiny portion of the talent in the laws of swallowing, disregarding everything else. Just his speed in absorbing world energy in the future would be incomparable to the present. To swallow, in Lin Ming's mind, these weren't the methods of the enemy, but a new shortcut that would allow him to grow faster. With these intentions in mind, Lin Ming no longer hesitated. He composed his mind and poured all of his mental strength into Famine's flesh and blood, greedily absorbing nutrition from its essence. Unknowingly and unwittingly, 100 years passed. Outside, this was only 10 years. In these 10 years, Lin Ming's 2 children were born. One was a boy, and one was a girl. Mu Qinyu gave birth to a boy named Lin Yu, and Qin Qingshuan gave birth to a girl named Lin Xian. If they were to march into Saint Convocation Heaven and face the unknown breadth of the saint armies from the 7 heavens of the saints, then this would be far too risky a move. It was unwise to pursue a hard-pressed enemy too far, much less an army that was deep in enemy territory. However, Divine Dream still issued the order to give pursuit. This was because with her presence she could maintain the integrity of the human fleets. Divine Dream knew that it was impossible for humanity to seize the Saint Convocation Heaven no matter how much they chased after their enemies. She knew that besides annihilating some of the saints' overall war strength, there weren't any advantages to be had. But she would still continue the pursuit, even if this was only a tribute to the countless martyrs who had died bravely in battle in the wild universe. The blood of humanity couldn't be bled in vain. She needed to give those heroic martyrs an answer to their deeds. This battle continued for another 30 years. Humanity's war in the Saint Convocation Heaven was even more difficult. Humanity had yet to recover their energy. In terms of Empyrean-level characters, they only had a bit more than 100, and only 2,000 some great world kings. Although Divine Dream was powerful, she was only a single person. This would be the same if the good fortune Saint Sovereign went to the wild universe to fight. The human Empyreans would immediately hide away, making it so that the good fortune Saint Sovereign wouldn't be able to kill many of them. And now, with Divine Dream battling in the Saint Convocation Heaven, the Saint Empyreans naturally wouldn't line up so that Divine Dream could slaughter them. Thus, Divine Dream's greatest function was to protect the main force of humanity and threaten. With Divine Dream, the human armies did not fear frontally facing the saints, nor did they fear being surrounded. However, Divine Dream couldn't replace the human armies in fighting. To annihilate the armies of the saints, what humanity truly relied on were their Empyreans, world kings, and holy lords. The size of the human armies was far too small. It was simply impossible for them to wage war throughout the 7 heavens of the saint race. Soon, the fight reached an impasse. The saints actively avoided battle. In this situation, humanity wasn't able to achieve much. To further expand their war victories, they could only destroy planets of saints and wipe out massive amounts of low-level saint martial artists. But if they did this, then they would be no different from the saints, and perhaps might even be worse. Thus, on the 50th year, the human armies returned to the divine realm. The moment that the armies withdrew, the divine realm wildly cheered in revelry and celebration. Countless people cried out hot tears. They had paid a deep price for over 6,000 years, putting in generations of effort. And now they finally had their homeland back. They had preserved their dignity, had preserved the bravery of their bloodline. Although this was only temporary, they had all firmed their resolve. No matter how the saints counterattacked in the future, they would continue fighting on to the last person. With humanity's victory, 2 names shined ever brighter in human history. These 2 names were Human Sovereign Lin Ming and Heavenly Empress Divine Dream. No one referred to Divine Dream as Empyrean Divine Dream anymore, but started to call her the Heavenly Empress. This corresponded to Lin Ming. Within the heavens and earth, Lin Ming was the human sovereign and Divine Dream was the Heavenly Empress. One sovereign, one empress. These were similar to the names of the Spiritas Soul Emperor and Soul Empress. Emperor, sovereign, empress, these were some of the highest titles given to men and women in humanity. They were unrelated to whether or not one was married. While the divine realm was being rebuilt, Lin Ming was still deep in seclusion. "70 years had passed outside, meaning 700 years within tragic Death Valley. During these 700 years, Lin Ming had already started the 7th cycle of the grand reincarnation arc. The energy needed to recultivate from the start of a reincarnation came from the avatar of famine. And during the process of fusing with this energy, Lin Ming started to slowly touch upon famine's laws of swallowing. Bit by bit, he imprinted famine's talent to swallow into himself. By now, Lin Ming was completely able to control the power of demons. If he camouflaged himself as an abyssal, then no one would suspect him, and they would even think he was a high-level existence amongst abyssals. This paved the way for Lin Ming to enter the dark abyss. Otherwise, a human entering the abyss was no different from suicide. After 700 years of cultivation, Lin Ming's foundation had consolidated. This gave him the ambition to attack the Middle Empyrean realm while in tragic Death Valley. Another 500 years passed. Lin Ming had reached the peak of the Lower Empyrean realm. Strength gathered crazily within him. The planet-sized avatar of famine gave him strength without end. In addition to the talent of swallowing he had now, absorbing the flesh and blood essence of famine came as easily as drinking water to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's cultivation speed couldn't even be described as traveling 10,000 miles in a day. After staying in tragic Death Valley for 1,500 years, he finally felt he had accumulated sufficient strength. The conditions were ripe. It was time to break into the Middle Empyrean realm. Chapter 2079, Middle Empyrean, Evolution of Laws. Chapter 2079, Middle Empyrean, Evolution of Laws. The Azuro Road's Great Desolate was forever a land that awed others. In particular, the depths of the Great Desolate. That was a place even Empyreans didn't dare venture into. Otherwise, there was a chance they could perish. And tragic Death Valley was one of the most fearful lands in the Great Desolate. Even true divinities were unwilling to approach it. It was a land with layers upon layers of strange killing arrays, wrapped in a shroud of space and time. If a martial artist entered, they would be forever lost to history. During these past years, only some low-level martial artists would form groups to explore the God-burying ridge area that was 10,000 miles around tragic Death Valley in order to obtain experience and possibly treasure. There were unfathomable dangers, and a single mistake would mean one wouldn't even have their bones left over. But these people had no other choice. After all, these people had to survive and grow. In the Azuro Road, slaughter was a common theme. If a martial artist didn't possess sufficient strength, then it was likely they would be killed and have their possessions taken. And if sects weren't strong enough, they might possibly be taken over in a single night, or perhaps even be completely eliminated from the world. Although God-burying Ridge was dangerous, it was rich in God-burying stones. And because the environment here was special, there would often be inestimably precious world treasures born. On this day, bright flashes of light emitted from a place within God-burying Ridge. 8 martial artists, led by 2 middle-aged men, were fighting a crowd of ghosts. These ghosts were all evil beings naturally formed in God-burying Ridge. God-burying Ridge was originally a massive sealed force field. Over billions of years, countless geniuses, powerhouses, mortals, vicious beasts, all sorts of life forms had died here, leaving behind their blood vitality, energy, Tao fields, martial arts laws, and so forth. These things percolated in this sealed space, fermenting and eventually becoming all kinds of evil beings. The truth was that not to mention these super powerhouses that died here. Even if poisonous insects were sealed in a jar, they would eat away at each other until finally evolving into a superbug. Now, These people were engaged in battle with these evil beings evolved by God-burying Ridge. These evil beings had bizarre and strange attack methods. They were invisible and intangible, only a mass of energy or a moving force field. However, once these evil beings passed over the bodies of others, they would instantly suck away a massive amount of blood vitality or even take possession of their victims. In the worst case, one would visibly wither away into a dry corpse as everyone watched in horror. "Master, we can't last much longer," a youth shouted out loud as he beat back an evil being. "We must run away. If we continue fighting, then we will all die here," a middle-aged man replied. However, the other middle-aged man bitterly smiled. He used his sword to force back 3 evil beings, seizing the brief moment of respite to pass on a sound transmission. "There is no way we can flee. Even if we manage to lose these evil beings, we can only run forwards, and 100 miles away from us is Tragic Death Valley. If we enter Tragic Death Valley, and perhaps even if we merely see the entrance, we will be lost forever without any chance of returning. That land is an absolute death trap, a place where even Empyreans will perish. Rather than that, we might as well desperately bet everything here and now, and hope that we can live through this." As the middle-aged man spoke, the others felt a chill crawl down their backs. To say that they should all hope they could live through this, that hope was simply too small. Ah. A young girl cried out in misery. She had clearly been injured. Many of them had consumed a great deal of blood vitality in their battle with these evil beings. If things continued like this, then they would at most be able to last for another quarter hour. Once that time passed, all of them would die here. They struggled to maintain a formation, their circle of fighting constantly shrinking in order to minimize losses on their side. But the price of this was that they were now surrounded by evil beings, and the chances of them escaping this encirclement became increasingly small. They could only risk their lives this final time. As everyone felt their strength wasting away and their hearts approached despair, no one noticed that 100 miles behind them, a thin layer of black light was brewing. This black light became increasingly strong, increasingly large. After several breaths of time, a pitch-black beam of divine light shot into the skies. In that instant, the skies turned dark and the clouds were washed away. The group of trial challengers was shocked. A moment afterwards, they discovered something strange. As they looked all around them, they didn't know when, but the evil beings that surrounded them had started to withdraw on their own initiative. Not just that, but they didn't make any moves to attack. Instead, they all crawled on the ground, looking at that pitch-black divine light with dread and awe in their eyes. And it was only now that the group of trial challengers saw the true appearance of these evil beings. These evil beings had the appearance of little wolves with wings. Because of their extremely fast speed and their normally vague and blurry appearance that was covered in black fog, no one had been able to clearly see what they looked like. But now these trial challengers saw these small wolves crawl on the ground, even trembling where they were. "What is going on?" "That black light." A middle-aged man's pupils shrank. It was clear that these evil beings didn't fear them, but feared the pillar of divine light 100 miles away. That divine light didn't seem too grand. It was like a black column of divine iron that thrust into the skies, extremely condensed, as if it were made of material matter. The light continued for several breaths of time before disappearing. As for the evil beings, they remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to rise. Not just that, but more and more evil beings appeared. They drilled out from the ground or fell down from the air. These evil beings came in all shapes and sizes, and all of them crawled on the ground. This sort of feeling was as if they were worshiping a king of their kind. The trial challengers felt their hearts turn icy cold. None of them were happy or glad to see these evil beings give them a moment to catch their breath by falling down in worship, With the current scene occurring all around them, they faintly felt that an even more horrifying existence was about to appear. If so, then their fates would be far more miserable. That the place that divine light came from, isn't that tragic Death Valley? A middle-aged man gulped as he spoke. He realized that the area the divine light came from was tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley. Everyone was stunned. Tragic Death Valley was an absolute forbidden zone within the Azura Road. Everyone who didn't believe in these tales and had ventured in had died without exception. It was an incomparably mysterious place. But none of these people had ever heard of a beam of black light emitting from tragic Death Valley, nor had they heard of anything similar to this occurring. Tragic Death Valley was like a never-changing tomb that had existed since ancient times. For billions of years, it had swallowed countless lives, yet never changed. Master, do we? A young girl uttered, her face pale with fear. She didn't know whether they should use this chance to escape or wait here instead. In front of them, more and more evil beings appeared. Many of these evil beings were existences that left them horrified, but behind them lay tragic Death Valley emitting that black divine light. This situation left them in a dilemma. And at this time, the young girl who spoke suddenly seemed to choke on something. Her eyes went as wide as full moons as she looked into the distance with utter disbelief. There, far away, the fog was being separated, and the appearance of a man slowly emerged from this fog. This man wore simple black robes. His eyes were profound, and his eyebrows were as sharp as swords. He gave off an inexplicable feeling. He walked through the fog, moving forwards a step at a time. To him, this dangerous land, known as God-Burying Ridge, seemed no different from a garden, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll through the courtyards. But the middle-aged man actually noticed that once this black-clothed youth appeared, the evil beings all around them were even more frightened. They all remained motionless, caught in incomparable awe. "You all, what year of the Great Desolate is this now?" The black-clothed man asked from afar. This man was Lin Ming, who had gone into seclusion for an unknown period of time. Because he was in tragic Death Valley, he simply didn't know how many years had passed. He had immersed himself in a completely entranced state. Unconsciously, his Azura laws had undergone a transformation. The Azura laws were the highest laws of the universe, covering the entire breadth of the 33 heavenly Daos. As for Lin Ming, when he became an Empyrean, he had experienced the tribulation of the 33 heavens, and his mortal body had been baptized. He absorbed a countless amount of great Tao law fragments, and even the comprehensions and enlightenments of ancient god kings. These laws slowly filled up the Azura laws. If the Azura laws were like a jigsaw puzzle, then this jigsaw puzzle came in 3 parts with a total of 33 images. In the past, the Azura Road Master cultivated 33 lives and perceived 33 heavenly Tao laws. 1 life, 1 Empyrean, 1 life, 1 divinity. With this, he brought the Azura laws into perfection. Lin Ming didn't have time to do what the Azura Road Master had done, but just absorbing the heavenly tribulation laws was already amazing. Through the years of meditation, what Lin Ming did was to place these 33 jigsaw puzzle images into their rightful positions, making his Azura heavenly Tao even more perfect. That black light just now was not emitted when Lin Ming broke into the Middle Empyrean realm. Rather, it was a world phenomenon that occurred when his Azura heavenly Tao stepped into a higher level. In fact, Lin Ming estimated that he had broken into the Middle Empyrean realm around 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. When he broke into the Middle Empyrean realm, there had indeed been world phenomena that accompanied his breakthrough. But these phenomena were limited to tragic Death Valley, as it was impossible for them to pass through tragic Death Valley's absolute space-time enchantment. Tragic Death Valley's enchantment was personally arranged by the Azura Road Master. Only phenomena that evolved from the Azura laws could pass through this sealed space and arrive outside. And now, the reason these evil beings worshipped Lin Ming as if he was their god was likely because his Azura laws had evolved further. These evil beings were all produced from the Azura Road. They evolved here and were born here, and they naturally conformed to the Azura heavenly Tao. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Azura Road Master was their creator. And now, the current Lin Ming had the aura of the Azura Road Master, and he also controlled the power of the Azura laws. It wouldn't be too far off to say that Lin Ming was the new ruler of the Azura Road. This was the reason these evil beings were all awed, why they dug out from the earth and fell down from the skies to worship Lin Ming. Otherwise, even if an upper true divinity arrived, while these evil beings would fear them, they absolutely wouldn't run out to worship them. Now is the Great Desolate Calendar Year, 1768. One of the two middle-aged men said as he gulped, finding it hard to speak. Because of habit, he only spoke the last 4 digits of the calendar year here. Chapter 2080, Goal. Dark Abyss. Chapter 2080, Goal. Dark Abyss. There were naturally calendars in the Azura Road, but these calendars didn't start from the day the Azura Road was created. In fact, a calendar that counted a mind-boggling number like billions of years was a nearly impossible matter. Different areas in the Azura Road had different calendars. Moreover, in history, when a large influence unified a massive territory within the Azura Road, they would often create their own calendar and set the first year as the day they were established. For instance, Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom both used different calendars. As for the Great Desolate, it used the Great Desolate calendar. This calendar had already been in use for several million years. As the middle-aged man suddenly said the number 1768, Lin Ming thought for a moment and asked, "Do you mean year 121,768? Lin Ming added in 2 more digits, leaving the middle-aged man startled. The middle-aged man immediately guessed that this young man in front of him hadn't come out into the world for a long time, at least several thousand years. Thus he asked them to confirm the calendar year for him. Just who was this person? Why would so many evil beings be awed by him and submit to him? These methods were something that not even an Empyrean would possess, right? Had they managed to bump into some 100-million-year-old monster that had been in seclusion all this time? Thinking of this, everyone felt a cold chill crawl down their backs. In particular, that black beam of light just then had clearly emerged from Tragic Death Valley. Could it be that this man had come from Tragic Death Valley? Realizing this possibility, the group was left speechless. The middle-aged man still managed to keep his wits about him. He respectfully replied to Lin Ming, "Yes, Senior." He used the honorific of Senior to refer to Lin Ming, and in truth this honorific wasn't wrong. The only difference was that Lin Ming's age was far from being as high as he imagined. Great calendar year 121,768. If so, then this period of seclusion has already gone on for more than 5,000 years. I thought that I broke into the Empyrean realm 1 or 2,000 years ago, but perhaps it might have been even longer than that. It's just that because I fused the 33 heavenly Tao laws together, time passed too quickly, and in my entranced state, I wasn't able to clearly tell how much time I spent in there. 5,000 some years within Tragic Death Valley corresponded to 500 some years in the outside world. According to the information provided by the Good Fortune Saint's son, over 500 years shouldn't be enough time for the Good Fortune Saint sovereign to finish his seclusion, but the moment was rapidly approaching. The truth was that even if the Good Fortune Saint sovereign left seclusion, Lin Ming wasn't afraid. He had Divine Dream helping him. Although Divine Dream couldn't defeat the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, it shouldn't be a problem for her to protect them and hide them away somewhere. Currently, the Divine Realm was open and connected to other universes. With the wild universe and its convoluted terrain, as well as a third universe, humanity had 3 universes they could hide in. To use the phrase that a crafty rabbit has more than 3 burrows and a cunning man has more than 1 backup plan was about right for this situation. Like this, if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to dig out human elites and kill them, then this wouldn't be easy. But Lin Ming had to make haste. He didn't want to leave his destiny to the heavens. Thank you. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He passed through the crowd of martial artists and continued walking out of God-Burying Ridge. He seemed to walk at a slow pace, as if he were casually idling his way through fog. But in the blink of an eye he had vanished from sight. As for the evil beings of God-Burying Ridge, they still lay sprawled out on the ground. Seeing the motionless evil beings all around them, the squad of trial challengers had cold sweat dripping down their palms. They nervously said, "Let's hurry and leave." They wanted to take this chance to quickly leave God-Burying Ridge. But even though they were scared and apprehensive the entire way, they weren't attacked by any evil beings as they left. It was only when the squad emerged that they learned that what occurred around Tragic Death Valley happened in a much wider range than they thought. This marvelous sight within God-Burying Ridge was spread in numerous tales and exaggerated in different ways. However, because there were too many guesses and too many versions of the story, even if some people had stories close to the truth, no one believed them. After all, their stories were far too unbelievable, and since they were only a minority, they didn't have much persuasive power. Slowly, what occurred in Tragic Death Valley morphed into a pure legend. Azura Sea, Final Trial. Lin Ming stood in a broad starry space. 2 old men were in front of him. They were the guardians of the final trial, and also the servants who had served the Azura Roadmaster for generations, Clear and Ink. "You want to go to the Dark Abyss?" Hearing Lin Ming's decision, Clear was bewildered. The Dark Abyss was simply far too dangerous. "Two seniors, I have decided that I must go to the Dark Abyss, and this is a decision that came after a long period of deliberation. Since I dare to go, I naturally have methods to protect myself, and no one should be able to recognize me. The reason I came here today was in truth to confirm something, a secret related to the Dark Abyss and the abyssal demons." As Lin Ming spoke, the 2 old men fell silent, not speaking for a long time. Lin Ming continued, "I originally thought that the Dark Abyss and Primeval Realm ruins might be entrances to a whole different world, and that the 33 heavens weren't the only world there is. But afterwards, I obtained some information. It seems that the Dark Abyss comes from an ancient era of ancient eras, that it could be a place which existed 100 billion years ago, or even further back than that. I wonder if this is right?" Hearing Lin Ming's question, the expressions of the 2 old men changed. They glanced at each other. Then Clear said, "Concerning the Dark Abyss, we only know some speculations, and these are descriptions that the High Lord left in his letters in the past. Indeed, the Dark Abyss might have already existed for 100 billion years. So it really was like that. And the great calamity of the universe 10 billion years ago was the ancient races fighting with the abyssals?" Lin Ming asked, but concerning this assumption, many clues already confirmed that it was correct, and it wasn't too difficult to guess anyways. Moreover, Famine's memories proved this. That's right. In the Great War 10 billion years ago, countless god kings perished and innumerable races were wiped from existence. Some universes were even left in tatters and devolved into wilderness. Compared to the great calamity of 10 billion years ago, the war between humanity and the saints isn't anything at all. I see. Then it seems that 100 billion years ago, an even greater calamity erupted in this universe. Compared to it, even the Great War 10 billion years ago between the abyssals and the intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens seems to be a minor matter. Lin Ming suddenly said after a period of contemplation. This was only something he extrapolated from Famin's memories. But because he couldn't be absolutely sure, he asked these two old men. The two old men were stunned, seeming as if they didn't expect Lin Ming to ask such a question. They looked at each other. Then Clear said, the events of 100 billion years ago are far too distant. So distant that it is horrifying and nearly impossible to discover. The High Lord also managed to extrapolate some speculations. He believed that the primeval realm ruins and the dark abyss were formed in that great calamity. The High Lord called this great calamity the shattering. The shattering. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. In truth, he had already heard the arguments people made against eternal life. To them, eternal life went against the heavenly Tao laws, and the reason for this was that all things in existence had to be born and had to die. Mountains could collapse, rivers could dry up, stars could fall, and even a boundless world would collapse and be destroyed. There was nothing that could withstand the erosion of time. Then what about the 33 heavens? Would there be a day when this world was destroyed? If this were really to occur, then this would be the true, horrifyingly great calamity. All order, all rules, all life, nothing would exist anymore. Lin Ming knew that the three divine treasures of the magic cube, purple card, and Grand Miss Spirit bead were possibly seeds of universes. Since a universe could have such a seed, then that implied a universe could be born. And with birth naturally came death. This was cause and effect, the cycle of samsara. At this time, Ink said, the High Lord suspected that the dark abyss and primeval realm ruins are a piece of the world left behind after the previous 33 heavens underwent the shattering. As for why this part of that world wasn't destroyed along with everything else, that is an unknown. And the abyssal demons are life forms that might have existed 100 billion years ago. They always lived in the dark abyss, and the dark abyss was originally isolated from the 33 heavens. But because of some unknown reason, the two worlds connected. Thus the great calamity of 10 billion years ago erupted. Of course, all of these things are merely guesses that the High Lord made and quietly said. In fact, regardless of what the origins of the abyssals were, there was one thing that no one needed to doubt. That was that the abyssal demons were the mortal enemies of all intelligent life in the 33 heavens. Chapter 2081, Secret of the Black Book. Chapter 2081, Secret of the Black Book. Here, through speaking with Clear and Ink, Lin Ming was able to verify the memories of Famin. He was able to confirm all sorts of information about the great abyssal calamity 10 billion years ago. 10 billion years ago, the calamity of the 33 heavens had finally been ended by the Eternal Wall. The Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign joined forces, using their transcendent methods to forge the Eternal Wall and block off the Dark Abyss. After cutting off the source of these abyssals, they proceeded to kill the other ones that remained. Thus ended this great calamity. The Eternal Wall was a barrier that only intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens could pass. As for abyssal demons, they were sealed outside the Eternal Wall. But the Eternal Wall wasn't perfect and impregnable. As the wearing of time passed, many space-time cracks would appear. Some abyssals were able to pass through these space-time cracks and bypass the Eternal Wall. The more powerful an abyssal was, the lower the chances of them passing through these space-time cracks. Like this, even if those abyssals that passed through the cracks possessed a peak Empyrean level strength, they still wouldn't be able to harm the 33 heavens to any large degree. But history was never without accidents. Billions of years ago, an incomparably terrifying abyssal demon somehow managed to pass through the eternal wall, bringing down a catastrophe unto all races of the 33 heavens. This catastrophe even continued until now. This abyssal was famine. As for how famine was able to pass through the eternal wall, Lin Ming wasn't able to find this out from famine's soul. Many of famine's memories should have been kept in its main body, and some parts were also sealed away. Lin Ming continued to explore famine's memories. Within the starry space he sat in the void. At this time, an ancient pitch-black book floated before him. This black book was left behind by Imperial Prince Shishan. Lin Ming reached out a hand and gently traced its cover. Strange abyssal runes lit up like the eyes of an abyssal demon flashing in the dark of night. After absorbing a massive amount of famine's memories and furthering his understanding of the abyssal laws, Lin Ming was now able to open the black book. He silently flipped open the cover. The thick black cover seemed to be sealed by some force field, making it incomparably heavy. This was not the first time he had opened this mysterious ancient book, but each time he did, he discovered new things. The reason was that these abyssal texts were too difficult to understand. Trying to decipher them with the limited fragments of information he had wasn't easy at all. The source of darkness, the abyssal ritual. Lin Ming read these words out loud and fell into a long period of contemplation. In front of him, the black book shimmered with a mystical light, like the book of fate in the hands of the king of hell. Lin Ming had already determined that this black book wasn't some rare cultivation method manual, nor was it some ancient secret technique, and it definitely wasn't a true divinity spirit treasure. It was a book of abyssal rituals, and what was written inside were all texts of abyssal rites, texts that contained profound symbolic meanings. These recitations of abyssal rites were completely unrelated to cultivation. They weren't able to directly enhance a martial artist's strength, but their value was still extraordinary. Within the ranks of the abyssals, there were 6 super abyssals similar to famine. When they were at their peak strength, they were situated somewhere between peak true divinity and beyond divinity. They were existences only inferior to the Azura Road Master. They were the totems of the countless devils in the dark abyss. Incredibly horrifying existences. Underneath the command of each of these super abyssals was an influence of their own lineage. These influences were extremely powerful and contained countless abyssal demons. Many of these abyssals were comparable to middle true divinity realm or even upper true divinity realm characters. If it were 10 billion years ago and each one of these influences turned out in full strength, then they would be able to easily overwhelm the current 33 heavens, destroying all life within the universe. Compared to these super influences, even the good fortune Saint Palace wasn't anything at all. However, in the great calamity 10 billion years ago, the ancient races also inflicted heavy losses on the dark abyss. The 6 great influences were the main forces of the war effort against the 33 heavens, and they had suffered the greatest losses. Even many of the 6 great abyssals died, and the forces beneath them nearly fell apart. Of these 6 great influences, each lineage possessed such a black book. The 6 black books were ceremonial rites, and the ceremony they were related to was concerned with the deepest and most mysterious place of the dark abyss, the demon god's tomb. The demon god's tomb was the foundation of the dark abyss, and also the most enigmatic place in the dark abyss. Lin Ming originally wanted to find out more information about this demon god's tomb, but there wasn't much within Famine's soul. If this information was kept in Famine's main body, then there was nothing he could do to look for it. Of the 6 great influences, Lin Ming's black book belonged to the one named Ian. Just like famine, Ian was the name of the super abyssal that led one of these great influences. When Ian was at its peak strength, it was equal to famine. To hold the Black Book was tantamount to Ian being personally present. But Ian's true self had died in that great war 10 billion years ago. Lin Ming now suspected that when he entered the Azura Road's final trial for the second time and wrested away the demon relic from the good fortune Saint Sun's hands, this had been from a super abyssal that was killed by the Azura Road Master. If it had truly been a super abyssal as horrifying as famine, then it was naturally impossible for it to leave behind such a small relic. Lin Ming guessed that the abyssal's main body had been used by the Azura Road Master for other purposes, and the demon relic left behind was only a tiny portion of that super abyssal's essence. After finding explanations for all these questions, Lin Ming slowly closed the Black Book. He stood up and flew towards the entrance of the final trial. "You are leaving?" Clear and ink appeared behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. "Yes, very well." Seeing Lin Ming's decisive appearance, Clear and ink no longer said anything. On this day, Lin Ming left the Azura Road. He entered the Saint Convocation Heaven from the Divine Realm and then flew straight towards the primeval realm ruins. As early as his life or death battle with the good fortune Saint Sun, Lin Ming had already heard news about the primeval realm ruins. This was an incomparably broad land that existed independently from the 33 heavens. Countless lucky chances and treasures were buried here. A great reason why the saints were able to accumulate so much strength was highly related to the primeval realm ruins. And today, Lin Ming finally came to this land. Taking a broad look out, this was a dead and listless world. The skies were shrouded in gray, as if an eternal dusk had settled upon this land. There was an inexplicable divine pressure, like the pall of hell covering this world, making one feel almost suffocated. Of course, this sort of deathly aura and pressure couldn't affect Lin Ming at all. But if a low-level martial artist were to come here, perhaps they might not even be able to take a single step forwards, no matter how hard they tried. Lin Ming galvanized the strength within his inner world. The power of yin and yang wove together with the endless power of laws, forming sparkling divine runes. Like rainbow-hued marks being carved into space, they emitted infinite light that shattered this deathly aura. Lin Ming walked forwards one step at a time. Along the way, he saw bleached bones all around him. There were many bones, most of them decayed. Shattered bones littered the ground, covered in the mottled traces of endless years. The reason for these marks to appear was because of the thick, deathly aura that covered this land. This sort of deathly aura was able to draw out all life force if one's blood vitality was unstable, and they walked through this land, then they would soon turn into a dry corpse. As for the speed at which their corpse decayed, it would be astonishingly fast. This really is a nearly dead world. Lin Ming recalled famine's memories. He pondered for a moment, because if a world died, all life within would gradually break down and come to an end. This was the shattering that the Azura Road Master spoke of. But according to his intuition, with this world having reached such a degree of decay, it should have long since been destroyed. But why had it continued to exist until now? Somehow, somewhere, could there be some laws supporting it, so that not even the shattering was able to destroy this world? Lin Ming walked through this land, tasting the law fragments left behind by the endless years. This sort of silent aura faintly resonated with the death laws in his body. Death was silence. When a person died, they would return to dust. When a universe died, it would be annihilated into nothingness. In the end, all things in existence only left behind one thing in the end that was nothing. On the distant horizon, one could see collapsed temples. Mountains of divine stone were piled up together. It was easy to imagine just how grand and magnificent they were in the past. There were many of these great temples, but not a single one was complete. All of them had become dilapidated ruins. These were structures created by powerhouses of the past, yet all of them had been corroded and damaged by the inexhaustible flow of time. With every step he took, Lin Ming could feel ripples of powerful auras all around him. These were auras left behind by ancient god kings. They remained even after billions of years, reminding all who came here just how prosperous and mighty they had once been. Lin Ming passed by a lake. The surface of it was like a mirror. Inside was a goddess bathing, her appearance beautiful and her charm devilish, captivating the heart, beckoning the soul. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming was startled. For such a scene to appear in this deathly still world was surprising. However, he immediately understood what the scene before him was. A pupil opened up between his eyebrows, and a brilliant beam of divine light shot out, chopping onto the surface of the lake. The goddess shattered to pieces, turning into a wisp of strange law fragments that slowly vanished. These were the great world law fragments that had condensed and then manifested into reality. Lin Ming passed over a high mountain. Up above, endless divine demons beat upon drums, lightning wrapping around them as they all seethed like a rising tide. Lin Ming's inner world opened. Chaotic energy burst out, swallowing all of this divine demon aura. In the primeval realm ruins, there was no ancient aura that could hinder Lin Ming's steps. He walked forwards without stopping. Although his pace appeared slow, the truth was that space had lost meaning beneath his feet. He walked for 7 days. During this time period, he once saw many Saint martial artists enter into some underground ruins. These ruins were buried all throughout the primeval realm ruins. Countless dangers were hidden within, and many Saint martial artists that entered were not able to leave. But there were always some people that went into these underground ruins and emerged with heaven-shocking lucky chances. Chapter 2082, The Eternal Wall. Chapter 2082, The Eternal Wall. 7 days later, where the skies and land met, black fog chaotically swirled as if the world itself was boiling over. Dark black lighting wove together, the thunderclaps crashing into the ears. Turbulent storms raged wildly within this black fog, destroying all around them. Vaguely, it was as if some giant godly demon resided within, emitting a terrifying aura. A dark and boundless pool surface appeared in front of Lin Ming, seeming to go on to infinity. Seeing this, and feeling the divine demon aura rushing towards him, Lin Ming's pupils shrank and brilliance lit up his eyes. This is it. From Famine's memories, the entrance to the dark abyss. The central region of the primeval realm ruins was the entrance to the dark abyss. In the past, Empyrean Primordius had also entered the dark abyss from here. The closer Lin Ming approached to that pitch-black abyss, the more that chaotic black fog surged and tumbled. Bang! When he reached the entrance, the black fog rose like a tide of darkness, crashing towards him with a roar. This black fog rose up to the skies, monstrous and threatening. It galloped over the world, causing great blasts to echo through the heavens and earth, as if the world would soon be destroyed. Since Lin Ming entered the primeval realm ruins, this was the first time he had truly felt pressure. The black fog contained an irresistible great strength. Contained within it was the remnant auras of supreme powerhouses. Moreover, there were more than just a few of these auras. Rather, it was like millions and billions of powerful ancient god kings were randomly striking out at the world without rhyme or reason. All martial artists that came here had to withstand this pressure. Below the Empyrean realm, being directly disintegrated to ashes here was a matter of fact. Even outstanding existences amongst Empyreans could exhaust all their effort and strength to withstand this pressure, sustaining injuries to enter the dark abyss. In the past, Empyrean Primordius was also the same. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. The power of divinity erupted from his body, forming a protective golden barrier all around him. Then, the crazy black waves were no longer able to harm Lin Ming, even a little bit. An attack that a peak Empyrean could barely withstand was naturally nothing at all to Lin Ming. The laws here are twisted. Lin Ming thought. He could feel that the entrance to the dark abyss was an incomparably strange space. Here, all laws were twisted, including those of space and time. If one didn't have a profound understanding of the laws, then it was possible to lose oneself in this chaotic labyrinth and be trapped here forever. With all these reasons combined together, just the entrance of this mysterious dark abyss was an absolute death zone. There wasn't a need to mention the even more dangerous world within. This was also the reason the dark abyss was such a riddle. The weak simply weren't able to enter. Only peerless powerhouses could enter, and they had to endure life-threatening risks in order to do so. Thus, people only possessed an extremely limited understanding into the dark abyss. It just wasn't possible to ask peak Empyreans to go to the dark abyss to find out information. Lin Ming paused for a moment. He could clearly see a channel within the distorted laws. Then, easily, like a straight arrow, he thrust deep towards the depths of the dark abyss. He didn't know how far he fell or how long he fell for. With a light cracking sound, a golden shadow smashed into his protective power of divinity and then collapsed. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He calmed his mind and looked out. To his surprise, he discovered that just outside the black fog which surrounded him, there was something that resembled golden grains of sand. Although these things were small, the smallest one was comparable to a meteor, possessing an incredible impact force. Within his hands, the power of divinity turned into chains that grabbed onto this grain of sand. He examined it closer. When this golden sand entered his hand, Lin Ming could see an incomplete but supremely powerful martial artist's aura within it. An ancient and dilapidated strength of a divine soul dissipated from the golden sand and slowly spread into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This is a bone fragment of an ancient peerless ruler. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath of air, not sure what feeling was in his heart. He had already learned from Famine's memories that after flying halfway into the entrance of the dark abyss, he would see such a scene. But as he truly saw these fragments for himself, myriad complex emotions filled him. These broken bones were left behind from the great war between the ancient races and abyssal demons 10 billion years ago. The entrance to the dark abyss was the final battlefield in that great war 10 billion years ago. Countless heroic powerhouses had perished here. These broken bones were all that remained of them after they died in battle. Within the distorted laws, they had already existed for 10 billion years. Pa, pa, pa. More and more bone fragments appeared, constantly barraging Lin Ming's protective power of divinity. It was like endless hail crashing into a metal bucket. With Lin Ming's strength, these broken bones weren't able to harm him, but every one that struck him caused his mind to shake. Each grain of these broken bones represented the heroic souls of the ancient races who had chosen to sacrifice themselves here. Normally, within this storm, these broken bones danced in the wind and remained undamaged. But now they smashed into Lin Ming's protective power of divinity and were instantly crushed to nothing. Lin Ming couldn't bear this. He started to avoid these broken bones on his own initiative. With a turn of his mind, the might of the 33 heavens laws appeared in this pitch-black abyss, opening up a channel in the distorted laws and paving the way forwards. Lin Ming stepped into this channel and avoided the barrage of broken bones. He turned into a beam of light that shot straight into the dark abyss. After flying for an unknown period of time, Lin Ming finally landed on Black Earth. This Earth stretched on without end, vast and boundless. There was simply no end in sight. Lin Ming stood above this Earth, quietly feeling it. A feeling of indescribable shock filled his heart. In truth, this land beneath him was no land at all, but something created by the joint efforts of the Azure Road, an immortal sovereign, the Eternal Wall. In Famine's memories, Lin Ming could feel just how much it had feared this divine wall. This eternal wall had spanned the entire entrance of the dark abyss for 10 billion years now, and had gradually evolved into the appearance of land. Atop the eternal wall, there was a channel that led deep into the dark abyss. Moreover, extracting the essence of a star was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even a true divinity would find it difficult to do. However, when star essence was refined, it could exist for a time even longer than the stars themselves. It could last for billions of years without fading, immortal and eternal. Lin Ming's eyes skimmed over the altar and looked within it. A bronze temple was erected at the middle of the altar. It was incomparably ancient, with rust overlapping it like scales. Many areas had hollows. These were fist marks, sword marks, saber marks. In the depth of this temple, Lin Ming saw a skeleton. This skeleton was different from those scattered outside. This one was entirely complete and shimmered like carved crystal, like a piece of art made of the finest jade. There wasn't a single flaw in it. This skeleton was stood in a standing position. Its hands were pressed together, its 10 fingers grasping each other, placed against its chest, as if it were praying. It was hard to imagine that such a skeleton could maintain such form without collapsing over such a long time. Seeing this skeleton, Lin Ming was shocked. Just whose skeleton was this? Why was it preserved in such a complete state? Chapter 2083, Bones of Crystal. Chapter 2083, Bones of Crystal. Kia. Walking here, Lin Ming had seen countless skeletons that had been broken into pieces and scattered all over the eternal wall. There were also the bone fragments that drifted in the storm, and all of these fragments originated from peerless powerhouses. But, without exception, all of them were decayed and broken. With a horrifying passage of 10 billion years, in addition to the violent energy within the storm, it was impossible for a skeleton to remain fully intact. But this skeleton before him was an exception. Who was it? All sorts of thoughts and shadows of people flashed through Lin Ming's mind. If this skeleton didn't come from 10 billion years ago, but came from someone who had appeared hundreds of millions ago instead, then it was understandable for it to be this complete. However, as Lin Ming probed, he discovered that his guess was wrong. This skeleton had in truth already fused together with the altar. It was a part of the altar, a peerless great array heart. Moreover, this altar had been forged from star essence and was undoubtedly left behind from 10 billion years ago. Star essence could remain without decaying after 10 billion years. If so, then this skeleton had been cast into the altar 10 billion years ago, and this was the reason it had been preserved intact all this time. Just this period of time alone caused Lin Ming to remove most of the figures that flashed in his mind. This skeleton must have come from someone who reached an unbelievably high boundary in the past. They might even have approached the realm beyond divinity. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his skeleton to remain so complete. But why was it left here for 10 billion years instead of being entombed? Lin Ming fell silent. In fact, it wasn't just this skeleton that was before him. Broken bones were scattered all over the eternal wall. And these bones all came from peerless characters 10 billion years ago who perished in the Great Calamity. In that great war, although the 33 heavens had finally achieved victory, the ancient races had to pay a deep price to do so. However, what left Lin Ming puzzled was that there must have been survivors amongst the ancient races. So how come these survivors didn't bury the ancient powerhouses? How come they left them on this ancient battlefield, and even in such a preserved state? Even mortals hoped to be buried after their death. As for peerless martial arts powerhouses, after dying they hoped to leave behind a tomb and their inheritance. In the world of martial arts, this had already become custom. This was all so that one's inheritance wouldn't be cut off and one's remains could be worshipped in peace. Lin Ming deeply sighed, a strange sorrow stirring in his mind. So many powerhouses had died, and their remains had been scattered all over the abyss, their bones dancing in the storm. Just how pitiful a fate was this? Standing in front of this altar, Lin Ming quietly paid tribute to these heroes. Then he hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the altar. Bloodstains marked it, and these bloodstains were painted into mystical totems that were spread all over the altar. Even after 10 billion years, these totems were still emitting a vast aura. This aura wasn't a Buddha-killing aura, but a certain kind of strength that stunned Lin Ming. It was a strength wrapped in warmth, dedication, passion. Killing aura, Lin Ming had seen all kinds before, but this sort of warm strength was something he rarely saw. Lin Ming gently reached out a hand to trace these marks. Even though he had become considerably strong, feeling this blood left his heart racing with awe. It was hard to imagine just what cultivation the people who left behind these bloodstains had. Lin Ming slightly hesitated. Then he stepped onto these bloodstained totems. The moment he stepped onto the totems, he felt a strange strength skim over him. In that moment, his entire body seemed to become transparent, and a part of his body was locked down by this strength. Then killing intent erupted. This killing intent was what a mortal felt when facing a ravenous tiger. Lin Ming was startled. He suddenly held his breath. Lin Ming remained motionless, silently revolving the energy in his body to the limit to deal with any possible dangers. However, as he revolved his energy, the killing intent became increasingly terrifying, as if this entire altar instantly turned into an ominous and hellish wasteland. As for that universal love, devotion, and warmth he felt, all of it turned into overwhelming hatred. Lin Ming didn't doubt that once this killing intent erupted, it would create a massive attack against him. This aura was mind-bogglingly strong, as if he were facing the will of all the ancient god kings who had perished on the battlefield. Facing such a will, it was possible he would instantly turn to ash. In this life or death moment, a light lit up in Lin Ming's mind. He accelerated the revolution of the power of divinity within his body to cover the power of demons in numerous layers. Meanwhile, he revolved his blood vitality to seal away the demon essence bloodline within him. Then, Lin Ming felt the killing intent locking onto him, suddenly become much paler. Layers of strength swept over his body, once more, seeming to distinguish what was within him and hesitating at the same time. Slowly, this strength hid away, and the killing intent also vanished, everything returning to its previous state. The aura that shrouded the entire altar returned to that of universal love, devotion, and warmth once more. Soaked within, Lin Ming felt total relaxation and tranquility. Lin Ming let out a long breath. What happened just now left his palms wet with sweat. He faintly guessed that the strength which swept over him just now was aimed at abyssals. The power of demons within his body had stirred up the great array formation of the altar, but the array formation had finally determined his identity, thus it had subsided. If an abyssal were to come here, they would be instantly slain. Understanding this, Lin Ming probed the ancient altar with his divine sense once more. Recalling the incomplete memory fragments of famine, Lin Ming gradually understood what occurred. This ancient altar suppressed the array eye of the eternal wall, stabilizing it, and as a vital location of the eternal wall, this altar was protected with layers upon layers of protections. Abyssals were simply unable to approach this area. Otherwise, if this altar were to be destroyed, then the eternal wall would also be in danger of collapsing. If that occurred, then the consequences would be unthinkable. Not to mention anything else, just the skeleton of this peerless powerhouse before him was a priceless treasure. Even after 10 billion years, it managed to remain like glittering crystal. Even when compared to a true divinity spirit treasure, it was much more precious. This skeleton naturally had to be protected by the array formation. This skeleton, could it have been left behind by immortal sovereign? This idea popped into Lin Ming's mind. He recalled peerless powerhouses that existed 10 billion years and thought of the Azura Road Master, an immortal sovereign. But from what Clear and Ink said, the Azura Road Master was still alive. Then this skeleton might be from the immortal sovereign. Lin Ming slowly stepped towards the skeleton. A skeleton would inevitably exude a gloomy and dreadful feeling, but to a martial artist, this sort of feeling wasn't worth mentioning at all. Still, no matter how a skeleton was, it wasn't something that would give off an aesthetic sense. But this skeleton was different. It was beautiful and flawless. Every inch of bone flowed with a faint brilliance, as if a curtain of moonlight was draped over it like liquid mercury. The 10 fingers were held together in devoted prayer, like an angel. This was a divine skeleton, like the most perfect art that existed between the heavens and earth. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He carefully spread out his sense to touch this divine skeleton. At first he was cautious, fearing that he would disturb the eternal slumber of this peerless powerhouse, and also because he feared that his spiritual sea would suffer a backlash from touching the divine bone. Such a peerless character was sure to have been far stronger than he was, and if they left behind some remnant will or array formation, then it was possible he could end up injuring his spiritual sea. However, up until Lin Ming's sense reached the point between the skull's eyes, he didn't perceive any hostility at all. Although Lin Ming had absorbed demon essence, he hadn't turned into an abyssal. The power of demons was only used by him and didn't change the essence of his life. On this, he was completely different from Empyrean Primordius. Thus, when Lin Ming suppressed the demon power in his body, all the array formations on the altar had quieted down. Finally, this allowed Lin Ming's soul force to touch the divine skeleton without any hindrance. In that moment when Lin Ming probed the skull of the divine skeleton, he could feel a wisp of soul aura from the divine skeleton's owner. It was formidable, mysterious, yet soft and pure. Such a soft and pure soul didn't seem like it could be from a man, but from a woman instead. Woman. Lin Ming was startled, and at this time there was a light whistling sound as soul fires ignited in the 2 eye sockets of this divine skeleton. The 2 soul fires within the eye sockets were of different colors. The soul fires in the right eye were pure black, and the soul fires in the left eye were blue. The pure black soul fires were like the underworld, somber and terrifying. The blue soul fires were like a hidden paradise, filled with vibrant life and death samsara laws. Lin Ming's heart shook. These 2 soul fires symbolized the highest laws of the Holy Scripture's bodily universe. Lin Ming gazed at these 2 soul fires in a trance. Then, the light flowing upon the divine skeleton quickened and brightened. This brilliance gradually condensed into it and formed small dots of light that spread all over the skeleton. These dots of light were as small as grains of sand, stretching all over the divine skeleton. As they connected together, it seemed as if the entire divine skeleton was burning in the glow of a fire, becoming increasingly crystalline. The average person wouldn't be able to determine just what significance these dots of light held. However, what sort of eyesight did Lin Ming possess? As he saw these dots flash and shimmer, his eyes brightened with them. Just what were these dots of light? These were clearly tight gatherings of law runes. These runes were far too small, thus they only seemed to appear like dots of light. They were like tiny Buddhist scriptures, overlapping again and again, with countless numbers stacked on top of each other. When ancient peerless powerhouses cultivated laws, these laws would eventually turn into runes that were carved into their flesh and blood, and even their skeletons. This was the same for Lin Ming. After going through 2 heavenly tribulations with his 9 fall and Empyrean breakthroughs, countless law runes were fused into his body. However, in truth, these law runes wouldn't be preserved forever. As a powerhouse died and time passed, these law runes would slowly fade away from their body. There were also peerless powerhouses that were unwilling to have their bones be perceived by others. Upon their death, they would disperse their flesh and blood and bones, scattering away all the law runes they possessed. A marvelous sight was occurring in front of Lin Ming. Law runes were appearing on this skeleton that came from 10 billion years ago. It was simply inconceivable. However, what happened next left him even more astonished. Lin Ming stared at the point between the divine skeleton's eyes. There, a diagram appeared, one that caused storms to stir up within Lin Ming's heart. Chapter 2084, Identity of the Divine Skeleton. Chapter 2084, Identity of the Divine Skeleton. Between the eyebrows of the crystal divine skeleton, flower petals of light appeared. These petals were like dots of cinnabar. As they formed, they gathered around a center, forming a strange flower. There were 9 flower petals in total. Each one seemed to condense the most beautiful sights in the world, causing one's mind to fall into reverie. As this deep red flower reflected in Lin Ming's pupils, he stood there transfixed for a long time. A long time ago, 7,000 years in the past, almost 12,000 years when he counted his time in tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had entered the primal god race's Azura forbidden zone. In his trial within the cold ice mirror, he had once seen a peerless woman dressed in black. This woman had an appearance completely the same as Sheng Mei. Their temperament, their attitude, their appearance, everything was similar. It was impossible that this was a mere coincidence. And between that woman's eyebrows, there was a mark composed of 9 flower petals. The only difference between that woman in the cold ice mirror and this skeleton before him was that within the cold ice mirror, that mysterious woman only had 8 flower petals fully unfurled on her mark. The final flower petal was small, not fully stretched out. But now, in front of Lin Ming, 9 flower petals were in full bloom. Their light was sharp and brilliant, leaving one intoxicated with their beauty. This is... Sheng Mei's unrivaled appearance flashed in Lin Ming's mind. There were 2 possibilities. One of them was that this sort of flower petal mark belonged to a certain type of person, and this crystalline divine skeleton and the mysterious woman in the cold ice mirror were both this type of person. However, this was an extremely unlikely possibility. After all, this type of peerless woman was simply far too rare 10 billion years ago. Thus, the more likely explanation was that this crystalline divine skeleton belonged to the woman in the cold ice mirror. She had died here, and her bones were preserved for 10 billion years. Could it really be that Sheng Mei was the reincarnation of a super powerhouse from 10 billion years past? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Ming felt it was far too ridiculous. 10 billion years was simply far too long ago. What sort of peerless powerhouse could pass the river of 10 billion years after death to reincarnate? Moreover, although Sheng Mei was fierce, the truth was that she was suppressed by the Soul Emperor. There was not just a simple disagreement between Sheng Mei and the Soul Emperor. The two could be described as sharing a deep grudge. From this point, if Sheng Mei was truly the reincarnation of a peerless character from 10 billion years ago, how could she be restrained by the Soul Emperor? All sorts of ideas raced through Lin Ming's mind. He looked at the flower petals. With a sense he couldn't be wrong, the flower petals he saw right now were identical to the ones that the mysterious woman in the cold ice mirror possessed. Not only were they similar in shape, but their aura was also the same. As for why there was a difference in the 9th flower petal, this might be because these flower petals were a manifestation of the cultivation method that the mysterious woman in the cold ice mirror trained in. For instance, the grand reincarnation art. With every reincarnation, an additional flower petal would appear between the woman's eyebrows. With 9 reincarnations, the flower petals would be complete, reaching perfection. When Lin Ming had seen the black-clothed woman in the cold ice mirror, she had just finished her 8th reincarnation and had yet to complete the 9th revolution. And now it was obvious that before this mysterious woman perished, she had reached perfection in the grand reincarnation art. Upon realizing this, Lin Ming wasn't sure what he felt. The great Tao was boundless, and the heavens and earth were heartless, an ancient beauty that could bring the downfall of the worlds, a goddess of peerless grace and talent. Even someone like this couldn't escape the fate of becoming nothing but bones. As for those ancient rulers of 100 races, those peerless, proud sons of heaven, in the end they too turned to dust, their bones scattered in the wind. This was destiny, the final fate that no one could avoid. Lin Ming deeply bowed towards the remains of this goddess, and after he bowed, the soul fires in the goddess' eye sockets slowly extinguished. All that remained were the runes on the surface of the bones. The runes glittered, allowing Lin Ming to clearly see the laws within. These runes were all slowly cultivated by this ancient, peerless woman. What they contained included the universe of the body and the samsara of life and death recorded within the Holy Scripture. Compared to the Holy Scripture, the runes on the goddess' remains gave no hints. There was no beginning and no end. All there were endless runes, each one more mysterious and complex than the last. These runes originated from the Holy Scripture, but after fusing together with the mysterious woman's own understandings and comprehensions, they were no longer the same as the Holy Scripture. If one didn't understand the Holy Scripture, if one didn't have a deep martial arts foundation, then it would be completely impossible to understand just what these runes were. Even for Lin Ming, wanting to understand these numerous convoluted bone runes wasn't easy at all. He rapidly browsed through them, and then recorded them all in his mind, using his formidable memory. In the past, Lin Ming had only seen the pages of life of the Holy Scripture. As for the pages of death, they were in memories left behind to him by Sheng Mei in that tiny part of her soul source. They were in truth extremely incomplete. Lin Ming had relied on his own comprehensions and personally understood samsara through death to continue the pages of death. In this state, as Lin Ming saw these bone runes left behind by this peerless woman from 10 billion years ago, it was equal to making up many missing places in his own Holy Scripture laws. Lin Ming slowly verified these bone runes with his own comprehensions, one at a time. He felt his mind open and new realizations pour in. The martial arts civilization was a process of accumulation. Although there were proud children of heaven with outstanding talent capable of producing their own self-created cultivation methods, all these self-created cultivation methods had foundations based on the inheritances of their predecessors. It was impossible for anyone to create a cultivation method that far surpassed the current level of the martial arts civilization. No matter how many reincarnations Lin Ming underwent, no matter how many samsaras of life and death he observed in the world, no matter how profound his comprehensions were, it was impossible for his laws in the pages of death to be as complete as that of the immortal sovereign from 10 billion years ago, who had focused his lifetime of energy on the Holy Scripture. And now, with the true Holy Scripture's pages of death before him, Lin Ming was undoubtedly able to further his Holy Scripture laws. Lin Ming greedily remembered all he saw. A quarter hour passed. The shimmering runes of the divine skeleton began to darken. It was clear that the runes could only manifest for a short period of time. Lin Ming's pupils widened, and he sped up his reading pace. These incomparably complex runes swiftly passed through Lin Ming's mind and were recorded deep in his memory, marked into his spiritual sea. This continued until the light of the bones faded away. By now, Lin Ming had memorized all of the bone runes. The last wisp of light vanished, and darkness returned to the altar temple. The divine skeleton also became tranquil once more. Lin Ming faced the skeleton and bowed a final time. When his mental strength probed the crystalline divine skeleton, the bone runes had lit up. This was clearly not a coincidence. Could it be that the Holy Scripture laws in his body had activated the bone runes somehow? Or could it be that there was some wisp of residual consciousness in this divine skeleton that managed to be preserved due to the array formation in this altar? If this were true, then these bone runes were intentionally revealed to him by this wisp of consciousness. As Lin Ming thought of this, he became increasingly puzzled and uncertain as to the events of the great calamity 10 billion years ago. Just what connection did this mysterious woman who looked like Sheng Mei have with the immortal sovereign? The cultivation method came from the same lineage, the Holy Scripture laws. It was clear that they were closely related to each other. And at the time when Lin Ming entered the Azura Forbidden Zone's cold ice mirror, the hostility that the mysterious woman showed to the lineage of the Azura Road Master proved this point. He didn't know what level of strength this mysterious woman reached. Even if she hadn't stepped beyond divinity, she was likely extremely close. Could this mysterious person be the same as a mortal sovereign? As soon as Lin Ming thought of this, he shook his head. In the planet-sized heavenly palace and the galactic battlefield in the Akashic Dream universe, he had seen the phantom left behind by immortal sovereign more than once. He had obviously been a man, completely different from this mysterious woman. But for this mysterious woman to be immortal sovereign's relative, such as his daughter or little sister, just didn't seem too likely. It was true that a family with an outstanding bloodline would have a higher chance of producing powerhouses, but to produce two people who neared or stepped beyond divinity, this was a bit too exaggerated. Lin Ming didn't understand any of this, nor did he spend more time thinking about it. At this time, he spread his sense outwards into the bronze temple. Within it was a slowly spinning purple vortex. This purple vortex was a part of the eternal wall, and also the channel leading from the eternal wall to the dark abyss. After passing through this purple vortex, what awaited underneath was the dark abyss. In the abyss, there were endless numbers of abyssal demons. And this purple vortex was a channel that only intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens could pass. In addition to the killing array of the dark altar, with these two insurances, there would be no abyssals that dared to come here to die. Lin Ming let out a deep breath. Then he leapt into the purple vortex. Chapter 2085, Dark Abyss. Chapter 2085, Dark Abyss. The moment Lin Ming passed through the eternal wall, he felt as if he were swimming through a river of time that flowed on for billions upon billions of years. He didn't know how much time passed, perhaps thousands of years, perhaps just a mere instant. But during this time, all sorts of chaotic scenes raced through his mind. Then he suddenly arrived on a black land. This land was incomparably desolate. Everywhere he looked, there were bare rocks that stretched out to infinity. Floating above this land, he could feel a deep and heavy permanence. 9 suns hung high in the skies. Without exception, each one of these 9 suns was blood red, and the sunlight they emitted caused one's blood vitality to faintly resonate with it. This is the abyss. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The air here was burning hot and carried with it the faint smell of blood. This sort of air could subtly affect a person's mind, slowly turning them violent and crazy. Lin Ming felt his surroundings. Then his figure flickered, and he flew to a distant black mountain. Hiding in this remote mountain, Lin Ming's body started to change. His joints emitted crackling, explosive sounds. Layers of scales and bone armor appeared on him, and his limbs became thicker and more stout. Hideous bone spikes jutted out from his elbows, and curved horns grew out of his head. On his back, a fearsome tail extended downwards. His eyes turned blood red, and his aura became vicious and dangerous. He had completely taken the appearance of an abyssal demon. And not just that, but layers of demon power covered him, forming a faint black mist around him. At this moment, Lin Ming had thoroughly become an abyssal. After cultivating the 9 stars of the Tao Palace to the 6th star, and absorbing all sorts of top-quality bloodlines, Lin Ming had already gained the ability to easily manipulate his bones and muscles, allowing him to transfigure his appearance however he wished. In the past, Lin Ming had absorbed the essence of Famine's flesh and blood. Not just that, but in the Azura Road's final trial, he had also absorbed the demon relic. And during the process, there was a period of time where his body had taken the appearance of an abyssal. The power of demons and the demon bloodline had tried to invade Lin Ming's body and possess him, but in the end, he had subdued and digested it. Now Lin Ming could branch out this strength to easily manifest the aura of an abyssal. His essence was that of a human, but if he were to disguise himself as an abyssal, then with his true divinity level strength, it would be difficult for any abyssal to see through him. This was because Lin Ming had absorbed the essence of Famine and also the demon relic. Since each of them was one of the 6 great totem rank abyssals, their abyssal bloodlines could not be any more pure. Using a quarter hour of time, Lin Ming constantly adjusted the frequency of the demon power in his body and also checked over himself again and again to prevent there being any flaws in his disguise. He continued this until he felt it was perfect. Lin Ming believed that even if Xiao Moxian were to stand in front of him, she would find it difficult to recognize him. That boiling demon power had covered all of his original aura. He stretched a finger. This finger ended with a black and terrifying nail. On the end of Lin Ming's fingertip, layers of black lines appeared, dancing in the air. These lines condensed together, turning into different shapes. Sometimes it was a sphere, sometimes it was a cube. Finally, these figures completely collapsed, leaving behind a single point and becoming a mini black hole. The mini black hole greedily swallowed all the surrounding energy, and even light vanished when it entered. This strange phenomenon belonged to Famine. It was the laws of swallowing. Within tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had used 1,000 years to absorb Famine's essence and unlock its memories. Now, not only could he simulate an abyssal aura, but he could even replicate the laws of swallowing. It could be said that Lin Ming truly controlled a portion of Famine's abilities. Although his laws of swallowing weren't as strong as Famine's, it was more than enough for him to use for absorbing energy for his own cultivation. With the swallowing laws supporting him, Lin Ming's cultivation speed and ability to accumulate energy would rise by a mind-boggling amount. Whoosh! The black sphere vanished. He subconsciously cracked his wrists, a loud crackling sound coming from them. What he wanted to do now was to find a high-level abyssal demon and see if it would recognize him. A human had come to the world of the abyssals and had disguised himself as an abyssal to probe their secrets and steal their lucky chances. This strange feeling left a playful smile tugging at Lin Ming's lips. When this smile was joined with his current appearance, it gave off a fierce and bizarrely macabre feeling. This seemed like the vivid image of a sinister and cruel demon, and if martial artists of the 33 heavens were to see him, they would desperately try to kill him with everything they had. Lin Ming's figure flashed. His tall and strong body tore through the void, rapidly flying away. In an instant, he flew thousands of miles. Then he fell down into a wild forest. In Famine's memories, the dark abyss was like a pagoda. It was divided into different layers. Each layer of the abyss was vast and boundless. It was hard to find where its edges were. Every layer of the abyss had 9 suns hanging high in the skies, forming a complete world. From one layer to another, trillions of space channels connected them. These space channels overflowed with violent space storms. If an abyssal whose body wasn't strong enough entered one of these space channels, then it was possible they would be torn to shreds by the space storms. The deeper one went into the abyss, the more intense the space storms became. Thus, generally speaking, low-level abyssals were gathered in the first few layers of the dark abyss. As for the high-level abyssals, they lurked in the lower layers. They were like beasts hiding in the dark, waiting for the day they could run out of the abyss and swallow all living beings in the 33 heavens. Lin Ming didn't plan to stay in the first several layers. It was impossible for these low-level abyssals to see through his disguise. Moreover, if he stayed in the upper levels, it would be impossible for him to find lucky chances. The reason Lin Ming came to this forested mountain was because after probing the area with his sense, he discovered that there was a space channel hidden here, one that led to the next layer of the abyss. However, as Lin Ming was looking for the space channel in accordance with what he sensed earlier, his footsteps paused. He heard a rustling sound from the forest and also a faint killing intent. It was clear that some sort of aggressive being was approaching. Although Lin Ming didn't have any interest in killing the low-level abyssals at the first layer of the dark abyss, since he didn't have any relation to them, he might as well use this chance to test his laws of swallowing. Lin Ming stood still, waiting for the abyssal to approach. Or perhaps there was more than one, because there were 4 or 5 dangerous auras locked onto him. However, when Lin Ming spread out his own sense and locked onto these abyssals, he actually stiffened. What was this? Lin Ming looked at a corner of the wild forest with disbelief thick on his face. He subconsciously gripped his fists. Shwa, shwa. The bushes of the wild forest were separated, and a few aggressive beings with fierce and distorted expressions emerged from the shadows. Seeing these beings, Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He would never have dreamed that after arriving at the dark abyss, the first attack against him would not be from abyssals, but by humans of the 33 heavens. No, these weren't humans, but some sort of ancient race that possessed a shape and appearance similar to that of humans. However, from their distorted complexions and fierce features, their curved knees and spines and their arms that nearly hung to the ground, Lin Ming could clearly feel that these beings in front of him were not the usually seen intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens, but some sort of primitive and savage being without much intelligence of their own. There were 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, all of them stark naked. Their limbs brushed against the ground, and bloodthirsty hope filled their eyes. These were eyes that only wild beasts would have. The ancient race man in the lead emitted a deep and bass roar. He opened his mouth, revealing fangs like those of a blood-sucking vampire. It was clear that this ancient race man considered Lin Ming an enemy, and even food. How could this be? Lin Ming found this situation hard to accept, and at this time, The ancient race man roared and led the several people behind him to rush towards Lin Ming. Their movements were like those of vicious beasts, but to Lin Ming, who had reached a true divinity level of strength, they were nothing but slow and clumsy, unable to harm him at all. As long as Lin Ming wished it, then the heads of these 5 wild, ancient race savages would fall to the ground. However, Lin Ming's mind was in a mess, and he simply didn't want to kill these savages. His figure flashed, and he drew backwards like a ghost, instantly appearing a mile away. The 5 savages emerged empty-handed. They were immediately enraged, and at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred once more. He looked up in a direction. There, he could see 4 or 5 other living beings rapidly flying over. These beings were covered in black armor. Their bodies were tall and thick, and they held large axes in their hands. Their eyes were blood red, and black energy tumbled around their bodies. They were clearly abyssal demons. Whoosh! An axe was hurled out by the leading abyssal. It tore through the air, howling in an arc as it circled around towards those 5 savages. Blood shot into the air. 2 savages were decapitated by the axe, their blood splashing out. Hee, we caught another 5 prey. Although their cultivation is a bit lower, it's good enough. All of them are mine. The abyssal in the lead spoke in the abyssal language. Thanks to Famine's memories, Lin Ming was able to understand him. These words left Lin Ming dazed. He seemed to realize a possibility. In the dark abyss, these ancient race people were considered the same as vicious beasts. All of them were regarded as prey. And the abyssals were hunters. They captured and killed their prey in the open land. And this was how they gained experience, similar to when humanity developed the wild universe. In the dark abyss, everything was reversed. The intelligent life forms of the 33 heavens had become the prey instead. Lin Ming had no idea what had occurred in the abyss. In the memories of Famine, the dark abyss originally wasn't like this. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.